Princess Libercia was your typical villainess, created solely to torment the hero and heroine. In the end, she died after enduring horrific torture for who knows how long. The Crown Prince even had the audacity to say there was no need to be sad since she was going to die young anyway. Our protagonist felt like throwing up while reading that. Seriously, right? She kept reading, but remained completely incredulous. The story focuses on the love between Lavrov and Ariel, with that innocent appearance that charms everyone. In the end, the villainess is defeated and Ariel gets exactly what she wanted: a happy marriage with the prince. If it had stopped at the wedding, it would have been fine, but everyone dies. Wait, I think we have an Akame ga Kill reference here. The villainess dying is one thing, but several important characters died for nothing. The main couple manages to be the worst of them all. Disappointed, she tore the whole book apart, but even that didn't calm her rage. Everything changes when, on a beautiful summer day, our young lady simply wakes up in bed already inside Libercia's body. And damn, Princess Libercia was gorgeous, wasn't she? I don't think I'd turn down the position. She always had a soft spot for Libercia because of her beauty, composure, and dignity. But what really won her over for good was the villainess's last scene in the book. It was that moment when the villainess spoke her final words, stating that she had been a princess since birth and would remain one until she died. Libercia vented that she never had anyone to love her and that people had called her a villainess since the day she was born, even when she did nothing. The blame for all of this lay with her mother, Lijen Vance. Now she is the true villain, the woman who forced her own daughter to suffer everyone's prejudice. It's the kind of painful life that Ariel would never be able to understand. Libercia even dropped some truth. It's better to die as a villainess than to die as a pathetic, sick girl. That's why she did what she did and even found it amusing. At least that way, everyone would know her for her role as a villainess and not for the weakness of her illness. That's right, she was a terminal patient. To top it all off, Libercia said that none of it was because of Ariel, but rather because of her own choices and that she had no regrets. Man, this woman is the real boss. Wow, what a beautiful woman. I want her. And that was exactly when Princess Libercia won over our protagonist. Apparently, the princess has an army of simps just because of that powerful speech. The problem is that our protagonist never actually wanted to become Libercia. Well, too late now. She is at a point in the story where there are only 3 months left before the original romance begins, in the year Ariel turns 19. And it was on this morning that she woke up occupying the princess's body. Her memories of her previous life are all blurred, but at least she remembers that she isn't the real Libercia. She remembers how she died and also all the details of the original romance. The most obvious fact was her appearance. What a stunning woman! The protagonist, who never thought she was anything special, you just needed to dress up, girl, now boasts impeccable platinum hair and mysterious purple eyes. But then the bad vibes hit. So beautiful, so young, and already going to die? No way, not even a single date before the end? Not to mention the torture part, how horrific. She thinks about avoiding the torture route, but what if she ends up dying anyway? It seems time is the greatest enemy here. Desperate, she throws herself onto the bed and starts crying, trying to find a solution, but the only thing she managed to do was spend the entire week crying. That's when, in a dream, she finds herself face to face with Libercia herself. Shocked and filled with admiration, she can hardly believe her eyes and even asks if she is really Unnai Libercia. But Libercia, short and blunt, just asks, "Why the hell would I be your Unnai?" She tells the protagonist to forget that and pay attention. Libercia came to explain the disease. There is no cure, and the only thing to do is ease the pain with medicine. The protagonist finds it strange because she isn't feeling any pain. But the explanation is clear. She only doesn't feel pain because she isn't the rightful owner of that body. The true nature of the disease comes from the soul, and that is why it is incurable. It was for this exact reason that Libercia called her there for that conversation. Libercia didn't choose the young woman for no reason. It was because she had read the book and, by a stroke of luck or bad luck, died at the exact right moment. A perfect combination of factors. Naturally, the girl is radiant to get a second chance and even chat with her idol in person. Libercia herself agrees she got lucky since, unlike the original villainess, the protagonist won't die from that illness. Since Libera's ailment affected the soul, now that the soul has changed, the body has a chance. The young woman breathes a sigh of relief, but wait, there's a catch. She's going to cough up a bit of blood. Nothing major, right? Libera explains that she needs to recover the memories left in the body, and until she finds them, the damage to her soul will make her spit up blood. There are 100 memories in chronological order, so if she finds one every 3 days, everything will be fine. Why is Libera acting like a villain right now? And she still smiles like it's the cutest thing in the world. Well, she is beautiful, isn't she? You can't deny that. Shaking like a leaf, the girl asks if it's safe to keep coughing up blood every 3 days. Libera's response? Who knows? The plan is to hang in there for a year until the soul and body become one. In the meantime, her health will be trash. In other words, instead of dying from the illness, she runs the risk of dying from coughing up so much blood. Great, just wonderful. Realizing the girl's terror, Libera does her the favor of programming one memory to appear on its own every 3 days, giving her time to hunt for the extras. Beautifully dangerous, this woman. Even with this grim scenario, the young woman looks at her with sparkling eyes and asks how her words can be so sexy and cold at the same time. We have an official fangirl here, folks. Even Libera wonders how someone like this ended up in this situation. Meeting the villainess in the flesh was much better than in the book. Now the protagonist is more obsessed than ever. Then comes the dilemma: what to do with this new life? Revenge? Since the original Libera suffered horribly, the thought is fair. But the protagonist doesn't feel all that hatred, mostly because she likes several other characters in the story. Everyone except that main couple, of course. The original Libera, however, wants nothing to do with revenge. She makes it clear. The one who decides the future now is the young woman. It's her life. To start, she returns the memories of the original story that the girl already knew, all in chronological order. Libera says her goodbyes and wishes her luck. The girl wakes up grateful for this dream that felt so real with her idol and accepts the challenge. Just knowing the death route is gone makes her feel refreshed. It's time to get up and get to work. She knows that if the villainess leaves the stage, everything changes. And honestly, running into that couple would be a nightmare. This Lavrov guy is a crazy bastard, and the new Libera senses the danger from a mile away, even though she's no longer the villain of the story. So, the plan is to focus on what she really wants, meeting all the characters she already loved from afar. The original story only begins on the country's anniversary, 3 months from now. Since Libera's mother keeps spreading horrible rumors about her, the people are already afraid of the princess, but she doesn't care. She's leaving that place in 3 months anyway, so to hell with the rumors. There's still the problem of Lavrov, the prince who thinks he owns everything that belongs to him. To avoid provoking the madman, she decides to give up her succession to the imperial throne. With this plan, she hopes to be free to travel and meet people during these 3 months, while also fixing the tragedies of the past. Ariel's story begins when she goes to the capital, but the central point is that the male protagonist is an obsessive piece of work. Because of Ariel's kindness, a lot of people were attracted to her and ended up becoming targets of Lavrov's fury and jealousy. Eugene de Volton was one of those victims and is on the new Libera's interest list. He fell in love with Ariel and confessed to being Libera's spy, but ended up falling into a trap set by Lavrov and died. Duke Cain de Eirik was another who tried to protect the heroine, but because of the prince's sickly jealousy, he ended up losing an arm and all his honor. And the guild master, Harris, who knew about Lavrov's trap but loved Ariel so much that he protected her until his last breath. I have a feeling these 3 are going to fall for Libera now, huh? Not even the women escaped. Ivienna, Ariel's best friend, had to give up her dreams and her love. Jane, the maid saved by the heroine, also had a tragic fate and died for her. Even the final villain, Daniel, was a victim. He lost his best friend, Harris, because of this whole mess. No wonder the guy became a villain. It seems the whole world was sacrificed just so Ariel could shine. But now that the new Libera is in charge, she's not going to let this slide. Before the main plot even begins, she's going to pull some strings to ensure that everyone, including herself, has a much better life. She reincarnated into this world without a single regret from her past life, and now that she's here, she isn't going to let anyone defeat her without a fight. She knows she has the power to change the entire course of this story. Lavrov and Ariel can love each other all they want, but did they really have to kill Libersha in the process? Not to mention all the others. Talk about overkill. While drawing a mental map to architect her plan, she decides it would be a total waste of time to try and get between the main couple. Daniel, the one who's friends with the side characters and the leader of an assassin organization, lost his importance in the plot way too fast, didn't he? The curious thing is that the only detail ever revealed about him is his hair color. He was the sole survivor of a country destroyed by the Empire. Maybe he'll be hard to save. Oh, come on, new Libersha, focus on him. I think he'd be a perfect match for you. With that in mind, she decides to put the Daniel case on hold for now. Since she is already connected to the other characters at this point in the story, she knows she'll eventually run into them sooner or later, and she intends to make the most of those encounters. I see you, you little rascal. During this transition period, the maids Linny and Aaron, along with the head maid Emma, haven't taken their eyes off her. After all, the poor thing almost lost her mind when she was ripped from her previous life and tossed in there. Emma was quick to assign the two of them to care exclusively for the princess. They were truly worried, and the new Libersha feels genuine gratitude for that. As soon as the maids leave, a heavy dizziness hits her. It's the effects of the old illness trying to adjust to the new soul. In the past, the original Libersha was so weak she could barely hold a teacup or stand for long without shaking all over. Even so, the original Villainess never gave up on what she wanted. Talk about willpower, right? The problem is that these symptoms have now been passed down to our protagonist. This nasty anemia could end up ruining her plans, so her only choice is to find a doctor ASAP. Luckily, there's a specialist at the palace. When she pops up at the infirmary, the doctor almost falls over in surprise, asking if she's feeling unwell. Based on his face, the old Libersha never set foot in there, probably to keep anyone from finding out she was sick. But for the new Libersha, the secret is out. She gets straight to the point. She wants a full, precise exam, like an MRI. In this world, technology is magic-based and requires a doctor who is an expert in mana. He agrees to do it, but asks her to list all her symptoms. Her answer is short and blunt: constant fatigue and the tiny detail of coughing up blood. The doctor is in shock, and she shows her stained hand. She had just recovered a memory, and of course, the blood came with it. Even without truly trusting anyone, she knows she can't solve this alone and needs professional help. The doctor then begins the preparations. The exam will take half the day. He begins using magic to scan her body. The protagonist is still hoping she won't just be stuck taking painkillers, and that she'll find an immediate solution to this chaos. When Libersha finally wakes up and asks for the results, the atmosphere gets weird. The doctor goes to the door, closes everything, and even wraps a chain around the latch. What is this man doing? Frightened, she watches him walk toward her. But to her surprise, the doctor calls her Your Highness, kneels, and asks, with all the respect in the world, how she is feeling at that moment. What on earth did he find out? How have you been enduring this? The doctor asks. Libersha is completely clueless, but his shock isn't even about the physical pain, it's about how long she's been carrying this disease. The real name of this little beauty is Raffles, or the Angel's Doll. The doctor starts quoting some poem by Delaware, mentioning that on the day of the Winter Queen's visit, blue roses bloomed from the mountain all the way to the palace. Poetic, right? But the situation is tense. Libersha, however, can only smile with a face that says, "Who even is Delaware?" Since she arrived in this world only a week ago, she has no clue what the doctor is talking about or what this culture means. She's more lost than a blind man in a shootout. The doctor stands up horrified, explaining that her illness is exactly the one from the poem. Libersha, practical as ever, cuts the drama. She just wants to fix her anemic state so she can actually do something. The doctor's brain glitches since the disease has no known cure. She insists she needs any medicine that will keep her stable, even if just for a short time, because right now she can't even hold a teacup without looking like she's going to fall apart. The man remembers something that might work, but almost no one uses it. Libersha already figures that if it only has 1 or 2 uses, she'll keep this ace up her sleeve for her final reckoning with the Emperor. And the medicine is none other than Black Death snake venom. The doctor grabs the doses from the cabinet and explains the catch. One dose keeps her stable for 30 minutes, but the side effect is a heavy, long sleep afterward. Oh, and if she takes it 3 times, what was benign becomes malignant and her body is toast. A toast to danger. And what does Libersha do? She accepts it, super hyped. The doctor even hesitates. He only mentioned this method because she's the only one who seems able to stand up to the symptoms, but he makes it clear he doesn't think it's a safe path. She doesn't care. She wants the doses and that's it. The doctor falls to his knees in despair, repeating that the disease is incurable. Libersha sees his terror and thinks, "Look, I'm not going to kill you just because there's no cure, relax." Is her villainous reputation really that bad? The poor guy sobs, calling himself useless, and she has to calm him down, reminding him that he's already helped a lot. But his crying isn't out of fear of her, it's out of pity. He explains that Raphael's is, in reality, a curse. You can treat the pain, but it never goes away. And here's the macabre detail. The only thing known is that a blue rose grows on the grave of whoever dies from it. How morbid, yikes. He thought he was going to be executed for giving her the news. After all, the rumors about the princess are horrific, and she was acting strangely to him. The doctor created a whole horror movie in his head, but then realized he was dead wrong about her. He always tried to treat everyone equally, but he noticed that despite Libersha's icy face and cold words, what she said was pure comfort. Even as she agreed to take venom, he saw a change. Her voice, though nervous, sounded kind. That's when it clicked for him. She already knows her fate. How can someone be so sweet while facing the end? Seeing that determination in the princess's eyes, the doctor felt the weight of the years of sadness she carries, or that he thinks she carries. He decides he's going to go crazy if he has to, but he will discover a real cure. He's going to flip through every book on this curse. She's just gained a powerful ally. Back to Libersha's plan, the arsenal is ready. Poison pills in her pocket and supplements to replace the lost blood. She already pops 1 pill to get the ball rolling. The goal now is the emperor. She needs to give up her right to the throne because Prince Lavrov is the type who doesn't forgive anyone who touches his things. What an obsessive piece of work, seriously. Libersha's real urge is to slap him across the face and be happy. It would be the greatest satisfaction of her life. The problem is that the only one who can stand up to Lavrov is Daniel. The emperor overlooks everything the prince does, so Libersha knows her only chance for peace is to mind her own business. That's why, before traveling, she wants to officially register her renunciation of the throne. Otherwise, that lunatic will hunt her down out of pure greed. She already has plan B and C. If the renunciation doesn't work, she'll just borrow some gold from the palace. And if all else fails, she'll simply steal all the treasures that Ariel wasn't supposed to discover for another 10 years. An easy life guaranteed, right? We sure hope so. Wait a minute. You've watched this far and still haven't liked or subscribed? Come on, my dear, give me a hand. Like and subscribe to win a cookie. And so, Libersha finally goes to face the emperor and introduces herself. He starts right off by commenting that her voice remains as cold as ever, 0 surprises there. Without beating around the bush, the man asks immediately what she wants. Straight to the point, just like she remembered. Then she drops the bombshell. She's here to renounce the throne. The emperor actually trembles and asks her to repeat herself. And she repeats it, perfectly calm, just waiting for him to accept it once and for all and leave her in peace. Except the emperor thinks it's a trick. Do you plan to rely only on your mother's power? He asks. It's something to think about, but the truth is the old Libersha never wanted to depend on family for anything. Her mother was a piece of work, managing to push every other family member out of politics, which left Libersha as a princess with almost no power at all. But Libersha doesn't back down. She stands her ground and throws out a logical argument. If she leaves the race, it only benefits his own son, Lavrov. Why on earth is the man refusing? Since he brought up her mother, Libersha uses her ace up her sleeve. She warns him that he doesn't need to worry about the maternal side of the family because that lineage ends with her. The man jumps up, startled, wanting to know why she's saying that. That's when she drops the truth. Her days are numbered. Totally incredulous, he asks what the plan behind this is and what the other part of the deal is. But there is no other part. The man is being way too cautious, and she knows it would be a shame to demand anything, especially from him. She suggests that if he doesn't believe in the illness, he should ask the doctor. He says he'll do exactly that, but warns her not to expect anything from him. Says the man who has never even spoken his own daughter's name, she thinks. What a grade A father, right? She explains that she just wants her freedom, but he says that's nonsense. She fires back, saying she's even going to leave the imperial palace. The emperor takes another hit. Abandon the throne and the residence? He asks. Well, obviously. The girl wants to travel the world and enjoy herself, not rot away in that boring palace. Why do this? He insists. And she tells him straight. In the time she has left, she only desires to be free. The emperor, still reluctant, says they will finish this conversation the next day. That didn't go too badly. Now she just has to wait for his call. In the meantime, Libercia has become super close with the servants Rinny and Aaron. They are sweethearts and helped a lot when she wanted to learn more about the world. It's all very cute until Libercia chokes on her own blood. This disease is intense. It doesn't give her a minute of peace. She ends up remembering when the old Libercia was only 2 years old, unbelievably cute. Time passes, and she returns to the emperor's room. Prepared for anything, she walks in. The emperor has already confirmed the whole story with the doctor. Now that he sees she wasn't lying, he actually seems a bit sad. He goes back to the subject of the renunciation and suggests she ask for more than just retiring. But she reinforces, freedom is the ultimate goal. She wants to be far away from political marriages and wants to live in the open air, feeling the sound of the breeze. The emperor finally gives his royal permission, but only for half of the request. Now, Libercia is out of the race for the throne, but she must remain part of the imperial family and live as a princess in the palace. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Now, how is she supposed to travel the world like that? Libercia can hardly believe what she's hearing. This scenario wasn't in any of her 3 foolproof plans. The emperor continues his speech and says he's even willing to drop a political marriage, but the right to the throne? Oh, he's not having that. He wants her to wait a whole additional year. Are you kidding me? Only after 365 days could she supposedly do whatever she wants. Man, what a son of a... 3 months was bearable, but a year. Libercia thinks of the obvious. She has an incurable disease that isn't going away. The guy has already seen the medical report and knows her life expectancy is only 2 years. In the end, not a single one of her plans worked. And that trash emperor still has the audacity to look away. Libercia is fuming at this attitude. Is he seriously ignoring her? She tries to take a deep breath, calm down, and come up with another proposal, but the man won't even let her speak. Unlike the reception a few days ago, this time she was kicked out of the room in a pathetic way. Later, there is His Majesty sitting among his papers, remembering Libercia and the blood he saw in her mouth. He starts rambling about the medical certificate and how that Raffles, the curse of the soul, is so impactful. He thinks about the doctor trying to find a cure that doesn't exist and reflects that he couldn't get rid of the princess. The reason? Because after his wife died, only his son Lavrov remained in his heart. He even justifies that the princess was a girl who didn't even know how to express herself properly, and that she was the living image of her mother, Lijan Banis, known as the most wicked woman of her time. Hold on a second. Did I hear that right? Just because the family is powerful and the mother was bad, it was impossible to love her with all his heart. The guy simply decided she wasn't important. The imperial family really isn't winning any awards for affection. When he learned about the disease, he realized that Libercia could no longer maintain that barrier from before. At first, his plan was to accept the request for freedom since he saw benefits in it. But at the last second, his selfishness spoke louder and he didn't grant it. Libercia is only 19 and knows she only has 2 left. Her daily struggle must be terrible. And holy crap, the girl is his daughter. Only now, with her dying, is he starting to actually see his own child. Wow, what a great dad, 0 out of 10. Don't be like this, people. He keeps dwelling on her request for freedom and remembering that blue roses grow on the graves of the victims of this disease, the flowers of souls. The thought of a young woman who hasn't even reached 21 talking about her own death with such naturalness kept pounding in his head all day. The emperor stands up and starts philosophizing. If she wants to leave so badly, it's because the palace was a place of pain. He deduces she was cold and arrogant because of loneliness. Then comes the excuse. He says her wish is madness because she has many enemies, and without the title, no one could protect her. Oh, now you're thinking about protection, Mr. Father? He feels as if he's trying to save the pieces of something that broke a long time ago. Yeah, no kidding. You woke up too late. He thinks that fulfilling her wishes would be best, but his fear is the guilt on his conscience. If she goes away with only memories of being abandoned, he will feel guilty. Damn it. So you're keeping her prisoner out of pure selfishness just so you can feel better. He admits that he didn't let her go because of his stupid selfishness. At least he's honest in his own shittiness. He feels an internal need to fix this now, but even he agrees he's a trash father. You can say that again. Meanwhile, the original work starts showing Ariel's childhood. She was overprotected by her father, the Duke, living in a safe and boring-as-hell village. The girl's only pleasure was a teddy bear named Elizabeth. But every now and then, a boy her age would show up to play, Lavrov. Ever since he was 10, this kid would visit her and already dropped that line of someone who isn't right in the head. Ariel, would you be mine? The poor thing, naive and innocent, said yes, thinking he was asking, would you be my friend? Little did she know. Her innocent laughter left Lavrov very satisfied. Cut to the next chapter. Ariel is now 18 and will debut in society at an international gathering. That's where a certain someone she hadn't seen in 15 years appears. In that moment, she discovers that the boy from the village was Prince Lavrov. And at that moment, she also became a walking landmine, our Libersha comments. The maids Rinny and Aaron are totally confused. What are you talking about, Your Highness? The two are very good to her, and Libersha quickly changes the subject, asking what to do when someone opens a door full of problems. The maid's answer is spot on. You have to run, even if it's hard. She even asks if the princess is talking about a bad marriage. Rinny is about to turn 15 and is already at the age to have a fiancé. Meanwhile, after that frustrating meeting with the emperor, Libersha locked herself in her room to review her new plan and try not to go completely insane. Her mental sanity is hanging by a thread with this 1-year delay. Despite all the chaos, Libersha feels like she's finally earned the respect of Aaron, one of her maids. While having tea, she lays all her cards on the table. The problem has grown much bigger than expected. If she simply runs away in 3 months, she'll be penniless and still have a death sentence on her back. Leaving for medical reasons is an option, but she'd have to give up everything. Having that crazy prince breathing down her neck would be hell on earth, wouldn't it? Lavrov is the type who breathes spilled blood. Libersha would love the pleasure of rubbing the renunciation papers in his face. Imagine how epic that scene would be. But being realistic, she knows that's not going to happen. Right now, she has 2 options. Either go to a care home, which sounds like a total bore, or follow the second option, which could be very easily misunderstood, but she's certain it's the right path. And who is this option? None other than Daniel. The man mocks the empire to its face and vanishes without a trace. He is simply more powerful than Lavrov in every possible way. In the original work, Daniel goes somewhere far away, and everyone thinks peace has finally reigned just because he's seen as a sort of demon. But the truth is, he truly cares about his own people. Libersha thinks that if she can get close to him, she'd be safe and sound in those arms. Ooh, Lady Libersha, I see exactly where you're going with this plan. There's just one detail. Daniel is the official villain of the story, a walking danger who leads an assassin's guild. And to top it off, she doesn't even know what his face looks like. The biggest danger is that Daniel hates everything associated with the empire, so Libersha runs the risk of becoming a target just for having royal blood. Aaron thinks the idea is difficult but likes the boldness. She says that if the answer is right, things will work themselves out with patience. So, it's decided. The best bet is Daniel. The goal now is to get close to the villain and become engaged. Oops, friends. Friends, of course. Libersha stands up and thanks the maids, leaving both of them in shock. They've never seen the princess be so lovely. She even pets them like they're little kittens. How cute, honestly. The next day, she notices a detail. It's going to take a full year for the old Libersha's memories to return completely. The one that came back today was her at 3 years old. She was already stunning as a toddler, a total cutie, but her personality was already powerful. A respectable mini villainess. Our protagonist goes out to the balcony, admiring how beautiful her life is now. Her unknow's memories are returning, and she's already decided on her future. Time for some fun. She wants to see her favorite characters happy, since she always liked them more than the boring protagonists anyway. It's infuriating to think that in the book, these incredible characters ended up hurt, dreamless, or dead all because of their love for Ariel. Honestly, is Ariel not the real villain here? Everyone was murdered by the prince's obsession, and she did nothing but apologize. I'm sorry, but thank you. Oh, please, I hate this girl already. She must be just as sadistic as that crazy prince. So, Libercia decides, it's time to start planting the seeds of happiness in the hearts of those who died unfairly. She's super hyped for this rescue mission. The first target is Eugene de Bolton, the badass knight who stood out even without the McNahan family name. Now he's being reinstated to the palace guards, and because of the rumors, he detests Libercia. He thought she was cold, which is why he fell for Ariel's opposite act. So dumb. In the beginning, he kept his distance, but his affection for Ariel led him straight into the prince's trap. Eugene had a dream, and Libercia has decided she's going to help him. Honestly, Ariel is so bland compared to our Libercia. If I were one of the extras, I'd already be on one knee asking for her hand in marriage. She knows Eugene wants to finish his time at the palace and then wander the world freely. Libercia reaches her destination and knocks on the door. Since he's the one who believes the rumors the most, she wants to show him a totally different reality. Who knows, they might become allies, or boyfriend and girlfriend. When he opens the door, our girl is stunned. Her eyes sparkle at the young man's beauty as he says, "Good morning." She can hardly look away from that silver hair and those red lips. In person, the guy is a total showstopper, way better than in the book. He asks what she wants, and Libercia, wasting no time, grabs his hand. Eugene is startled, not understanding a thing, while she just says thank you. She looks him right in the eye and repeats, "Thank you for being here." Imagine the knot that just tied in the poor guy's head. Now Libercia is dead set. She is going to spend these 3 months in the palace, and she's going to spend them with him. Poor Eugene is incredulous, asking what the hell she's talking about. While she tries to keep it together so he doesn't think she's a total lunatic, Libercia asks if he has any free time today. She says she wants to go somewhere and wants him to be her personal escort. The palace is a giant white elephant, full of corners to explore. She thinks that spending time together might create some good memories, and who knows, maybe make Eugene stop looking at her like she's the boogeyman. The young man tilts his head, totally confused, and asks, "Why ask me when you could simply order me?" Libercia, sharp as a tack, fires back instantly. She could order him, yes, but she knows he already hates her. He's startled by her sincerity. "I don't want to offend you anymore," she continues. She makes it clear that it's a request, not an obligation, and asks if he can spare a bit of his time. He puts his hand to his chin to think, and our Libercia almost melts right then and there. Careful not to slip on your own drool, Libercia-san. He asks what she would do if he refused, since there are other escorts. She confesses that if he doesn't go, she'll simply give up, go away, and pout. Yes, there are other guards, but he's the best. She just doesn't want to force him into anything. He lets out a sweet smile and comments, "You just said I hate you, yet you say if it's not me, you won't go." Those two sentences contradict each other and are quite heartbreaking. Look at that, the ice is starting to melt. Libercia is nearly blinded by the radiant light this man emanates. She's used to beautiful people, but he's on another level. Eugene finally gives in, saying that after a confession like that, he couldn't possibly deny the request. He bows all gentlemanlike and asks where the boss wants to go. Libercia celebrates internally. Victory! She leads the way, showing the path, while Eugene reflects on life. He's only in that palace because of the Duke of Eric and with the sole goal of getting stronger. His plan was for Libercia to disappear from his sight as soon as possible, but things are taking a very different turn. Remembering her thanking him in that specific way, he clenches his fist and finds the situation funny. She already knew he hated her. He doesn't understand what her game is, but he decides he's going to play along to see where this leads. When it's time to leave, the maids go on the attack. They say the palace is a labyrinth and that Rinny should go along just to be safe. Libercia denies it immediately. She wants to go only with Eugene. The maids are in shock. That ill-mannered manipulator? Rinny asks. Libersha just confirms it, perfectly calm. Our blonde says she'll be fine because she's the one who chose him, and she intends to have fun. She's got the map in hand and warns, she's not going to let Eugene be rude to her, no way. The maids can only sigh and accept their boss's madness. And off she goes, happy as a clam for the stroll. Arriving at the location, she's admired by the scenery, the plants and the sky in perfect harmony. But then she notices that Emma was right. The place is a bit tricky. She shows the map to Eugene, and he asks if the maid was the one who drew it. At least it looks easy to follow. Eugene, curious as ever, asks why she chose this spot. He asks her to be sincere and not come at him with that, because you please me talk. Libersha, with no filter, responds that he shouldn't overthink it, as it's out of pure personal taste. What does that mean? He asks, his brain glitching. She stares at him for a moment and ends up coughing, her body demanding its due, as always. To hide it, she changes the subject and announces, "We're here." Eugene looks at her more confused than ever. What does this woman want with me? Must be the only thing going through the poor guy's head right now. The wind blows softly as the two lovebirds look at each other in silence. Observing him closely, Libersha notices that Eugene is almost like a wild cat, or rather, he resembles a wolf. Noticing her persistent stare, he questions her about what she is looking at so intently. Libersha quickly shifts her gaze and changes the subject, praising the lush green environment around them, which is notoriously beautiful and much more welcoming than she had ever imagined. Eugene asks if she really finds the place cozy. Libersha promptly responds that the space is as beautiful as a treasure island, leaving the young man confused by the analogy. To her, that scenery is truly precious if someone pays proper attention to it, resembling a secret island. She notices a nice spot nearby under the canopy of a tree, ideal for resting a bit in the shade of the leaves. Eugene mutters to himself, questioning what she actually intends to do there. Next, he guides Libersha to stand up for a moment, warning her that she will get dirty if she sits directly on the ground. Even though they had already settled in, she obeys and stands up. Eugene then pulls a handkerchief from his own pocket and carefully spreads it out over the lawn. This action triggers a jolt in Libersha's heart, and she even brings her hands to her mouth, deeply surprised by the young man's sudden gentlemanly behavior. Eugene, not understanding her reaction, asks the reason for that gesture. She, in turn, jokes that she is almost feeling sick again in the face of so much radiance. Even my screen's brightness cranked up over here, what was that all about? Libersha smiles and confesses that she was just very impressed by the thoughtfulness of the gesture, admitting that he pleases her very much. The young man rambles for a moment, wondering to himself if he had really done something so attentive. Changing direction, he expresses his desire for her to answer his questions. Libersha invites him to sit beside her to chat and offers her own handkerchief in return. However, he turns away and politely refuses, arguing that he isn't a young lady to be needing that. Libersha starts the conversation by explaining that she has been avoiding seeing the people at the palace lately. Since everyone was saying they wanted to leave, she simply consented, saying that if it was their wish, they could go. Eugene questions her about what she would do if he asked for something similar, and she responds that she would never stand in the way of his freedom. The young man inquires if she came all the way out here just to tell him that, and she confirms it, confessing that her chest would ache if she didn't. Eugene hesitates for a moment and drops the direct question, is it because she likes him? She flatly states that yes, she does, to which he, flashing a smile, responds that he hates her. Libersha says she already knows that and doesn't mind, reinforcing that she keeps liking him even despite his disdain. Eugene is temporarily left speechless, and shortly after, asks if she wants to head back. Libersha takes the opportunity to question his motive for coming to the palace in the first place. He explains that he made this decision because the empire is full of powerful people. In reality, Eugene is a member of the imperial palace, but he was currently enjoying his vacation. In the original story, he returns to the palace because of Ariel and with the goal of stopping the original Libersha. On top of that, there was an extremely strong man he desperately wanted to meet, that Duke of Irik guy, Kane. It was precisely this dynamic that the Crown Prince, Lavrov, took advantage of. He utilized the existing differences between Eugene and Kane to make them face each other in a fatal duel. The clash had no winner. One of them lost his honor and an arm, while the other lost his very life. Libuscha asks what Eugene intends to do when he finally encounters someone truly powerful. The young man responds, as if it were obvious, that he would compete with him, guaranteeing that he wouldn't refuse the challenge even if one of them might die in the process. Libuscha confesses that she doesn't want to go back just yet. She simply wishes to observe him a little longer before he ends up tied to some side, since he always seems deeply frustrated to her. He lets out a laugh upon realizing he is being observed so closely. Libuscha declares her support for him, wishing that he finds this powerful person soon so he can finally feel satisfied. Then, she stands up, gathers the handkerchief, and mentions that she will take it with her to return it washed in a few days. The man bursts out laughing and asks if she is already done using the object. The girl gets completely confused, wondering to herself if she said something wrong or if she should have just thrown the handkerchief away, since she only sat on it. After all, a princess doing laundry isn't exactly a common sight to see. Eugene downplays the situation, saying it's nothing, while wiping a tear from the corner of his eye from laughing so hard. The two start making their way back, and Libuscha reflects to herself that her heart could never be at peace after interacting with such a beautiful man. During this same period, Libuscha's doctor relentlessly hunts for a cure or solution for his lady's illness. However, all the colleagues he asks for advice recommend that he merely pretend to be looking for something, claiming that no amount of effort would do any good. Faced with such apathy, the doctor can barely believe that these individuals are considered the greatest physicians in the empire. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a young assistant who exclaims that he has found it. The anxious doctor questions what he is talking about and orders him to spit it out and tell him what he discovered already. Meanwhile, the boy silently ponders the princess's reputation, recalling how everyone paints her as someone cold and wicked. The doctor immediately snaps, ordering his assistant to be extremely careful with his words. He questions how the young man dares to refer to Her Highness in such a manner, especially after confirming her diagnosis. The doctor recalls just how lovely Libuscha was and how she even smiled at him at the end of her appointment. The boy, who goes by the name of Ripley and sports a rather scruffy appearance, looks visibly confused by that reaction. Over the course of his career, the experienced physician has delivered terminal diagnoses to many members of the nobility. However, Her Highness Libuscha is only 19 years old, which makes him wonder how no one had managed to notice her health condition before. Ripley sincerely apologizes for failing to understand the gravity of the situation and adds that, while he isn't entirely sure, maybe he can help somehow. He flashes a green-covered book and starts talking about the Duke of Eric, Kane. Ripley explains that he accidentally overheard a conversation the other day. According to what he heard, the Trojan is not necessarily a fruit itself, but perhaps a flower. The young man admits that confirming the absolute truth of the information is beyond his reach, but that was the exact conclusion the Duke of Eric reached. This mysterious Trojan fruit has been seen only 3 times in the entire world, and those occasions shared a very specific pattern in common. The first common thread is that a black-haired person was always very close to achieving success. The second point is that an intensely sweet aroma usually blankets the entire area before the fruit finally appears. Even though such details sound like made-up stories, Ripley doesn't dismiss the account, given that witnesses described a scent capable of flooding an entire region. Focusing on these clues, the young man concentrated his research on the Duke of Eric's territory, identifying the location as the most suspicious of all. Among herbalists, the Trojan fruit is considered the true elixir of life. The doctor is floored by the discovery, realizing he might have finally found a possible solution for the princess. Faced with this, he ponders whether he should pay the Duke a visit. Ripley confirms he should, but drops a warning for the doctor to be extremely careful, as countless rumors circulate through the region claiming that Duke Kane is actually a descendant of demons. Even though he is aware of the rumors, the doctor thanks Ripley immensely for the investigation. With this new information, he feels he can finally, in fact, help the princess. The entire conversation between the two, however, was being closely watched by one of the local herbalists. Upon overhearing the dialogue, She ends up discovering both the princess's terminal illness and the existence of the Trojan fruit, catching herself wondering if the emperor's daughter is really about to kick the bucket for good. Duke Kane represented the perfect contrast to Eugene, a man with deeply black hair and eyes. His sharp eyes seemed to carry a long history, while his fine features, combined with extremely pale skin, gave him the appearance of a vampire. He was widely described as a direct and cold person. He was someone Libercia could easily run into due to her status, but someone who would be very difficult to interact with. To top it off, the Duke was constantly tormented by a severe trauma from his past. Later on, Libercia and Eugene meet up again around the palace grounds. The young man confesses he was tired of staying in the same place and decided to take a walk. Libercia smiles at him and continues her stroll, but is suddenly hit by a wave of severe dizziness that almost sends her crashing to the ground. Eugene gets startled by the scene, and she tries to reassure him by saying she is just feeling a little weak, to which he reacts with clear worry. At that exact moment, she feels hit by a total arrow of passion, thinking she is going to end up fainting if things keep going like this. Eugene questions her once more if she is truly all right, and she confirms she is. Despite her positive answer, the young man makes no effort to hide his apprehension. Gently, he slides his hand onto her shoulder, making Libercia's heart almost leap out of her chest. She wonders how it's even possible to stay calm with a man like that right by her side. Eugene pulls her closer, offering support to help her walk. Sensing the urgent need to divert his focus and change the subject, she pulls out his handkerchief, which had already been properly washed and ironed. Eugene is shocked by the gesture and even turns his face away out of pure embarrassment. Trying to compose himself, he asks if she knows anything regarding the Duke of Eric, mentioning that local rumors usually call him the Knight of Shadows. Libercia's expression upon hearing that is priceless, as she already knows exactly what is going through the young man's mind. However, she explains that it is difficult to go out alone, given that the royal family only has access to a few specific places. Eugene questions her about the meaning behind that statement, while part of his face flushes visibly red. Libercia finds it truly hilarious how he pretends not to get the hint. She then openly responds that she wishes to go out accompanied by someone, pointing to Eugene as an excellent candidate for the job. When asked what he thought of the idea, he accepts the invitation immediately. It is glaringly obvious that the new Libercia's plans worked perfectly, as he appears to be completely head over heels for her now. The two begin walking together and decide to visit Kane's quarters. The Duke's pavilion was located right on the other side of the Imperial Palace Library, a restricted area where only individuals holding royal authority have permission to enter. The very existence of that space was something totally unknown even to Eugene. Taking advantage of the moment's proximity, Libercia asks for permission to ask him a question. In that same instant, the girl blushes intensely as she is flooded by various intrusive thoughts, like a strong urge to touch Eugene's muscles or simply hold his hands, while also feeling incredibly embarrassed, thinking she might be annoying him. That's when she gets an idea and asks if he could stay by her side until the long-sleeve season finally arrives. Eugene gets confused, trying to figure out if he understood the request correctly. Libercia calculates that by the time it's time for her to leave the palace, the season will already be at the beginning of winter, a time when all dresses happen to be long-sleeved. Still uncertain, he merely repeats the word, questioning her about the sleeves. She wonders if she ended up being too hasty with her words and tries to mask the act immediately, justifying that she just got a bit carried away because of how insanely handsome he is. She trembles while trying to regain her composure and adds that after the visit to the Duke, Eugene will leave, reinforcing that he shouldn't feel pressured in any way. Since she knows she only has 1 year left to live, she recognizes she acted on impulse. Shuri understands she needs to focus firmly on her main objective, even though she knows she won't give up on winning the young man over. It was a request without thinking, Libercia continued, trying to justify her previous words. Eugene remains completely silent, showing that he is deep in thought over what he just heard, while the young woman is overcome by a profound sense of embarrassment at her own audacity. Breaking the silence, Eugene bows formally before her. "As you wish, my highness." The young man seems to have completely surrendered to the princess's charms. Libercia thanks him immediately, radiant and marveled by his beauty. Although she hadn't expected such a quick positive response, she definitely chalks the moment up as a major victory. Showing her joy, she skips away and grabs the doorknob to Kane's quarters, remembering just in time that the Duke absolutely detests the sound of knocking. However, as she quietly cracks the door open, she stumbles upon an unexpected scene. Her very own doctor is inside, kneeling on the floor, fervently begging Kane for the Trojan fruit. Faced with the desperate plea, Kane merely lets out a cold laugh. Libercia watches the scene intrigued, wondering what on earth the doctor is doing in a place like that. The physician, for his part, apologizes to the Duke for the audacity of his request, but adds firmly that he is acting strictly for the well-being of Her Highness. Behind her, Eugene shows curiosity about what is going on and leans in to peer inside the room as well. The doctor continues his explanation and openly reveals the gravity of the situation, mentioning the disease afflicting the princess, the curse of Raffles. Upon hearing the name of the illness, Eugene turns abruptly, completely blindsided by the revelation, while Libercia loses herself in thought, moved by her doctor's genuine kindness in seeking an alternative to save her. Kane takes the floor and questions the doctor, wanting to know why he believed he would find the Trojan fruit in the Duke's possession. At that exact moment, the young woman feels a sharp jolt in her chest, falling into deep admiration for Kane. She catches herself questioning what that feeling is and why she is enjoying observing the nobleman so much. She reflects on how the Duke is an attractive man, just as much as Eugene, yet possesses a far more mysterious aura, resembling a unique and majestic rose. Libercia feels a literal shiver as she mentally describes him as someone extremely elegant and enigmatic, concluding that he is a clear example of reality outdoing any fiction. With that, the doctor stands up, accidentally blocking the princess's view. He pushes forward with his search and asks directly if Kane possesses at least a single specimen of the fruit. The Duke, however, states he has nothing of what the doctor desires and dryly orders him to leave the premises. Libercia gets startled and backs away from the door immediately, realizing that Kane seems to have noticed a strange presence in the air. At the same time, Eugene grinds his teeth as he glares at the Duke of Erich, who also happens to be his ultimate rival. Meanwhile, Libercia focuses her entire attention on the beauty of both men, turning completely red at the situation. Eugene takes the initiative, steps in front of her, and shuts the door to the room once and for all. She questions him about the reason behind that action, internally fearing she might have crossed the line with her indiscretion. That's when Eugene approaches and gently touches her shoulder. Without warning, he simply sweeps her up into his arms in a decisive manner. The girl freezes, her face just inches from his, wondering why on earth he did that. Showing extreme boldness, she even lightly caresses him. Eugene, maintaining his composure, explains that he noticed she had hurt her ankle during the walkover. Libercia is surprised by the statement, as she hadn't even realized she was injured. The young man reinforces that she can lean on him if the position becomes uncomfortable, leaving her confused, though she is soaking up every single second of the moment. She lowers her head so he won't see her smile with satisfaction, and the two finally leave the vicinity of the Duke's quarters, with Libercia enjoying the situation to the absolute fullest. Eugene breaks the silence to warn her that he won't ask if she's all right, and that he'll also pretend he didn't hear a single thing from that conversation inside. The sunlight outside suddenly turns intense. Libercia partially covers her face to shield herself from the brightness while admiring the smile of the young man carrying her. Faced with so much gentlemanly behavior, she begins to ponder the possibility of extending her stay at the palace for another week, or who knows, maybe abandoning the idea of leaving altogether. She confesses she is truly surprised by his attitude, but notices that Eugene's expression changes, turning somewhat disheartened. Worried, she wonders if she might be too heavy. Libercia comments that since they are close to their destination, she could just walk the rest of the way on her own. However, Eugene insists on carrying her for a few more meters. He asks if she has any other requests to make, and she, trembling and hesitant, answers only that she doesn't. Deep down, Libercia's true desire was to ask him to never leave, but she knows she could never vocalize that. Eugene was always described in the stories as a suspicious man who was reluctant when it came to women, likely expecting her to take advantage of her royal authority over him. Thinking about this, an excellent idea pops into the princess's mind. As the two finally reach their destination, Eugene, showing a slight hesitation in his posture, asks her to answer one final question. "Could you take my hand?" Eugene then sets her down slowly and gently onto the grassy ground and extends his hand toward her, offering support. Libercia, however, goes completely static, standing there stiff as a board in the face of the gesture. Eugene is perplexed by her hesitation and asks if she really isn't going to take his hand. It's at this exact moment that Libercia begins to understand the real reason behind all the suspicion the young man had been showing earlier. She makes sure to clear up the situation right away, explaining that she has no hidden motives with him and that her true desire is to build a sincere friendship with Eugene. The young man is momentarily dazed by the declaration, but finds himself surprised by the honesty shown by the woman. He then grips Libercia's hand firmly and makes a solemn promise, guaranteeing that even in the future, and even if she doesn't ask, he will protect her. The knight emphasizes that, at least as long as he remains at the palace, he will make this his duty. Libercia is completely floored by the declaration and wonders if that was a formal oath. She decides she is definitely not throwing away an opportunity like that and accepts the commitment on the spot, expressing immense gratitude to the young man. He flashes a smile and responds that there is absolutely no need to thank him. After all, acting this way is his own choice. In the presence of that radiant smile, Libercia internally acknowledges that today was a truly difficult day for the stability of her heart. Throughout his entire life, Eugene had grown accustomed to being favored and flattered by the people around him, even if unconsciously. Hearing confessions about other people's romantic feelings was a regular part of his routine, yet quite annoying, since he had never done anything to make those affections blossom in the first place. However, Libercia's expressions were entirely different. He couldn't explain why, but he could feel a genuine truth in her words. He brings to mind their very first meeting, recalling how Libercia had made her complete lack of interest in him crystal clear. The young man tries to find answers to understand why she changed so much during the time she spent by his side. Libercia seemed much more relaxed, perhaps due to the sharp contrast with the arrogant attitude she used to adopt before. Eugene remembers when he questioned her if, from then on, she would send for him every time she wanted to go out, earning a simple and casual yes as a response. That reaction caught him off guard. He realized that her determination seemed sincere and pure, a feeling that could never be born from a wicked heart like the rumors floating around the palace insisted on suggesting. Even so, as a precaution, he chose to keep his guard up. Most people desired him in a carnal way, not giving a single damn about who the real Eugene was beyond his body or his attractive looks. Initially, he thought Libercia would act the exact same way. However, every answer given by the princess frustrated his expectations and biases. When she finally verbalized that she was interested in his companionship and his true self, he understood that she wasn't being driven by mere infatuation or shallow desire. Because of this, all of his worries vanished, leaving him wondering if the rumors had always been false or if the princess had suddenly changed. Of one thing, however, he is absolutely certain: her feelings are strangely pure. Now, he feels that, for the first time in his life, staying on high alert was an unnecessary measure. Although he knew he had never been capable of being just friends with a woman, the idea of building this bond now didn't seem so bad to him. Night falls, and Kane remains in his quarters reflecting deeply on everything the doctor had said earlier. He keeps staring at the half-open door while tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. In his musings, he remembers Raffles, the terrible curse of the soul, and notes that the doctor must be truly desperate for a cure. However, it seems that during the doctor's visit, the exact thing he was trying hardest to avoid happened anyway. Kane remembers seeing Libercia peeking into the room and concludes that she now knows about her own terminal condition, something she was never supposed to find out. He thinks about her behavior and notices that the way she was spying looked nothing like the Ice Princess portrayed in the rumors. It was even possible to notice a smile on her face while she was spying. Kane also recalls how the young woman's expression changed drastically, turning sad upon hearing the doctor's grave words. Unable to concentrate, he stands up and slams his hand against the desk, starting to flip through some papers right after. He reflects that even if Libersha already knew of her tragic fate, it would be very difficult to fake normalcy when death is so close. He ponders for a second if the situation could be reversed, but quickly discards the thought. At that exact moment, Eugene suddenly appears on the scene, questioning if the Duke has no intention of returning. Kane interrupts him and asks who he is. The newcomer formally introduces himself, given that this is their first official meeting. Eugene steps closer and comments that the rumors are real, as it is indeed a difficult task to hold a conversation with Kane. The white-haired young man questions the Duke regarding the doctor, demanding as much information about him as possible. Kane, however, fires back saying that Eugene can look for him himself, since the doctor is part of the palace staff and Eugene resides there too. Kane muses aloud about the strangeness of the situation, pointing out that first came the doctor and now this man shows up, questioning the reason for so much interest. Eugene firmly responds that this search is his duty. After all, he is her knight. Kane thinks he is probably speaking the truth and says that won't be enough while searching for papers on the desk. He grabs a briefcase while thinking that the best way to keep a secret like this would be to accept death itself. But now, it is already spreading through the palace. Eugene grows tense, but Kane calms him down. The doctor had stated that only the necessary people know. However, he does not believe Libersha intends to keep hiding it. Eugene then bows to Kane and takes his leave. Kane sees that Eugene is someone very easy to read in every possible way. Furthermore, the rumors he heard about the knight do not seem to have any foundation. After all, it is completely futile to detest someone based on an image created by gossip. He sees no reason not to help, but worries about the rumors spreading since the princess is ultimately on the verge of death. It all started when a maid mentioned that the princess wanted to stop living, and it got distorted like a game of telephone. Man, they should kick that maid out. And so, like all gossip, practically everything that was said was a lie. They even claimed it is contagious. In the blink of an eye, the rumors spread like wildfire inside the palace. Silently, they consumed the entire place. Meanwhile, Libersha is daydreaming about how good her day was. The poor thing doesn't even know about the wildfire of gossip surrounding her. When she wakes up the next day, her body feels incredibly heavy. Just then, Aaron rushes in, asking if Libersha is feeling well. She says she woke up looking pale and wouldn't stir when they called her name. On top of that, she had fainted several times before. While Libersha is plunged into doubt, Aaron runs off to call the doctor. The doctor enters the princess's bedroom whimpering. Libersha tells him there is no reason for him to demand so much of himself like that. She then asks what happened, believing she was just exhausted and ended up sleeping all day. However, both the doctor and Aaron look very downcast at her words. The doctor then explains that due to a severe shock, her body will not function properly. Shock, Libersha wonders. She thinks to herself that it might be because she saw too many handsome men on the same day. The physician tells her not to exert herself mentally, but there is only one truth. And the truth is that she went into shock after seeing two handsome men. The maid and the doctor stand completely frozen. Aaron even turns bright red, while the doctor tells her there is no need to lie in such a manner. But right then, Eugene appears, stating that it is the truth. He even offers a wink with a smile. While Libersha wonders about the reason for the wink, the doctor remains skeptical. Aaron, on the other hand, looks furious. Regardless, Eugene confirms it, stating that he and the princess were together the previous day. This time, even Libersha freezes. Aaron rushes over and covers Libersha's eyes while the doctor is left speechless. The blonde-haired girl turns completely red, wondering, does he really believe he is helping me? She begins to tremble with embarrassment, making Aaron worry. She sees how genuinely concerned the three of them are, so she must calm them down. Libersha then asks to be left to rest for a bit, for at least a day. She also mentions that Eugene's attractiveness is far too extravagant and that if she suffers another shock, she doesn't know what will happen. The others then leave the room, telling her to rest well. However, Aaron keeps a sharp eye on Eugene. Haha, I like her. The young man bows to the princess, states that he will take his leave, and closes the door. Libuscha is left sitting there blank-faced. Suddenly, she ducks under her blanket. She starts kicking her legs, laughing so hard out of pure nerves and embarrassment that she even begins to cry. As Eugene, Aaron, and the doctor distance themselves from the young woman's room, they hear her energetic laughter inside. Aaron asks Eugene if he is going to leave, to which he replies not yet. She then asks if it is true that he was with the princess the entire day. The two lock eyes in a tense standoff while the doctor fears what might happen right there. Eugene, however, simply smiles. A few days later, Libuscha is tucked away in her bed, thinking about how she spent 2 whole days convincing the doctor to take better care of himself and that searching for a cure wasn't necessary. Perhaps now she can finally be carefree, spending her time eating and sleeping like a cat. Suddenly, she thinks she is hallucinating, believing she heard Eugene's voice nearby. That is when he speaks again, causing her to bolt upright in a massive fright. Why did he come at the end of the afternoon? She wonders. Eugene continues to stare at her while she gives him a blank look. It is then that she notices his gaze has darkened. He remarks that the princess's condition seems to have worsened and turns to call the doctor. She begs him to wait and shows him the medicine bottle prescribed by the doctor, assuring him there is no need to worry. Eugene, however, does not think he can trust that. Feeling awkward, Libuscha thanks him, saying she appreciates him being just as beautiful on the inside as he is on the outside. At this, Eugene is left with a completely blank expression. Libuscha then inquires about what brought him there, and he asks if his visit bothers her. Libuscha explains that she does not want to seem like a burden to him. "A burden? Do you say that because I will be leaving soon?" he asks in return. Hesitant, she confirms it. Libuscha wants Eugene to wrap up his business with Cain and leave the palace before the official story begins. The young man understands and apologizes for bothering her, but Libuscha assures him she is grateful for his visit. In the kitchen, food bubbles away as a delicious aroma spreads throughout the hall. Rinny arrives excitedly, asking Chief Cook Theo about Her Highness's meal. The cook asks what happened to Aaron, since she was always the one who came by. The girl feels frustrated, assuming he thinks she is clumsy. However, that is not the reason. Rumors are circulating that anyone who displeases the princess vanishes. It has reached a point where even the imperial knights are terrified of Libuscha. Rinny, however, recalls already making a few small mistakes around the princess. She remembers stepping on her dress one day, an accident that repeated itself a few days later. Theo is absolutely stunned. He begins to speak, but Rinny cuts in, saying she already knows she needs to be more careful because the princess herself told her so. Theo looks horrified. In Rinny's eyes, though, the rumors are completely blown out of proportion. Ever since her birth, Libuscha had always shown herself to be cold and cruel, yet Rinny has never witnessed what the rumors claim. Despite everything, she was assigned as the princess's maid, and even when she messed up the simplest tasks, Libuscha always showed patience and never got angry. Following this, the gossip began, and Rinny wonders if Libuscha herself even knows about it. She has already shared her thoughts with Aaron, and now knows she should only believe what she sees with her own eyes. Aaron tells Rinny to always give her best for the princess, though that was already her plan. Theo asks what she is talking about, but it is now time to deliver the food. She states that Princess Libuscha truly pleases her and is indeed a good person, whispering to him that he does not need to worry. Theo, however, mentions that he cannot hear her, making Rinny turn bright red. Waving her arms wildly, she changes the subject, telling him to hurry up with the food. Rinny notices that today's food portion looks smaller, but Theo cannot say why since he merely follows the instructions. Rinny concludes that Libuscha must eat very little because she is such a good person, an angel incarnate. Later, Libuscha comments on how hard Rinny has worked. Overjoyed, Rinny says she is entirely at her service. As the maid takes charge of clearing the dishes, Eugene suddenly appears and praises the girl. Eugene continued to visit the palace over the following days, always arriving right when it was time for Libuscha to take her medicine. Aw man, they are so cute. Despite still keeping his distance, he has become much friendlier. A prime example of this is when Libuscha expresses her affection for him. Her jokes about her own beauty aren't very good at all, haha, but he is incredibly handsome, so it doesn't really matter, right? Thanks to him, she didn't get bored during her treatment. He remarks on how the atmosphere in the palace has been improving, perhaps due to the reduction in staff. One only has to look around to see that people no longer feel uncomfortable. Libersha is delighted to hear about this improvement. Perhaps this is her opportunity to rid herself of the unfounded image created by the rumors. If she plays her cards right, this could be a fresh start. Eugene takes the teacup from her hand, and as she looks at him, she turns bright red, concluding that she might end up dying of something else entirely. Eugene then remarks that this change in scenery must be due to a change in the princess herself. Eugene then suggests a renewal of their arrangement. Libersha is stunned, wondering why he wants to stay there and suffer. He replies, "Because my heart was touched." At this, she nearly faints, completely melting. Realizing she let herself get carried away again, she tries to relax and cool her head. She sighs and tries to ask a question, but she ends up stuttering like crazy. Eugene looks downcast, assuming from her reaction that a renewal isn't possible. Instantly, Libersha sees no reason to give a negative answer and expresses how deeply grateful she is for his desire to stay. Well, there was no way she could win against that face of his, right? Libersha then asks if he won't get tired of being bound to her by the oath. He tells her not to place so much importance on it, as it will only be for a single year. Oh, things just got complicated. She had planned to leave the palace in 3 months. Regardless, by order of the emperor, she will have to stay. Will the story change if he remains by her side? She then considers the idea of taking both Emma, the head maid, and her escort, Eugene, with her. Thus, she extends her hand and accepts his new offer of renewal with a bright smile, saying, "Of course, when I heard that you wanted to protect me, I couldn't help but blush." Oh my goodness, how adorable. At that moment, Eugene is stunned to hear Libersha start coughing right after she finishes speaking. He watches as crimson flows down her mouth. Blood. She quickly turns away and tells him it would be best for him to retire for the day. Perplexed and alarmed, Eugene decides to call the doctor, but Libersha refuses. Eugene insists, pointing out that she just coughed up blood. However, Libersha is resolute and commands him to leave. Frustrated, Eugene clenches his fist. Libersha reassures him that this happens regularly and is nothing serious. She asks him to pretend he didn't see anything, insisting everything is fine. Eugene falls silent for a moment. He then asks if she needs anything. She replies that she needs nothing, only for him to take his leave for today. He responds with a cold, simple, yes. Night falls and Libersha curls up under her blankets as a new memory arrives. It is yet another memory from Libersha's childhood. She regrets that she still hasn't been able to hear her voice in these memories, but wishes she could take a photograph of every single one of them. But she saw her run through a wide, grassy field. She didn't make a single childish sound, but she ran like never before. Just like an angel, she thinks. Turning her thoughts back to her plan, she realizes that when she leaves the palace, she will definitely need to bring someone along besides Eugene, though Cain is completely out of the question. She finds him caring, but he is still a duke. Compared to the other characters, the chances of Prince Lavrov killing him are much lower. However, if he ends up falling for Ariel like in the original plot, things could end badly, so she ought to help him avoid that outcome. She just needs to ensure he avoids hearing those words from her. Ariel's words were hardly impressive, but the exact moment he heard them, he fell in love with her. If Libersha prevents that moment from happening, even if he still grows to like her for other traits, his love would be a little less painful this time, and he wouldn't end up losing an arm either. In her room, the princess reflects on the destiny of the characters. She ponders that if she can manage to prevent certain events, Kain's love for the original female protagonist, Ariel, will be a bit less painful, and the crown prince won't be quite so severe with him. She evaluates whether she should bring Harris over to her side. Harris, the leader of an information guild and the third male lead, was a peculiar character who pursued Ariel solely to see her cry. Although he seemed invincible, he ultimately sacrificed his own life for her. The princess concludes that if she can decrease his interactions with Ariel, he will survive. Since Harris is friends with Daniel, Libersha plans to warn him if things get dangerous, imagining herself saying that Harris will die if he keeps meeting with Ariel. Next, she analyzes the situations of Ivian and Jane. Ivian gave up her feelings for the crown prince and her dream of leading a merchant guild for the sake of her friendship with Ariel. Meanwhile, Jane ended up dying from poison in the female protagonist's place. Deeply moved by their tragedies, the princess decides that after saving Jane, she will invite her to leave with her. She throws herself onto the bed excitedly. Since her isolation period ends the very next day, she decides that her first mission will be to help Eugene and Kine become friends. In the palace courtyard, the servants chat and laugh happily, making it evident that the atmosphere in the place has drastically changed. The newly arrived Eugene approaches the palace housekeeper. He apologizes for interrupting her duties and asks if anything noteworthy has happened recently in the residence, explaining that he is asking because he will be taking over his guarding duties that day. The housekeeper replies that nothing has happened. She adds that even if something had occurred, she wouldn't repeat it to others. Smiling, she suggests that since he is now the one in charge of the princess's security, he should observe and draw his own conclusions, expressing her wish that Her Highness is in good hands. Sir Volton walks through the corridors and notices that the housekeeper is extremely loyal and discreet when it comes to her mistress. He approves of her stance, thinking that is exactly how things ought to be. However, he recalls with concern the moment the princess suddenly coughed up blood. When he used his mana to evaluate her condition, he was shocked by the severity of her health. He is impressed by the fact that she acts with such indifference despite the pain being unbearable, suspecting there might be another issue besides the Raffles disease. He feels relieved that she accepted his return and decides to hurry to start working with rocks. Determined to do everything he can to protect the princess, Eugene bursts through the door calling for Rox, but is surprised by a group gathered in the room. Rox greets him with relief, saying he arrived at the perfect time. Sir Volton notices that Kine and Ripley are also in the room and questions what everyone is doing there without an invitation. Rox explains they were just about to call him. Sir Volton asks Kine if he is on vacation from his company, mentally commenting that he didn't even know a work-focused man like him took time off. Sir Volton is suspicious of Kine's intentions, questioning why he would care so much about helping the princess when he barely knows her. He theorizes whether Kine is more meddlesome than he appears, or if he harbors some resentment against the current crown prince. Focusing on the objective, Sir Volton announces that he gathered the group to find a cure for the princess's illness and presents the two options they have so far. The first of these is a suggestion from Kine to mitigate the sickness. Kine explains that he can freely move and use the mana from his own body. Rox and Ripley are impressed, comparing the ability to the holy power used by priests. Eugene analyzes the situation and notes that his own mana possesses a light property, while Kine's is clearly based on dark attributes. He deduces that Kine is proposing a combination of their magic. Kine confirms this, confident that this rare union will create a special synergy capable of finding a solution much faster than they imagined. Meanwhile, in her quarters, the princess laments the fact that she hasn't seen her handsome men for 2 whole days. She complains dramatically that Eugene returned to his duties and questions if nobody needs her anymore. Now that made me laugh. Suddenly, a shout echoes down the corridor. The maids are startled to hear Theo's voice, severely reprimanding the maid Linny for baking cookies late at night, warning her about the risks of a fire in the kitchen. The princess remembers that she had asked Linny to teach her the recipe the night before. Realizing the confusion is her fault, she leaves the room accompanied by another maid, who warns her that the path is clear, but tells her to be careful with the dangerous objects in the kitchen. Theo orders that, from that moment on, someone else take charge of the duties, but the princess interrupts him. She takes the responsibility, confessing that she forced Linny to teach her how to cook last night. She apologizes and begs Theo not to scold the employee, promising to be more careful. Theo is left speechless before the princess. Feeling guilty about the whole situation, the princess decides to take action. Instead of staying locked away waiting, she resolves that she will go out to look for the boys on her own, taking Linny with her. The princess walks hurriedly through the corridors in search of the boys, but she cannot find them anywhere. Suddenly, a voice interrupts her, calling out, "Your Highness." Recognizing Eugene's voice, the princess turns around, only to go into complete shock upon finding him and Kine together. Faced with the simultaneous presence of 2 such handsome men, she begins to stagger, feeling as though she might faint from sheer emotion. Alarmed, the two quickly step forward, and Sir Volton catches her firmly by the shoulders to prevent her fall, begging her to be careful and asking if she is hurt. Still trembling from their charm, the princess assures them she is fine. Trying to regain her composure, she turns to Kyne and asks what he and Sir Volton were doing together, commenting that it was quite difficult to find them. Kyne replies that he is there to help her and asks her to accompany them. As she walks alongside them, the princess finds the situation very bizarre. She recalls that Kyne had previously refused to help her and grows pensive upon noticing that he is blushing slightly while looking away. She remembers him as someone shy in the original story, but begins to think she was wrong about his temperament. Seeing Kyne's awkward expression, the princess internally melts, finding it adorable that even he has a shy side. Next, she focuses on the fact that he used the plural them when asking her to come along. She reflects that in the original version of the book, Kyne and Eugene would never form a partnership, as they were absolute opposites who clashed even without the interference of the crown prince. Seeing the two ignoring their differences to help her makes her wonder if this is just a whim of theirs. To break the silence, she mentions to Kyne that she heard he requested a vacation from work. Kyne confirms the time off and asks if there is an issue. The princess panics internally, remembering that he was supposed to save his first-ever vacation to spend it with Ariel, the original female protagonist, not with her. Disguising her surprise, she simply replies that she never imagined he would do something like that. Noticing her perplexed look, Kyne gives a soft sigh and says he knows very well what a vacation is, asking her not to look at him that way. The princess is unsure whether he is joking or wants her to comfort him. Suddenly, Eugene cannot contain himself and lets out a loud laugh beside them. Annoyed by the laughter, Kyne complains that Eugene is exaggerating. Eugene defends himself by saying Kyne seemed like the type of person who would never take a day off in his life. Seeing the relaxed interaction and playful teasing between the two, the princess smiles with relief, realizing they have already become friends on their own. Joining in on the fun, she reassures Kyne that she didn't mean to offend him and was only teasing. The princess asks what they have been up to all this time, and they reveal they found a way to slow down the progression of her illness. She already expected Eugene's help, but is intrigued by Kyne's attitude. He tells her not to worry, guaranteeing that the medicine they prepared will not cause any side effects. Intrigued, Sir Volton takes the floor and asks Kyne directly why he is offering help to someone he barely knows. Kyne looks at the princess and recalls the day they met, pointing out that although she looked desolate at that moment, she did not display any fear. The princess is left confused, wondering if there was something that should have frightened her. She questions if he is referring to the day she stood paralyzed by his beauty and concludes that, while he is terrifyingly handsome, there was no reason to panic. Kyne continues his line of reasoning and drops a bombshell. He says he thought the princess should consider the possibility of taking the empire's throne. The princess falls into complete internal despair. She imagines the crown prince discovering this conversation and executing her for treason on charges of coveting the throne. Terrified by the thought of being killed, she decides to reject the proposal immediately, making it clear that such a thing is totally out of the question. Taking a firm stance, she declares to Kyne that her only dream is to live a free life, and though she is grateful for their support, she does not wish for the future he mentioned. She reinforces that the rumors about her are true. She has no interest in the throne, nor is she worthy of it. Kyne accepts the answer with a nod of his head, but adds a however. The princess's heart races with anxiety. He explains that, from his perspective, she possesses leadership qualities that far surpass those demonstrated by the current crown prince. Amidst her shock, Kyne concludes by saying that if she lacks the desire, there is nothing to be done, but expresses his wish for her to become powerful enough to keep the crown prince in check. The princess tries to reason if he acted this way in the original book, feeling that something is very wrong. She tries to argue, stating she doesn't plan to stay there for long, but Kyne interrupts her, asking her to consider the idea until then. Seeing his persistence, Eugene intervenes sharply, saying that is enough. The atmosphere in the corridor turns heavy and tense. Realizing he crossed the line, Kine lowers his head, apologizes for being so direct, and asks the princess to forget his words. Relieved to end the subject, she replies that it is fine and hopes the mood has lightened up. The princess suggests they continue on their way, and both agree, following behind her. However, that conversation leaves an absolute certainty in the protagonist's mind. She concludes that Kine deeply despises the crown prince, to the point of exposing his hostility so openly and directly, something he had never done in the book's original story. Man, this is getting more and more interesting. Lacks the desire, there is nothing to be done, but expresses his wish for her to become powerful enough to keep the crown prince in check. The princess tries to reason if he acted this way in the original book, feeling that something is very wrong. She tries to argue, stating she doesn't plan to stay there for long, but Kine interrupts her, asking her to consider the idea until then. Seeing his persistence, Eugene intervenes sharply, saying that is enough. The atmosphere in the corridor turns heavy and tense. Realizing he crossed the line, Kine lowers his head, apologizes for being so direct, and asks the princess to forget his words. Relieved to end the subject, she replies that it is fine and hopes the mood has lightened up. The princess suggests they continue on their way, and both agree, following behind her. However, that conversation leaves an absolute certainty in the protagonist's mind. She concludes that Kine deeply despises the crown prince, to the point of exposing his hostility so openly and directly, something he had never done in the book's original story. Man, this is getting more and more interesting. Upon entering the medicine room, the princess, Sir Volton, and Kine find a stranger along with Rox. The man formally introduces himself as Ripley, Rox's colleague, and a professional herbalist. The princess replies that the pleasure is all hers to meet him. Ripley hands over a large quantity of medicine and mentions he will store it in a bag to make transportation easier. He then begins a lengthy, academic explanation, but in the middle of it, Libercia ends up coughing up blood again. Suddenly, another rush of memories floods her mind right then and there. She panics upon remembering that this is already the third day of the cycle. Feeling the impact, she staggers, but is caught by Eugene. She thanks him for his quick assistance. Trying to brush off what happened, the princess assures everyone she is fine and asks Ripley to continue his explanation. Ripley and Rox begin to whisper to each other, deeply impressed by her posture. Later, Libercia finally manages to access the new memory. She gets thrilled to hear the voice of the original Libercia as a child, at 6 years old. In the memory, the little girl asks Emma about a package that has just arrived. Emma explains that it is a gift delivered to celebrate the princess's birthday. Delighted by how cute little Libercia is, the protagonist reads the card attached to the gift, which wishes her a happy 6th birthday and is signed by Dante Vannis. The young woman recognizes the surname Vannis as belonging to the maternal side of the princess's family. She recalls that after Lysian Vannis's death, Libercia had lost all contact with her mother's relatives, concluding that they still maintained communication when she was little. In the memory, Libercia happily asks Emma to bring some paper so she can write a reply. The protagonist is deeply moved to see the child's face light up, but laments knowing that this joy will change drastically in the future. She knows the day will come when Libercia will cough up blood and discover her own illness. Although she acknowledges that receiving this memory will be painful, she decides she won't feel sorry for her, as she knows the true Libercia would reject any kind of pity. Instead of mourning her fate, she decides to focus on making the most of every moment to love the character and appreciate everything she received by taking over that body. Shifting the focus of her thoughts, she assesses that the relationship between Kine and Eugene has improved considerably compared to the original book. She decides the moment is perfect to try and solve Kine's personal issues. That marks the 18th day since her arrival. She plans to meet with Kine more often to help him be happy, only hoping that he gives up on the idea of making her take the throne. On a day with pleasant weather, Sir Volton walks through the gardens, thinking about inviting the princess for a stroll. Right at that moment, she appears and greets him with a good morning, suggesting a morning walk. He readily accepts the invitation. The princess suggests they visit the royal library. Sir Volton agrees and comments that they should take the opportunity to drag out a certain someone who is locked up inside. Once at the entrance of the royal library, the princess teases Sir Volton, asking if he doesn't feel grateful to have her as his master for securing the entry pass. With a smirk, he fires back saying she doesn't need to brag over a simple permission. The princess notices he is much friendlier and decides to ignore his cheeky tone, amused by his personality. They begin to walk through the corridors and rows of books looking for Kine. Since they don't see him anywhere, the princess wonders if he might have returned to his office, though she finds it unlikely since he is on leave. Suddenly, she spots him hidden away in an isolated corner. Seeing Kine totally absorbed in his reading, the princess is struck by his beauty. Sir Volton asks what's wrong, but she signals for him to be quiet. Sensing a feeling of déjà vu from the situation, she begins to back away slowly. Eugene grabs her arm and questions where she is going, reminding her that she was specifically looking for the Duke. The princess whispers back, saying he looks very busy and it's best not to disturb him. She justifies that the purpose of a vacation is to do whatever one wants, and that it would be horrible to interfere, though what she truly wants is to preserve the image of him looking like an angel while reading. Eugene just glares at her suspiciously. He notices Kine's relaxed countenance and comments that he has never acted like this before, especially in the original story. The princess feels happy to note that Kine is distancing himself from his tragic fate and gets ready to resume her walk with Sir Volton. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts them. They turn around in surprise and find themselves face to face with Kine himself. Kine reveals that he noticed the princess and Sir Volton's presence in the library when they were backing away. Libercia explains that she wanted to invite him for a stroll because of the beautiful weather and apologizes in case they disturbed him. Kine gets flustered and blushes at her reasoning, assuring her that they didn't disturb him at all. The princess takes the opportunity to officially invite him to join her and Eugene on their walk, insisting that he make the most of his vacation. Kine politely accepts. During the walk, the princess suggests that Kine sit down to rest, but he refuses, believing it would be disrespectful to her. Even so, he remains fully vigilant, which brings a profound sense of security to the protagonist. The princess comments on how beautiful the world is, and Eugene makes a joke about her poetic tone. She recalls that in the original story, Eugene found Kine's protective behavior to be rather sinister and maintained a fierce rivalry with him. Now, however, Eugene simply seems amused by the situation. Back in her quarters, the princess praises Kine to Eugene, saying he is a very good man. Sir Volton remarks that Her Highness is the only person in the palace who thinks so and calls her strange, but the princess defends herself, saying she is just being sincere. Around the palace, serious rumors concerning the princess are running rampant, including lies that she is on the verge of death or that she has been banished by the emperor. However, due to the secrecy and loyalty of her staff, none of this gossip manages to make its way past her bedroom doors. Irene serves hot tea to the princess, deeply worried about the sheer amount of cruel gossip spreading on the outside. She desperately hopes her mistress won't find out about any of it, while wondering if she is just overthinking things. Lying in bed, the princess reflects aloud that the world is so beautiful it feels like a dream she never wants to wake up from. Upon hearing this, Irene and Linny fall into a total panic, thinking the princess might be preparing to pass away. Linny breaks into tears and begs the princess not to carry such a heavy burden all by herself. Completely failing to understand the maid's dramatic reaction, the princess simply thinks about what a wonderful day she had alongside two gorgeous men and laments not having any souvenir photos. To make up for it, she decides she will start keeping a diary to leave a record of her experiences. A desperate Linny reports to the housekeeper, Emma, that the princess spoke of leaving something behind and suddenly decided to start a diary, crying heavily as she recounts the situation. Emma panics as well, suspecting that the rumors of her passing might actually be true and that the princess wants to leave a trace of her existence before she dies. She notes that ever since Libercia grew closer to the maids, she has become deeply cherished by everyone there. Wanting to help in any way they can, the palace staff decide to mobilize and provide the finest notebook and writing materials so she can write in her diary with the absolute utmost comfort. The princess receives the 7th memory of the original Libertia, which shows the princess at 7 years old as a very studious girl. Unable to sleep, she decides to walk through the gardens at night, realizing that over a month has already passed since her arrival in this new world. She feels frustrated that she still hasn't managed to leave the main palace to find the other characters on her list, seeing as the elderly court physician made a massive scene and strictly forbade her from going outside due to her health. As she walks among the foliage, she spots Kine amidst the greenery, who offers a bow. Realizing he is incredibly shy and won't initiate a conversation on his own, the princess takes the initiative, approaching him with a warm smile and wishing him a good evening. In the original book, Kine was a workaholic who rarely went out. He met Ariel by pure chance when he went to deliver a report, and she was crying over a tiny paper cut, a scene the protagonist found ridiculous at the time. She reflects that Kine has always been a serious and innocent man, carrying a melancholic expression because he is, in reality, a half-vampire. She laments that he suffered such a grim fate in the original work and criticizes the author's cruelty toward someone so handsome. Thinking about his sensitive temperament, she worries about the possibility of the crown prince intimidating him once again. Standing before him in the garden, she tells him that above all else, she wishes for him to avoid getting hurt or dying, thinking that seeing a beauty like his harmed would break her heart. All of this, of course, while imagining him shirtless. A bit cheeky, aren't we? Confused, Kine says he didn't quite understand her comment. The princess covers up her embarrassment and lies, claiming she was just thinking out loud, wishing for him to always remain healthy and handsome to brighten her days. Kine accepts her reasoning and asks if he may tell her an old story. With her consent, he narrates the life of an unwanted child who was born and raised in isolation, without friends or any form of human warmth. He continues, saying that one day, this child managed to make a friend and tasted the joy of having someone close by. However, that so-called friend demanded his flesh, his blood, and his heart in return. The child willingly accepted because he considered him his only companion, only to discover much later that he had merely been used by him. Kine asks the princess for her opinion on how the story ended. Failing to grasp the hidden meaning behind the question, she decides to give a standard, straightforward answer. She states that the child should have run away immediately before they could steal anything else from him, arguing that a true friend would never demand such sacrifices. Impressed by her conviction, Kine addresses her as Your Highness. He gives a solemn bow and announces that the following day, he and Sir Volton will accompany her, guaranteeing that everything will go exactly according to her wishes and that no one else will get hurt. The princess doesn't quite understand the solemn vow, but assumes it is a display of loyalty due to her abilities as a sword master. Thus, she bids him good night, eagerly looking forward to the next day. The next day, Rox finally gives in and grants Libertia permission to go outside, after being firmly pressured by both Eugene and Kine. Rox hands over his final recommendations and asks her to walk slowly, without any rush. The princess thanks him and, thoroughly thrilled, sees this as the perfect opportunity to interact more closely with Kine and Eugene. The princess confirms that the two will accompany her and calls for the housekeeper, Emma, asking her to prepare 2 sets of casual clothes. Upon seeing the young men dressed in more casual attire, she completely swoons over their striking beauty. Eugene comments that they only managed to secure the permission from Rox because the Duke insisted and begged him extensively the day before. Kine looks completely flustered by the revelation. Looking over at Kine, the princess notices he is offering a very shy, restrained smile. She goes into total ecstasy over the beautiful sight, finding his expression absolutely adorable and wonderful. Enchanted by Kine's smile, Libertia gains total determination to resolve his personal issues immediately, fully convinced that he has finally opened his heart to her. Kine recalls the pain of being isolated due to his vampire blood and how much he hated himself for feeling weak when seeking affection, channeling that vulnerability into hatred for Lavrov. Initially, He intended to use Princess Libercia merely as a pawn in his plans for revenge. However, everything changed when he saw the reflection of his late mother in the princess's eyes. Libercia was entirely unpredictable. He realizes that her warm nature captivated him, while her melancholy smiles caused a tightening in his chest. He remembers the previous night, when he overheard her lamenting how time was passing too quickly without her being able to leave the palace, making him realize that beneath her apparent cheerfulness lay profound suffering. Kyne remembers that the princess wanted to visit Blanchette Square, an idea Rox and Ripley rejected, believing the market was far too bustling and dangerous for her frail health. Since Sir Volton was the only one to energetically defend her, sparking an argument, Kyne decided to intervene and approach the princess directly during the dead of night. Kyne recalls when the princess begged him not to get hurt or die. The request caught him completely off guard, since he had never been physically harmed and no one had ever cared about his well-being. Feeling deeply touched yet simultaneously frightened by such proximity, he reacted on impulse and revealed his tragic past in an attempt to push her away. He reflects on the response he received from her, that a true friend does not demand sacrifices and that the child in the story should have run away. This direct perspective caused Kyne to stop blaming himself. Comforted by the princess's words, which quieted his self-reproach, he makes a personal commitment to protect her and remain by her side for as long as she lives. The next morning, Libercia wakes up early, determined to take action to prevent Kyne's tragic fate. She reveals that she chose the early hours of dawn because it is the period when she usually vomits blood due to her illness. Since her memories never surface at daybreak, this is the safest time to move around without interruption. She walks through the courtyard, knowing the Duke usually trains there. The princess finally locates Kyne in the courtyard. Surprised to see her alone, he questions her presence, and she covers it up by saying she didn't expect to run into him. Demonstrating his care, Kyne steps closer and places his own cloak over the princess's shoulders to protect her from the cold wind, a gesture that leaves her completely enchanted. Oh, my goodness, how sweet. When questioned about the reason for being awake so early, she makes up a story about having a nightmare and being unable to fall back asleep. When she returns the question, Kyne reveals he was training. The princess celebrates the success of her plan in her thoughts, preparing to guide the dialogue based on the information she possesses from the original book. Kyne clarifies that he was training his mind, not his body. The princess questions whether the mind truly strengthens through training, and he hesitates, unsure of how to answer. Enchanted by the Duke's voice, the protagonist decides to use her knowledge of the book to strike the right chord and bring peace to his heart. She ponders that the mind cannot be measured or seen, and asks if there is something specific troubling him to require that kind of effort. Kyne confesses that there is, but downplays it, saying it isn't important enough to worry her. The princess responds sweetly that if something is weighing heavily on his thoughts, he should simply rest. The protagonist draws a parallel to the original story, remembering that Ariel told Kyne exactly that to rest, but only because she found physical training exhausting. However, the book revealed that this simple display of care was the greatest comfort Kyne ever received in a life marked by loss. Looking at the Duke, the princess states with conviction that she had always wanted to say those words to him. So cute. The princess repeats that Kyne ought to rest, asserting that she has always wanted to say those words to him. Kyne counters that she knows absolutely nothing about him. She accepts the point, but steps closer and touches the Duke's cheek, pondering that knowing someone and understanding someone are not always the same thing. Internally, the young woman melts over Kyne's melancholy expression, comparing him to a puppy in the rain and checking her urge to caress him even more. Even though she has to stand on her tiptoes due to his height, she feels she has fulfilled her fan fantasy. Saying her goodbyes to return to her quarters because of the cold, she celebrates the success of her mission. Now that she has given Kyne this affection, he will no longer react to the exact same phrase in the future, as if Ariel were his sole savior. Left alone, Kyne is intrigued. He reflects that not even the Emperor knows his anguish, yet the princess acted and smiled as if she knew exactly what he was going through. He realizes that those words penetrated deep into his heart precisely because they were spoken by her. Hidden among the branches, Eugene watches the scene and lets out an ironic chuckle. He reveals in his thoughts that he was guarding the princess's safety in secret because she seemed to want to be alone. Eugene recalls that he tried to alert her by shouting for her to wait when he saw her head toward the Duke in the dead of night, but she was so distracted that she ended up not hearing his call. Eugene walks up to Kine and confronts him. Kine asks if he was spying, and Eugene replies that it doesn't matter. He points out that the Duke was so focused on the conversation that he failed to notice how frail the princess looked, far beyond a simple nightmare. Next, Eugene asks if Kine has heard the recent palace rumors that Her Highness is on the brink of death, leaving the Duke shocked. Connecting the dots, Kine recalls the princess's melancholy questions about whether the mind grows stronger through pain. He realizes that she was able to understand him so well because she was already accustomed to her own suffering. Overcome with guilt for being a fool and not realizing the gravity of the situation sooner, he understands that her state of health is much more serious than they had imagined. Later at the palace, Linny excitedly displays various options of commoner clothing for the outing and suggests one that would suit the princess. Proud of the compliment to Libercia's beauty, the protagonist asks the maid to choose the best outfit, praising Linny's good taste. The princess focuses on the preparations to meet Evian, counting on the support of Emma and Irene. Emma questions the reason for so many changes, and the princess replies calmly that it is useless to keep holding onto those things. She explains in her thoughts that she asked for help to sell off the princess's personal properties, including her fashion salons. She justifies the decision knowing that, although Libercia's salons are currently popular among the noblewomen of the capital, Ariel will soon discover a hidden salon in an alley that will become the empire's next big trend, bankrupting the princess's businesses. Determined to convert everything into hard cash while there is still time, Libercia plans to amass an even greater fortune to give to Evian, convinced that there is no better way to build a strong bond of friendship than by offering financial support. I'm loving how Libercia is changing things up. I wonder how Ariel and Lavrov will end up in the end. The princess asserts to Emma and Irene that it is useless to keep holding onto her belongings. Interpreting her words as a sign that she is getting rid of everything because she is going to die, the maids are left deeply shaken. Libercia tries to calm them down. Today is a very important day, and she gets dressed in commoner clothing for the secret outing. Upon leaving the room, she encounters Kine and Eugene wearing casual clothes and is absolutely beaming with joy to be going out with the two of them. She says goodbye to Linny, expressing her regret for not being able to bring her along and promising to include her next time. On the way to the city, the princess recalls the events of the original book. She remembers that Ariel was pure, naive, and cried easily. In a single day, she managed to catch the attention of secret guilds and win over Jane and Evian without doing a single thing. Libercia mocks the simplicity of the original plot, but is relieved that she won't have to look very far to find the person she wants. Upon arriving at Blanchett Square, Eugene asks the princess to stay close. She heads toward a commercial establishment to submit the documents and sell off her fashion salons. Once there, the notary is dozing off. She then slams the folder onto the desk and coldly demands that the payment for the sale be made in hard cash and jewels, and quickly. The man is left intimidated and tense, wondering if she is a high-ranking royal servant and if this transaction is dangerous. The princess thinks to herself that she must not act with kindness in these bureaucratic situations to ensure everything goes smoothly. The man hesitates and asks if she is the legitimate owner of those establishments. The princess slides her finger along and displays the imperial signet ring, confirming that she is. Recognizing the royal jewelry, the notary rushes to speed up the process immediately. But before he leaves, Libercia asks if he knows of a place called the Black Cave. After concluding the transaction, the princess returns outside where Kine and Eugene were waiting for her. Eugene asks worriedly if everything went well, or if anyone gave her a dirty look or mentioned any rumors. She is left thoughtful, aware that Libercia was always surrounded by gossip, and not knowing which specific rumor he is referring to. Eugene decides to change the subject and invites her to continue with their stroll. Faced with the noisy and lively bustle of the market, Kine gently asks if there is a specific place she would like to visit. Charmed by his courtesy, the princess asks that, for that day, instead of calling her Your Highness, the two of them start calling her Lisha. Kine hesitates for a moment, but gives in and addresses her by the nickname Lisha. Libisha suffers a heart attack of pure infatuation. Right after, Eugene repeats the nickname and asks where they are heading next. Completely on cloud nine, with the beauty and charm of the two young men by her side, the princess tries to control herself internally to avoid having another nosebleed from so much excitement. She announces that she wants to go to a place called the Moonlight Garden. Eugene notices how pale she looks and suggests returning another day. Kine, worried, asks if she is referring to a bar. The princess insists, saying that she is perfectly fine as long as she is with the two of them. Once settled at a noisy table inside the tavern, the princess observes the lively atmosphere and the clinking of glasses. Kine asks the reason why she wanted to visit a place like that. Since she read the book, she knows the drinks there are delicious, so she makes up an excuse that she simply wanted to try them. Examining the options, she decides to order a small glass of the most popular drink, the Moonlight Liquor, just to have a taste and avoid the risk of getting drunk, despite her internal desire to try everything on the menu. Eugene and Kine comment that although the commoners do not recognize Her Highness, it is dangerous to let her place the order alone. They notice her enthusiasm since this is her first time out in the open, but they recall that the amount of blood the princess has been coughing up has increased significantly lately. They agree to speak quietly to keep her from overhearing the rumors going around about her. Left alone for a moment, the protagonist delights in the sweet and bitter scent of the alcohol. Suddenly, Eugene fixes her hood, warning her that it is slipping, and pulls it forward playfully, which greatly amuses Libisha. Taking advantage of the moment of closeness, Eugene suggests that she start calling him simply by his first name, Eugene. Right after, Kine also mentions that, if she agrees, he would like her to call him by his first name as well. Deeply touched and crying with emotion on the inside, she accepts and thanks them. As a child, the original Libisha was never allowed to mingle with others, make friends, or have desires of her own. The sound of men talking at the bar breaks the mood. A man spreads a rumor that the evil bitch of a princess is dying and coughing up blood, and that she is allegedly trying to commit suicide after having gone mad. He claims to have heard the information directly from Annie, who is part of the royal medical staff. The man begins to celebrate boisterously, saying she would be doing everyone a favor if she just hurried up and went to her grave. Outraged by the insults against his precious Libisha, Eugene loses control, lunges at the man, and starts a bar fight, causing people to cry out for the guards. All of this happens while Kine gently strokes our dear princess's face. Wow, I absolutely loved that. Kine notices how late it is getting, and while the battered man begs for help, suggests to the protagonist that they head back. I actually laughed here, haha. She peacefully agrees, while Eugene tosses the slanderer aside. From afar, a man named Harris observes the scene and notes with great interest the presence of Princess Libisha, accompanied by Sir Volton and Duke Eirik. He smiles maliciously upon seeing that, even after hearing others wish for her death, the princess keeps smiling as if nothing had happened. Harris expresses a sadistic desire to make her cry, but he is interrupted by a certain someone who questions him for trespassing on his private space and asks if he has a death wish. Harris tries to act friendly, but the other man rejects the approach, warning that Harris looks like a pervert who enjoys seeing others cry and reminds him that he has a habit of killing people whenever he secures a romantic match. The man denies the accusation, saying he has never had a romantic match and would never waste time falling in love with a target. He coldly concludes that there is little reason to love someone who is already dying. Back on their way, Libisha reflects. Kine had covered her ears during the commotion at the tavern, but she discovered that Eugene had gotten into a one-sided fight against the men bad-mouthing her at the bar. Far from being frightened, she found Eugene's fury and appearance extremely attractive and hot. Geez, Libisha, is there anything else on your mind? She confesses to herself that she isn't upset by the insults she heard, because seeing Eugene get angry on her behalf and having the two of them by her side makes her immensely happy. However, Eugene's absolute silence since they left the bar begins to make her anxious, fearing she might have done something to offend him. She decides to ask if she said something wrong. Eugene looks at her and, addressing her as Princess Libercia, demands to know why she didn't simply get angry at the offenses those men uttered. Libercia replies indifferently that she had no reason to get angry, as the incident was of little importance. Eugene fires back, saying that those men's words were extremely insulting toward her. Internally, the protagonist ponders that she loves Libercia, but recognizes that she was a true villain in the original story. Even though she herself, in her current life, hasn't committed any of those misdeeds, she prefers not to invalidate the past of the body's original owner. Therefore, despite not liking to hear such insults, she cannot bring herself to get angry, as she does not want to disdain the life the original Libercia lived. Libercia already knows that the rumors will never disappear anyway. She pouts and says that if she were to pay attention to every single piece of gossip, she would end up fainting from a lack of energy, and that she doesn't want to waste the little time she has to enjoy her life as a fan. Eugene refuses to accept this, asserting that she only says that to try to convince herself, but she insists that she is genuinely happy. Faced with his denial, she begins to think that Eugene is drunk and emotional because of the alcohol, finding the situation a true rarity. Ah, how cute. Eugene shifts the focus and drops the fact that she isn't taking the painkillers Rox prescribed her. She justifies herself mentally, saying that she doesn't feel any pain at all. Anguished, Eugene demands to know why she never takes an insult as an affront and acts as if she deserves to be treated that way, asking how she can torment herself so much. Seeing his despair, Libercia concludes that Eugene's alcohol tolerance is extremely low and panics, deciding never to let him drink again. Eugene approaches tremblingly and asks how she can smile like that knowing she is going to die soon. Kine intervenes sternly and tells him to stop it. Confessing that he cannot bear to watch her go through this, Eugene breaks down in tears and gives the protagonist a tight hug, causing her to let out a gasp of surprise. Libercia turns completely red, ha ha ha. While trying to calm herself down in the embrace, she is dazzled by Eugene's cologne, feeling like she is in heaven upon noticing that she is touching his toned abs. She begins to feel dizzy with her heart racing, thinking that her heart is going to stop right then and there, and that Dr. Rox lied about the symptoms of the illness. She practices asking him to end the hug once they get home, but she cannot manage to say anything out loud. Eugene begins to regain his sobriety and, embarrassed, releases the hug. He apologizes for daring to speak to her that way and for holding her so tightly, saying he deserves the death penalty for it. Libercia grabs his collar and thanks him deeply for all the affection and concern. Right after, she gets dizzy looking at Eugene's chest and her heart rate spikes. To avoid further embarrassment after such an intense moment, she decides the best thing to do is to fake a faint. She stumbles and loses consciousness in Eugene's arms, who falls into a panic and screams for her highness. Suddenly, Kine notices something approaching Eugene and Libercia's direction. A stone cloaked in magic. He quickly draws his sword and deflects the blow with his magic, protecting his princess. Kine then spots a mysterious man in the shadows of a house just ahead. It is Harris, who looks disappointed to have missed the target. Later on, Libercia speaks with Rox. She requests that the doctor prescribe her a moderate-strength stimulant that can be taken periodically. She explains that she lost consciousness again the previous day, and that, since the fainting spells are becoming more frequent, she cannot continue like this. Rox warns that her highness must not force herself to stay awake. He explains that with her body growing weaker and weaker, fainting is merely a defense mechanism to protect her. Libercia says she has an excellent reason for needing to stay awake. She confesses to the doctor that the day before, she committed an inexcusable act and ended up becoming a burden. That is when Eugene bursts into the room. She berates herself for having drunk so much, remembering that her initial intention was only to fake a faint, but she ended up actually blacking out and forcing Eugene to carry her back. Feeling like a terrible friend, even though she enjoyed it, you naughty girl. She apologizes. Eugene kneels and demands to know why she views herself as a burden. Faced with his gaze, she begins to confess her mistakes, mentioning that she dragged him around, forced him to drink, and made him listen to insults about her. Deeply moved, Eugene begs her not to act this way and asserts that she should not forgive him so easily. Seeing Eugene cry, the protagonist melts over his beauty, but forces herself to stay focused so she won't black out again. She reaches out, wipes away Eugene's tears, and affectionately asks him to stop crying, assuring him that everything will be all right. She smiles and comforts Eugene, saying that her feelings for him will not change. While she celebrates his looks internally, we journey into Eugene's reflections. He recalls the rules of the free knights, who lose their title the day their liege dies. Eugene admits he never liked wielding swords or considered himself a knight, but upon starting to serve the princess, he wished to see her smile and wanted to remain by her side, initially out of pity. Eugene accepts the strong bond of friendship that unites them and decides to take a step forward. With the protagonist fast asleep in bed, he makes a solemn oath in silence, promising to serve Libuscha Ram Trial as his lady and master, acting as her sword and shield until the end of his days and placing her above his own heart and life. From afar, Kine questions the use of making a vow to someone who is asleep. Eugene smiles and replies that if Her Highness knew, she would certainly stop him. Eugene shares his own impressions, admitting that at first, he thought the princess was cold, though not as much as the cruel rumors claimed. He recalls that everyone viewed Libuscha as someone without remorse, a vessel made of ice that refused to hold any emotion. However, everything changed the day she took the initiative to approach him, revealing herself to be a warm person. He confesses that he was blinded by society's gossip and expresses gratitude for the princess's existence. Her Highness never gets deeply involved with anyone. He recalls that her first approach was entirely devoid of romantic intentions, comparing it to a field of flowers in spring, which made him even more enchanted by someone with no ulterior motives. However, Eugene assumes he noticed later on the clear line she drew between them, understanding the boundaries he should not cross. Understanding that the princess never had anyone to truly defend her, Eugene states that his desire was to be that person by her side. He asks Kine not to tell her about the oath for now, as he knows her personality and knows she would start to worry. Amused, Kine agrees to keep the secret, thanking him afterward. Elsewhere, Daniel warns Harris not to sully the princess, alerting him that although the Vanuses seem indifferent, they are paying close attention to her. Irritated, Harris says he doesn't care about that and tells Daniel to shut up. Daniel insists he is merely worried that his ally will end up getting hurt. Harris fires back at the provocation with mockery and smiles maliciously as he thinks about the oath of the knight Eugene, finding that the situation is becoming more and more interesting. Well, we've reached the end of the chapters. For now. And there, do you want the continuation? So leave a like and a comment with a cookie. Until next time, my dears. The 8th birthday of Libuscha. In the memory, the little princess appeared sitting in silence, counting her few presents. A quill pen she had received on her 6th birthday and a thick book received on her 7th. There was also a closed box from her 8th year that she hesitated to open. When asked by her servant if something was wrong, the girl turned thoughtfully. Little Libuscha justified that she felt better without opening the package, showing a fear that the feeling of anticipation would disappear after seeing the contents. The protagonist becomes emotional and cries at the melancholy of the princess's childhood, trying to hug the little Libuscha. Until she wakes up. She wipes the blood from her mouth and feels happy, even wishing she could see more of little Libuscha. She recalls that the doctor, Rox, refused to give her stimulants, administering sedatives that knocked her out immediately. Aware that she cleaned up all the bloodstains and that she needs to avoid running into Eugene for a while to spare him from worry, she decides it is time to go to Blanche Square. Her plans include stopping by a tavern and collecting the money from the sale of the salons, which, according to Emma, were an absolute sales success. Libuscha plans to meet with Ivian as soon as she gets the funds. She recalls that, in the original story, Ivian was a peculiar character who remained friends with the heroine despite being in love with the crown prince, in addition to harboring a deep hatred for Libuscha. Despite this, she reassures herself, thinking that the current course of events is different from the original book. In the square, Linny excitedly calls the protagonist, using the codename Lisha, to look at the attractions. Linny is a young girl from a noble family who lost her relatives in an accident during her childhood and became a servant at the palace very early on. which explains her enthusiasm and lack of knowledge about the outside world. The two approach a curious crowd, where a merchant is performing a demonstration with a magical powder. The man condenses the magical powder in the air with theatrical movements. Observing closely, Libersha realizes that the trick is nothing more than making cotton candy. Finding the whole spectacle comical for a simple sweet, but unable to resist the appetizing look of the treat, she invites Linny to eat together. Libersha now appears exhausted from getting too carried away during the stroll. Eugene observes her with a guilty and downcast countenance, taking responsibility for her fatigue and promising to ask Rox to prepare a strengthening tonic. This is while he is carrying her, of course. The princess reflects that Eugene's overprotective behavior has gone overboard in recent days. In addition to the excess of medicine, she has been served extremely high-calorie meals to recover her strength. Unable to eat everything by herself, she asked for Linny's help, who now complains tearfully about having gained weight, even though Libersha tells her she looks quite cute. That is when the protagonist recovers Libersha's ninth memory. At 9 years old, the princess appeared much more mature, though her cold expression already gave the first glimpses of the future villain. Even so, the memory showed a pure girl who loved to study and make origami animals. The limitation of her hobbies due to isolation leaves the protagonist sad for not having been there to support her. Emma enters the room and delivers a special diary requested earlier. She explains that the object features a touch recognition system that identifies only the rightful owner, guaranteeing absolute secrecy for its functions. Emma adds that the diary is lightweight yet rigid enough to deliver a physical blow against attackers, should it need to be used for self-defense. The protagonist smiles as she imagines its practical utility against Crown Prince Lavrov. Haha. Emma adopts a serious posture and declares that, in her personal opinion, Her Highness is a genuinely good person and that nothing will change that. Touched by the words, the princess blushes with embarrassment and replies that Emma is also fantastic, considering her as part of her family. Emma thanks her for the kindness and reaffirms her commitment to always be by her side for whatever she needs. The protagonist tests the special diary she received from Emma. Upon pressing the designated spot for owner recognition, she experiences a sudden sensation, as if someone had poured cold water over her head. The diary boasts numerous protective features, including tracking spells, waterproofing, and 3 defensive barriers. Furthermore, if anyone else attempts to open it, the object displays fake pages. Once the entire notebook is filled, the owner can summon the spirit of the diary, a creature resembling an elemental fairy, which possesses the ability to preserve the user's memories in case of an emergency. Excited, she names the notebook My Happy Fan Diary and decides to write in it secretly during the night. Man, I need a diary like that. While writing, Libersha ends up falling asleep. Taking advantage of this, Harris slips into her room, watching over her as she sleeps. The princess enters a new dream about Libersha's past. This time, she witnesses the princess's 10th birthday, where she receives a puppy as a gift sent by her maternal family, the only connections she possessed with the outside world. The protagonist melts at the cuteness of the scene, remembering that the original Libersha studied extensively just to understand the use and meaning of the gifts she received. However, someone abruptly appears, harshly questioning who gave permission for that dog to be there. The protagonist does not recognize that person. It isn't Emma, but she is very rude. In spite of everything, little Libersha decides to name the animal Lisha. She comments that, although no one calls her by that name, it is extremely precious to her, and for that reason, she would give it to the puppy. Everything becomes blurry, and the princess wakes up coughing, realizing she is in the palace's medicine room, deducing that she fainted once again due to the heavy impact of the recovered memory. She cannot remember properly. In the background, she overhears a serious medical conversation. Rox explains to Kine that the princess's symptoms are due to a fissure in her soul, rather than a mental shock. He reveals that Raphaelis is a disease of the soul, and that Libersha is suffering the worst possible side effects. Rox concludes devastatingly that the pains will worsen and that she will not live for more than 2 years. Since the protagonist knows her soul swapped places with the true princess's, She understands that the tragic diagnosis does not apply directly to her in a real physical sense, but the situation hurts her deeply. The voice of little Libercia naming the dog keeps echoing in the protagonist's mind. Feeling a massive sense of helplessness for not being able to change the princess's painful past or hug her, she begins to cry in silence. Outside the door, Kine says it is best they leave to grant privacy to their liege. The princess reflects, with irony and sadness, that they have no idea of the real reason behind her tears. Upon opening her eyes, she notices the presence of a mysterious young blonde man in her room, whose radiant beauty resembles that of an angel. She recalls that he had already appeared by surprise in her quarters once before, startling her so much that it caused her to faint. When questioned about his identity, the young man calmly replies that he is an angel. Although she finds his audacity comical, his presence comforts her. Unable to control her own impulses in front of the young man's beauty, the protagonist brings her hand close to his face. Since he does not draw back, she feels a bit perverted, but takes advantage of the moment anyway. The young man asks if she will stop crying, and deciding to play along with his game, she smiles and replies that she is fine now because she has just found an angel. The young man reacts in a cold and distant manner, making the atmosphere heavy and leaving her internally regretting getting so carried away. Next, he flashes an intriguing smile and asks if she wants to leave with him. The proposal makes her heart race, and she almost catches fire with excitement. Suddenly, Eugene bursts into the room shouting for Her Highness. Faced with the interruption, the young man quickly retreats toward the window. Eugene draws his sword and demands to know the intruder's identity, but the young man simply smiles, reveals that his name is Harris, and asks her not to forget him, calling her Leisha. He promises they will see each other at the next opportunity and vanishes. In shock, the protagonist realizes too late that he is the Harris from the original story. Kine approaches and asks if the princess is all right, informing her that Sir Volton has already initiated a pursuit of the intruder. Libercia thanks Kine for the support, but reflects in silence that Eugene will hardly be able to capture him, since Harris was infamous for being extremely slippery in the book. She excuses herself from those present to rest alone. The protagonist recalls Harris's profile. He was the master of shadows and described as a complete lunatic in the original work. Despite possessing the face of an angel, he found pleasure in seeing people cry, which was why he pursued the original protagonist, Ariel, sometimes helping her, sometimes making her cry just to appreciate her beauty in those moments. Eventually, he also fell in love with Ariel and met a tragic end, sacrificing his own life to save her. She recalls the melancholy scene of Harris's death in the book, where he coughed up blood and confessed that he only wanted to see her cry for him just once, while Ariel wept desperately, crying out for the crown prince. Finding the outcome unfair and painful for such a striking character, Libercia vows to herself that this time she will change his destiny to save him. In another scene, Harris appears thoughtful in his hideout, replaying in his mind the smile and the tear-stained face of Princess Libercia. He recalls the moment she called him an angel and assumes that the scent of the tears on her trembling hands fascinated him, awakening a desire to watch her all day long. Harris's moment of reflection is abruptly interrupted by a subordinate who enters complaining that he looked for him all day and that there is a mountain of accumulated work to resolve. Irritated, Harris tells him to shut his mouth and orders him to investigate everything about Princess Libercia. Surprised, the subordinate questions if it was love at first sight. With a threatening glare, Harris demands the slightest details about her, except for matters related to her bedroom, to prevent the spy from being discovered. The subordinate reluctantly accepts the task. Aware that Harris is now interested in her, the protagonist sees this as a good opportunity to get close and save him. To avoid throwing any more fainting spells in front of such beauty, she decides to focus her energy on a hobby, renewing her companion's wardrobe. She asks Eugene what his favorite color is. He replies that he likes white. She plans an elegant and clean look for him, matching his beautiful silver hair and highlighting his striking lips. Eugene comments shyly that he was always told only extravagant clothes suited him, finding the style suggested by her refreshing. Next, the protagonist turns to Kine and suggests an opposite concept, a sophisticated look with dark tones and blacks. She invites them to go shopping, and Kine accepts without resistance. She finds his awkward reaction extremely cute. Furthermore, she discovers that Kine requested an extension of his vacation to help Eugene with her security after the intruder's appearance, which leaves her happy to spend more time with the two of them. During the stroll through the local shops, the princess has a lot of fun choosing elegant clothes and accessories for Kine and Eugene. While analyzing the options in a fabric store, she hears a familiar voice greet her from behind. Upon turning around, she is completely shocked to come face to face with Harris once again in broad daylight. Upon coming face to face with Harris in the fabric store, Libersha blurts out his name by impulse, but quickly tries to fix it by calling him Mr. Angel. Eugene and Kine snap into high alert and question where she got that nickname from. She explains that the young man himself had introduced himself as an angel the night before. Eugene is shocked. In her thoughts, she begs Eugene to understand that neither of them is quite right in the head. Aloud, she asks how Harris found her there, and he responds mockingly that, because he is an angel, he knows everything. Eugene and Kine do not seem to like that very much, haha. Harris approaches and invites Libersha to play with him, promising it will be fun. With that, Harris tries on a cloak, which Libersha thinks looks absolutely horrible. As expected, the tension rises and Harris enters a verbal clash with Eugene and Kine, who demand that he reveal his true identity and stay away from her. Thinking that the boys are fighting over her, which leaves her secretly flattered, yet terrified of fainting from the intense emotion, the protagonist steps in and suggests that they all go shopping together to calm things down. Harris accepts the invitation and joins the group for the shopping marathon. The protagonist recalls that, in the original work, the heroine Ariel was always very cautious and wary of him. Looking at his current outfit, she understands why. Harris's sense of fashion is a total disaster. Bothered by his pretentious and nonsensical style, her pride as a fan takes over. She grabs several elegant pieces from the racks and commands him to try on the new options. Stepping out of the dressing room in the clothes she selected, Harris appears with an impeccable and sophisticated look. The protagonist claps enthusiastically and praises the transformation, feeling like she has achieved inner peace. Slightly flustered, Harris asks if she is really going to buy those pieces for him, and she generously confirms. Entering a full-on shopping spree, the protagonist points at the racks and announces she is taking practically everything in the store, finding it wonderful to spend the funds she brought from the palace. She tries to pile more gifts onto Kine, who gets bashful at the sheer amount and tries to refuse, but she begs him to accept her affection. Meanwhile, Kine observes the scene, puzzled as to why the princess is being so attentive and generous with someone as suspicious as Harris. He then looks at a piece of jewelry in a small box, a gift from Libersha to him. He is very grateful for all the presents. Libersha is overjoyed by this. Noticing her joy in gifting everyone, Eugene tries to refuse yet another item, but gives in upon seeing the sad, puppy dog eyes she makes at him. Next, Harris questions why she is buying so many things for others and absolutely nothing for herself. Libersha stands frozen for a moment, only realizing just now that it is true. Despite this, she flashes a beautiful smile and replies that she doesn't need material goods, thinking to herself that having their company and presence by her side is already more than enough. Harris, however, acts completely contrary and simply walks away. Libersha does not understand what happened, but calls Eugene and Kine to continue their shopping. The scene shifts to a busy city street. A woman in a rush bumps into pedestrians and drops her belongings on the ground. A young man complains that this is turning out to be the worst day of his life and walks away, stepping right on the woman's dress. Wow, how oblivious. In the background, citizens comment on a recent, bizarre job posting, mocking that no one in their right mind would accept that position. The mysterious woman gets up, gathers her things, and thinks to herself that even a cruel woman needs people working for her. Vivian, unlike other noble girls her age, always had a great interest in administration and finance. However, after the birth of her younger brother, the family's official heir, Vivian was forbidden from continuing her studies. Without giving up, she used the excuse of helping with her brother's education to keep learning in secret. Upon discovering that her parents were planning an arranged marriage behind her back, Vivian ran away from home with nothing and survived by taking shelter at friends' houses, until she managed to land a job as a maid in the royal palace. One day, while helping the other maids correct an error in an accounting book, pointing out that the quantity of wine bottles and the prices did not match, Vivian caught the crown prince's attention. Impressed by her talent, he hired her as his private secretary. Vivian ended up falling in love with the prince for recognizing her worth, but her feelings were never reciprocated. Following the heir's marriage to the young Ariel, Vivian resigned and moved to the countryside, disappearing forever. The current protagonist, who reincarnated into Libercia's body, reflects on this sad ending. Knowing that the original plot is about to begin, and that Vivian must currently be hopping from house to house among friends, Libercia decides to act to change her destiny. To attract the talented young woman, Libercia mapped out a perfect trap. She ordered Emma to publish a job opening with the worst possible conditions and a practically non-existent salary. She knows that no one in their right mind would accept the position unless they were in a state of extreme desperation, exactly like Vivian. Libercia's intention is to bring her to her side and give her total freedom to manage her business, ensuring that everyone in the palace, including the faithful Emma, has a wealthy and comfortable old age. While laughing to herself, imagining the plan's success, she hugs Emma and promises that the staff member will never have to worry about money again. Libercia celebrates the fact that things are going well, remembering that the memories from when the original owner of the body was 13 were extremely peaceful. With less than 2 months left before the official plot begins, her next goal is to tame Harris. That's when the man himself shows up at the window like a cat, and he seems a bit disappointed to see that she is always smiling when he appears. Libercia comments that she finds him a very interesting person, but the moment is suddenly interrupted. Kyne walks into the room, notices Harris there, and doesn't quite like what he sees. Libercia chats affectionately with Kyne, while Harris ends up being left aside. The green-eyed youth addresses Libercia as you, which causes deep displeasure in Kyne. He demands that Harris address the princess properly. The two begin to bicker like a couple of primary school kids, and Libercia cannot hold back her laughter. Harris immediately grows interested, thinking she is crying, but gets disappointed upon seeing her smile. What a strange guy. Disappointed that he can't make her cry or even kill her. Kyne concludes that Harris is a dangerous presence and decides that, for now, the best option is to strike him down once and for all. Kyne uses his magic and creates a sword of darkness, hurling it at Harris. The boy, however, dodges all the attacks with ease. He then decides to leave and says goodbye to Libercia, calling her Leisha, and vanishes in the blink of an eye, promising to return when she is alone. Following the intruder's departure, Kyne warns that Harris is dangerous. The princess thanks him for his concern and apologizes for making him spend his days off to protect her, though he ends up being quite grateful for it anyway. With a tender look, he replies that he is happy with the situation, as it allows him to spend much more time by her side. Aw, how cute. The wait was a little longer than expected, but Libercia recognizes that it was all worth it when Emma sends her 5 selected candidates for the final interview. To her satisfaction, Vivian is in the group. However, when Libercia questions them about their reason for applying for the position, the atmosphere grows heavy. The princess inquires if they haven't heard the terrible rumors circulating about her. The candidates, however, remain silent. Libercia sighs, noticing that although her reputation has improved slightly, the collective fear of her figure remains the same. Vivian takes the initiative. She confesses that she didn't think she would make it here alive, given Libercia's reputation for being as cruel as ice. However, upon looking at the princess up close, Vivian sees no hatred or disgust in her gaze, feeling an unexpected wave of relief. She then explains that her hesitation stems from being a woman, since the position of imperial secretary is usually reserved for men. Libercia reprimands her for her questioning tone, but Vivian defends herself by saying this has everything to do with her application. She held on to the hope that the princess would feel more comfortable being served by someone of the same sex, though she feared being discarded due to general prejudice. Impressed by the young woman's courage, Libercia praises her honesty, which shocks her. Next, she asks what Vivian thinks about the court gossip. The candidate replies that she doesn't care about rumors regarding strangers and that, if she gets to know the person, she prefers to judge for herself instead of listening to third parties. Satisfied with the young woman's assertive and perceptive posture, Libercia dismisses the other contestants. As they leave, the other candidates mumble, frustrated by the peculiar style of the interview, but Evian is filled with hope. For her, who was sidelined by her family in favor of her brother and almost forced into an unhappy marriage, this opportunity at court is her last and greatest chance to change her life. Upon being officially hired, Evian gets emotional and promises to work herself to death, only to be promptly stopped by the princess, who humorously asks her to work at a normal pace instead. Libercia presents the one-year co-executive business contract and reveals her future plans. She intends to step down and leave Evian in full command of the company, as she plans to leave the place soon. Charmed by her new boss's transparency, Evian reads the terms, but turns pale and hesitates upon analyzing the financial clauses. Later, Evian reappears before Libercia after thoroughly reading the contract, protesting that the terms are absurdly unfair, yet unfair to the princess herself, as the benefits and amounts are excessively generous and entirely in Evian's favor. Libercia brushes it off, takes the paper back, and argues that the payment is fair given all the heavy lifting Evian will be doing in her stead. Touched by such grand generosity, the new administrator accepts the deal, burning with pure determination, and promises to bring the best possible results before running off to get to work. I like her. Following Evian's departure, Libercia prepares to access the 14th memory of her body's original owner. In the memory, a 14-year-old little Libercia observes the gifts received on her birthday. Emma shows her a perfect miniature replica of the princess's palace. Upon discovering that the object is actually a luxurious doghouse, the young Libercia adopts a cold and bitter expression. She orders Emma to give the doghouse to someone else and to get rid of Licia as well. The protagonist awakens from the vision in shock and deeply intrigued, completely unable to understand the reasons behind so much bitterness in the former Libercia's childhood. Libercia then analyzes the dark content of the birthday note she saw in the memory. Congratulations on surviving this year, too. She concludes that the message was far from an affectionate wish, sounding short and deeply disturbing. Despite the unsettling tone, she comforts herself for having recovered yet another piece of the past. Having passed 42 days since her arrival in this world, Libercia decides that the time has finally come to act to save an important character. The character in question is Jane. In the original story, Jane became Ariel's personal maid after being saved by the heroine from a group of wrongdoers. Her original trajectory was tragic. After a terrible fire, she ended up separated from her twin brothers, and throughout the book, she missed encounters with them by mere millimeters several times due to a burn scar on her face that made her unrecognizable. To make matters worse, Jane ended up dying tragically by mistakenly drinking the bitter poison that the villainous Libercia had prepared for Ariel. Knowing that the twins became disciples of the assassin guild leader, and that an arson fire is predicted to happen in the city a month from now, Libercia decides to intervene before tragedy destroys the family. While walking through the city, Libercia comes across a frightened young woman who begs for her life before the princess. Upon hearing them call her Jane, the princess confirms the young woman's identity. Jane cries desperately, trembling and begging for mercy as she reports that she has younger brothers who will starve to death without her. However, Libercia notices an inconsistency, since the girl mentions 3 brothers instead of 2. Eugene tries to remove the girl from there, but Libercia stops him and reaches out her hand to her, caressing her face and telling her not to cry. Libercia asks the boys' ages, joking that she likes to behave like a fairy godmother. Upon hearing Jane's stomach rumble with hunger, she decides to give her something to eat and only meet her brothers afterward. While they watch the boys running and playing in the distance, Kine approaches Libercia. He questions the true reason she is doing all of this for strangers, pointing out that the princess acts far too altruistically while neglecting herself. Libercia counters with a calm smile, reaffirming that she does all of this solely for her own personal satisfaction. Jane returns and Libercia apologizes for the delay, handing over the documentation for a new property in the young woman's name. The princess announces that she bought the house for them and will act as the family's financial patron for a year, allowing Jane and her brothers to live with dignity, doing what they like. She requests that her identity be kept an absolute secret, but Jane notices the imperial seal engraved on the papers and is left in shock upon hearing her benefactor officially introduce herself as Princess Libercia Ram Trial. The noblewoman asks the girl not to worry and to just enjoy the chance to be happy alongside her family. Jane cries and refuses to accept a gift of such immense value without giving anything in return. In an impulse of gratitude, she kneels down and begs to become Libercia's servant, swearing absolute loyalty. Libercia tries to stop her, thinking that the young woman cannot retrace the same tragic path of servitude from the original novel, especially since she herself intends to flee from there in a few weeks to save her own skin. Thus, she says her time is short, comforting the young woman and asking her to just rest and live well. Jane tries to continue, but Eugene makes a sign for silence, so she will just accept it. And at that exact moment, Kyne turns to the side, left completely perplexed by what he had just heard from Libercia. Libercia says goodbye to Jane and her younger brothers, receiving warm thanks and cheerful waves from the children. Relieved to have changed the course of events, the protagonist reflects on the plot of the original book. She understands that, in the novel, Jane had only gotten involved with the heroine Ariel out of sheer desperation to get food for her family. However, the girl's youngest brother ended up dying of malnutrition even before the central events of the plot began. Proud and moved that her own intervention prevented this fatality and guaranteed the family's integrity, Libercia feels capable of overcoming any obstacle from then on. Man, this warmed my heart. However, Eugene interrupts her thoughts, recalling that Libercia promised to support the siblings for only 1 year and questions the reason for such a short time frame, pointing out that the princess's tone makes it sound like she will no longer be around after that period. Libercia tries to soften the situation. She confesses that upon discovering her illness, her initial plan was to run away immediately. The revelation deeply shakes the young men, and Harris, adopting a mature and tense expression that catches the protagonist by surprise, demands to know where she intends to go and calls her an idiot for thinking of abandoning them like that. Faced with the shock and commotion of her protectors, Libercia tries to calm their racing hearts and changes the subject. She explains that she decided to postpone her departure for a year, complying with a direct request from the emperor, and insists that they should not keep dwelling on the matter. Looking into their eyes, she confesses that her only wish is for everyone to be able to smile and say a friendly goodbye when the final moment arrives. "I don't accept this. Libercia, you have to become the queen. I need to see you as queen." Kyne recalls that his initial plan was to use her as a political pawn, but now he realizes how much Libercia's presence and the warmth of her friendship have transformed him. Feeling pushed away, he deeply regrets that the princess never shares her pain with them. Meanwhile, the following morning, Jane's brothers wake up amazed and dazzled by the comfort of their new home, finding it hard to believe they aren't living a dream. Jane watches them tenderly and recalls the immense difficulties they faced in the past, when they had to resort to petty theft and cheating on the streets just to avoid starving to death. She remembers the exact moment she tried to pickpocket Libercia's coin purse on the street, judging that such a wealthy, well-dressed noblewoman would never miss a bit of loose change. However, the plan failed when Kyne intervened. At that moment, Libercia acted with absolute benevolence. She held back Kyne and Eugene, wiped away Jane's tears, and instead of punishing her, gave her family housing, support, and a new perspective on life. When she went inside the house, she noticed that the princess had left a coin purse behind during the visit and ran out in a hurry to try and return it before she drove away. Upon spotting the royal carriage from afar, Jane ended up overhearing Libercia's conversation and the princess's declaration about her illness and her decision to leave in a year. Jane is left in complete shock and her heart sinks. She lets her tears fall as she realizes Libercia's tragic fate. In the middle of the night, Harris, Eugene, and Kyne converse in one of the palace corridors. Harris comments that Libercia is acting very differently from the past and points out that he has seen dozens of people on the brink of death before, but the princess is a unique case. Intrigued, Kyne questions the reason for such a statement, to which the young man explains that she possesses no attachment to the world. While most dying people fall into despair and envy the lives of others, Libersha acts like someone completely ready to die at any moment without leaving a trace, and it is for this reason that he cannot understand how to make her cry. Kine grits his teeth upon hearing that. Harris concludes that the dark rumors surrounding the palace are well-founded and confesses that he finds the princess a fascinating woman from whom it is impossible to look away. Later, the young man sneaks into the princess's quarters while she is fast asleep. He reflects on his own aversion to getting involved in complex plots, but as he observes her face, he notices tears streaming from her closed eyes. Harris touches Libersha's face, wipes away one of the drops, and tastes it, noting its salty flavor. With a tender look, he whispers to himself that he won't be able to bear seeing her cry in the future, and mentally asks her to hold on tight for a little longer. The next morning, Libersha has a bizarre and absurd dream, triggered by her own hidden desires. In her nocturnal delirium, she saw herself surrounded by Eugene and Kine in very sensual ways. Meanwhile, the Mr. Angel, Harris, brushed his rivals aside with his charm, claiming to be the best. However, he is contradicted by the protagonist herself, who says that number one is Libersha, not him. Haha, I liked that. To top off the madness, little Jane appeared transformed into a jealous puppy that fiercely lunged at Eugene to defend her from his seductive advances. Whoa. Libersha wakes up by falling out of bed. It looks like she tossed and turned a lot, right? The princess deeply regrets that it was all just a dream. Naughty girl. Sitting at the table, the princess asks Emma if there is any machine or tool in that world capable of capturing an exact moment in an image. Emma questions if she wishes to freeze time, and Libersha confirms it, explaining with a melancholy expression that she thinks it's a shame she cannot keep physical memories of the people she loves to help her endure during difficult times. Seeing that Emma turned pale with worry over her employer's tone of farewell, Libersha changes the subject and focuses on her routine. Linny, Irene, and even the new employee Ivian are completely buried in work. She feels bored from not seeing their pretty faces for 2 days and decides to occupy her time investigating her highest priority at the moment: gathering information about Daniel to avoid being killed by the crown prince in the future. Libersha looks for Kine in his quarters but cannot find him. Searching through shelves filled with interesting books, she finds an extremely old, worn-out, and dust-covered book titled The 10 Wonders of the Continent. As she flips through the pages, she notices that only 9 of them are explained in detail, with the 10th being dedicated to Raphalis, the mysterious and little-known disease of the soul. Continuing her reading, Libersha comes across a record about an artificial spirit, something she herself possesses through her magical diary. To her absolute astonishment, the pages reveal that the nation responsible for creating these artificial spirits was the fallen kingdom of Robin. Daniel's kingdom. This is getting more and more interesting, huh? Libersha closes the book, impacted by the discovery that Robin, Daniel's homeland, was the kingdom responsible for creating the artificial spirits. Knowing that this is a crucial clue, she decides to take her reading to her room, and on the way, her mouth begins to water at the thought of ordering a sweet treat to accompany her studies. That is when Eugene, Harris, and Kine arrive right there. Libersha celebrates their reunion after a 2-day absence. However, the sudden sight of so many dazzling figures together causes a beauty overdose in her mind. Feeling her immunity against other people's charm fail drastically, the princess faints on the floor. Ah, damn, I hate it when we get a beauty overdose from others. Kine recalls that, initially, he calculated every step and viewed Libersha merely as a perfect political pawn, regardless of her personality or fragility. Even after she refused his implicit suggestion to ascend the throne, he chose to remain by her side to observe her, viewing his presence as an act of charity for someone who had always lived isolated and helpless at court, without feeling any guilt or caring about others' difficulties. He himself did not know how to define whether what he felt was romance, sympathy, or friendship. However, the memories of the princess's recent revelation change everything. Recalling Libersha's words about her illness and her plan to leave in a year, Kine feels a deep pain and the uncomfortable sensation of being abandoned. He realizes that, At some point along the way, the young woman stopped being a pawn and became someone for whom he nurtures sincere and deep feelings. Anguished and with a heavy heart, he perceives the harsh reality. They weren't the ones choosing to stay by her side. It was Libercia who accepted remaining with them. Kine grows desperate, unable to understand why she hides her pain and does not share the burden of her suffering with the group. Meanwhile, the truth spreads through the palace corridors. None of the staff members knew the true severity of the situation, judging that their employer was just a bit fragile. However, upon hearing Jane's account of what she overheard on the street, the shock is universal. Emma collapses to the floor, trembling and in tears, upon hearing the confirmation that the princess is a carrier of the terrible Rafali's disease. Jane cries and recounts the painful request the princess had made the previous day, when she sought a way to capture and eternalize her precious memories before leaving. In the background, Daniel observes the commotion in silence, remembering having seen Libercia crying during her sleep the night before. Emma tries to find out what is happening to her princess, as she thought she was just a little sick, but now Rock states that Libercia has Rafali's. Emma's legs give out in the despair of losing her princess. She speaks about the princess not wanting to leave her memories behind. The young men fall into deep sadness. Harris tries to question why she simply didn't speak about what was happening, but stops, remembering that she was crying while sleeping. Eugene asks Rox why Libercia has not woken up yet. The doctor explains with sorrow that the progression of Rafali's is completely unstable and unpredictable, warning that the group needs to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Emma grabs Rox by the collar amidst her tears, demanding that he fulfill his duty and do the impossible to save her, refusing to accept that it is too late. Beside the bed, Harris observes the princess's sleeping face and enters a whirlwind of anguish. He admits to himself that the only reason he endured the monotony of the court was Libercia's vibrant presence and her welcoming smiles. The young man recalls Daniel's past warnings about the dangers of getting attached to the villainess and confesses his regret for not listening to the advice, consumed by the dread of never seeing the sparkle in the princess's purple eyes again. Kine confronts the doctor, Rox, and demands that he immediately reveal what the group can do to bring Libercia back and explain the hidden origin of all that suffering. My expectations only grow with this manhwa. What a delight. Libercia awakens in an ethereal setting after fainting in the palace, realizing that her syncope was caused by an excess of beauty upon seeing her friends again. Noticing the mystical aura around her, she perceives that she is in the spiritual plane of memories. Spotting the silhouette of the original Villainess from behind, the protagonist runs and shouts Libercia's name excitedly. Enchanted by the grace and elegance that the figure exudes even from afar, determined to play a prank to surprise her. The reception, however, is cold and cutting. The original Libercia turns her face away and complains about the inevitable reunion. Faced with the protagonist's excitement, the Villainess's soul demands that she change her posture and wipe the smile off her face. The former owner of the body dictates an important rule. She orders that, the next time she needs to communicate, the protagonist must not shout or cry her name, and instead simply whisper in her ear within the memory space. Happy with the revelation, the protagonist promises not to be annoying and takes advantage of the Villainess's generosity to ask a crucial question. She questions whether she will be able to remain permanently in that body once all the memories are recovered. Inquiring also about what will happen to the original soul, the former Libercia's countenance becomes melancholy and nostalgic. Before she can give any answer, her figure begins to dissipate, causing the protagonist to wake up abruptly in her royal bed, frustrated at being left without clarification, but relieved to know that that was not their final meeting. Libercia encounters Irene, who displays an exhausted physiognomy and a hoarse voice. Relieved, the maid shouts for Emma to announce that the princess has finally woken up. Emma runs in and, in a panic, warns that she will fetch Dr. Rox, ignoring her employer's protests that everything is fine. Immediately after, the other allies enter the quarters. Libercia becomes confused by the tense atmosphere, and the taciturn look of Harris, who shows deep dark circles under his eyes. Concerned about the aesthetics of their beautiful faces, the princess despairs internally and begins to scold the young men, saying that sleepless nights will ruin their perfect skin and health. Rox approaches to examine the patient under the group's orders. Trying to calm the waters, Libercia asks Linny and Irene to wipe away their tears, justifying that losing a whole day of sleep because of a fever is not a big deal. It is then that Irene corrects her and reveals the truth. The princess had been unconscious for 3 whole days. She adds that even the emperor expressed concern upon receiving the report about his daughter's state of unconsciousness. The mention of the sovereign's interest causes Libercia's alert signal to go off, viewing her father's attention as a dangerous death flag that will draw the crown prince's wrath against her. Noticing the silence in the room and the expressions of Eugene and Harris, who are not even fighting as usual, Libercia's nervousness increases. Feeling the need to sort out her thoughts, Libercia clutches the sheets and politely asks to be left alone for a moment to think. Libercia tries to maintain her optimism in the face of the complicated situation, rationalizing that it is normal for the emperor to show some public concern for a princess's health. She asks Emma to prepare her clothes for the meeting with the sovereign, confident that the crown prince will think the same way. She calms down, remembering that she has already given up any right to the throne, and that, if there are problems, the best thing to do is face them head-on. Since the meeting with the villainess's soul in her dream prevented the recovery of traditional memories, this time, the princess is unsure whether she should just ignore what happened or try to question her again in the future. Noticing the hesitation and the apprehensive countenances of Emma and her maids, Libercia asks what is wrong. The staff express concern about seeing their mistress being summoned by the emperor so soon, after waking up from a 3-day coma. Touched by their affection, the princess gently pats their heads and reassures them that she is feeling perfectly well. Soon after, her knights and protectors appear there. Feeling secure, Libercia reassures the maids that she is not weak and will return shortly, proud that she is no longer alone. Libercia walks through the corridors, flanked by Eugene, Harris, and Daniel. She points out that only she was summoned and questions whether it is a good idea for the young men to accompany her, but Eugene and Kine counter, claiming they need to be nearby in case she collapses again. Libercia is internally amused by the sudden complicity among the three and notices that her nervousness has decreased, though she becomes confused when the knights move ahead of her in an imposing manner. Man, she is already a queen, look at that. 3 knights protecting her, haha, this is so good. Upon arriving, they see a large crowd in the palace hall, generating whispers and surprised comments about the princess's new posture and elegance. Thinking they are just curious people wanting to see the famous Villainess, Libercia mentally brags about her entourage of gorgeous men. Eugene and Harris smirk, proud to see the court finally recognize the princess's value. Kine observes the scene with his usual mystery, which makes Libercia shrug, but appreciate his beauty just the same. Upon reaching the door of the imperial hall, the princess says goodbye to the group to enter alone, knowing she has a great challenge ahead of her. Outside, Eugene and Harris begin to whisper. Eugene advises the young man, saying that being honest is the best way to be loved, but Harris gets annoyed and demands that he speak more clearly. Kine interjects in the conversation to mock Harris, pointing out that, despite the young man being quick to gather information, he manages to be extremely dense when the subject involves feelings. Furious at feeling played for a fool by the 2 older men, Harris complains about their audacity, while his rivals hold back their laughter. Inside the hall, Libercia bows before the throne. The emperor receives her with a very gentle tone of voice and asks her to sit down. Intrigued by her father's change of posture, she accepts the seat while he mentions having been informed about his daughter's fainting spell. Libercia downplays what happened, comparing the 3-day coma to a mere longer nap. When the monarch asks if she still maintains her desire to leave the palace, Libercia confirms it, reinforcing that she yearns for this above all else and secretly hoping that the emperor realizes she is harmless and makes the crown prince forget her existence once and for all. The sovereign asks if she is indeed satisfied with this arrangement. Faced with Libercia's affirmative answer, the emperor says that the crown prince has been asking about her and that her brother knew perfectly well that the princess had spent 3 days unconscious, showing sincere concern for her state of health. Oh, damn, this is not good. The news hits Libercia's mind like a bombshell. Desperate and in a panic, Libercia views the dangerous brother's sudden interest as the worst possible scenario. Tricky Emperor. The emperor explains that he passed on his daughter's request to abdicate and leave the palace to the heir. Libercia is left not knowing whether to laugh or cry at the situation. Noticing the princess's visible discomfort and stuttering upon the announcement that her brother will visit her soon, the monarch ends the audience and asks her to go rest. Stumbling and frightened, Libercia leaves the imperial hall, trying to process the imminent danger. Since the main plot has not yet started and the heroine Ariel has not even appeared, she concludes that the crown prince has always watched her closely and maintained a much greater caution than he let on. The sovereign recalls the moment when Lavrov questioned him directly about Libercia. As he is the heir, the son of the only woman the emperor truly loved, he could not refuse the request, revealing everything about the princess's abdication plans, except for her fatal illness. Faced with this, Lavrov requested a personal meeting to ascertain his sister's intentions. In hindsight, the emperor fears he was imprudent to expose his daughter to the palace power games. This emperor is dumb as hell, my god, what a dumb guy. Believing that Lavrov is not cruel to the weak, the emperor orders the crown prince to be summoned to instruct him to act with total caution and moderation, given the princess's fragility. Meanwhile, Libercia falls into despair upon discovering that her knights must also participate in the meeting by imperial order, with the intention of softening the atmosphere. The princess panics at the possibility of her beloved allies ending up killed by the maniac. Oh, come on, Libercia. Eugene, Kine, and Harris aren't weaklings. Lavrov only managed to defeat them because he drew up cowardly plans. Although she tries to imagine an ideal scenario where her brother notices her change and everything is resolved peacefully, the fear of being seen as an enemy and being executed dominates her. In a total crisis, Libercia begins to vomit blood. Eugene quickly sends for rocks. Libercia collapses right then and there, having another fainting spell. Deciding that the best thing is simply not to wake up to avoid the confrontation. Oh, Libercia, such a scaredy cat. As she closes her eyes, the protagonist's mind is transported back to the ethereal space of memories. There, she finds the original Libercia floating in a melancholy state, with a lifeless look that recalls her isolated childhood. The protagonist runs toward the villainess's soul and begs for help, exclaiming in despair that the crown prince is going to kill her due to his paranoia and obsession. She is going to end up in the same place as before, with the original Libercia there. The villainess's soul observes her coldly and calmly questions why she is so afraid of him, pointing out that the heir is just more cautious than he appears. Faced with the protagonist's uncontrollable panic about the future murders from the book, the original Libercia lets out a sigh and announces that she will block access to the memories for a while, allowing her to see everything at once in the future. The original Libercia says that her current despair could lead her to a dangerous mental state. Thus, the villainess's soul says goodbye and warns that she will not return, even if they shout for her, instructing the protagonist to call her only when she recovers all the remaining memories. Man, I even got goosebumps here. This is awesome as hell. After the original Libercia blocks access to the memories for an indefinite time, warning that she will only return when all remaining recollections are recovered, the protagonist wakes up back to reality. Feeling like she is back at square one, she reflects on the accumulation of obligations. She has not been able to meet with Daniel yet and still needs to look after the protection of Jane's family. To dismiss the crown prince's paranoia once and for all, Libercia decides to personally show that she is harmless. She concludes that showing obvious fear would only make him more suspicious, and that his palace would be a location far too dangerous for a direct confrontation. Seeking a public and crowded environment, she decides to use the social circle to her advantage. The perfect opportunity arises with Lavrov's birthday ball, an event that the Libercia from the original book would never attend, but which now becomes the stage for her political move. In her room, the maids finalize the preparations for the princess, who spared no effort on her production for the event. Moved by their mistress's stunning look, the staff weep with admiration. "Man, I think I'm in love." They, however, show hesitation and awkwardness toward a specific accessory chosen by Libercia. Although they understand that the item matches the look, they warn that wearing it to a ball is inappropriate. Libercia insists, explaining that the adornment is a crucial tool to dispel her brother's suspicions and make her intentions clear to the entire aristocracy. Confident that this is the fastest way to prove herself harmless and protect her allies, she says goodbye to the maids amid wishes of good luck. In the ballroom, the nobles whisper and spread malicious gossip, claiming that the princess has completely lost her mind and that she was seen running barefoot through the city at night, branding her as a stain on the imperial family. The aristocrats criticize Libercia's delay for the heir's celebration, mocking that she must be busy with some new insanity. On the throne, Prince Lavrov converses with a trusted advisor. The ally comments on the strong rumors that Libercia has officially abdicated the line of succession, suggesting that she no longer represents a threat. Lavrov states that any drastic change brings side effects and demands vigilance. He mentions having heard from a maid that the princess has become a docile and open person, finding the information bizarre. Although Libercia never mistreated the servants in the past, she was never described as gentle. Furthermore, he remains mindful of the fact that she is surrounded by figures of great power and political influence. When the advisor asks if the prince believes his sister desires the throne, Lavrov denies it. He explains that he does not care who the next emperor will be, but makes his possessive side clear. He will never allow Libercia to covet that which belongs solely to him. Questioned about his next actions, the heir admits he has not yet made a decision. The doors of the hall swing open, and the master of ceremonies formally announces the arrival of Princess Libercia Ramtrial. The princess's entrance shocks those present and leaves Lavrov stunned, as he did not expect one thing. Libercia walks through the hall toward the throne where Lavrov is, flaunting her stunning floral dress. But the crucial detail is on her face. She is wearing a funeral veil. Although the use of funeral attire is strictly prohibited at birthday celebrations in the empire, tradition dictates that, outside a context of mourning, the accessory carries another meaning. Lavrov interrupts his sister's initial greetings and stares at the adornment, perfectly understanding Libercia's message. The funeral veil is the ultimate symbol of surrender and a sign of defeat in the games for the throne. By paying her respects using the veil, an explicit symbol of defeat, she publicly admits that the crown prince is her suzerain. This swift and calculated maneuver is the only way out she can find in a short time to disarm Lavrov's suspicions. Lavrov sees in that submission the perfect opportunity to subjugate the princess and the Villainess family, overcoming his only political weakness: the fact that his mother possessed no noble status. Suspicious that the gesture hides a trap, he questions her on whether the birthday gift demands something in return, mocking internally that he will use her as brief entertainment before killing her. Behind the scenes, an assassin from the guild awaits only his signal to take the princess's life. Lavrov is convinced that everything in the palace belongs to him and that his sister's valuable gift is nothing more than a cheap distraction. However, the princess's response takes him by surprise. With extreme humility, she states that she desires nothing more than to live in peace. As a last favor, she asks His Highness to start treating her as if she simply did not exist, shocking the prince with her detachment from the dispute for the throne. The princess's audacity and apparent change provoke a turnaround in Lavrov's mind. Considering submission a small price for such a grand gift, he temporarily accepts the terms and orders her to withdraw. While planning to wrench the truth from his sister's entrails and humiliate her slowly before the end, the prince summons his subordinate Gile, ordering them to call off the immediate attack so they can watch her steps closely. The princess's departure leaves the guards and servants in an uproar, whispering about the drastic change in Her Highness's behavior. In the hall, the accumulated tension results in a small accident when glassware shatters on the floor, forcing those present to back away in a hurry while commenting on the crown prince's unpredictable temperament. Explosive the guy is a psychopath. Suddenly, a certain someone lets his wine glass drop to the floor, before flashing a proud smile while uttering Harris's name. I think we know who this handsome guy here is, right? The man recalls an argument with Harris, who did not want to follow the princess there, stating he only wanted to see her cry. However, he thinks he won't be needing him anymore. Libercia's figure catches his attention unexpectedly due to her captivating beauty and elegance, leaving a striking impression even after her humble farewell bow. Leaving the hall, the princess breathes a sigh of relief with the end of the party. Aware that the suspicious crown prince will investigate every detail of her current life, she already architectures her next step, offering help so that Lavrov can win the heart of Ariel, the heroine of the original story. Although she did not want to get involved with the protagonist, she knows this deal will be irresistible to him, guaranteeing the peace of mind she needs to put her secret plan into practice. Finding Daniel through the library books. Recalling the details of the original story, the princess remembers that Daniel always wore a cloak to hide his ruby red eyes, a distinctive trait of those born from the union between an artificial spirit and a mortal. Determined to find him in the moonlight garden, she interrupts her thoughts upon sneezing due to the cold night wind. Worried about not catching a cold that would alarm everyone, she decides to return to the palace interior. Exhausted from the intrigues and desiring only a peaceful life so she can fangirl over her favorite characters, the princess focuses her energy on the dinner that awaits her. Imagining the chef giving affectionate lectures for her to eat more, she agrees to give up her royal dignity in exchange for a good meal. What she didn't know is that she was being watched by a certain someone. Lavrov's subordinate was observing the princess when Lavrov himself arrives there. Intrigued by her statement that she would have more important things to lose, the prince questions what a woman with no possessions, wealth, or political power could possibly have to lose. The spy points out that her failing health always kept her locked away in her room, but her posture, vulnerable and firm at the same time, awakens a new and bothersome suspicion. Lavrov mentally replays Libercia's request for him to treat her as if she did not exist. Although he finds the idea of paying her a surprise visit to throw her off balance amusing, he decides that, having received such a valuable and well-planned gift, it is only fair to keep up appearances and leave her in peace for now, opting to just observe her movements from afar. Libercia finally arrives in her room and yawns sleepily. Attributing her excellent mood to the meat banquet, she wonders why the crown prince has not yet appeared to demand explanations. Knowing she needs to hurry with her plan to offer a deal regarding Ariel to soothe Lavrov's temper, she decides it is still fundamental to continue the search for Daniel, in case things go wrong in the negotiation. Consulting her diary, the princess plans her next few days and focuses on finishing the writing on the last page. She ponders that going after Daniel alone could be dangerous, but if she manages to seal a pact with the guardian spirit of the diary itself, she will have a guarantee of protection. Upon finishing the writing, an intense, magical light consumes the room, materializing the entity, and the spirit's name, Jen, instantly echoes in her mind. The spirit asks for the name of its new contractor, to which she proudly replies that she is Libercia Ramtrial. The pact is sealed with a subtle touch from Jen, who confesses to finding the contents of the diary quite unusual. He points out that the pages were so full of exaggerated compliments for small, everyday things that he even considered whether his master had lost her mind. Wonder why that is, Libercia. Fascinated and confused by the protagonist's mind, Jen begins to question her about her notes, wanting to understand why giving a home to the girl Jane made the world seem beautiful, and why Libercia cries every time she is touched by handsome characters. Dying of embarrassment from having her fan secrets exposed, the princess panics and commands the spirit to return immediately to the inside of the diary. Calm returns when the servant Irene knocks on the door to ask if the princess desires another hearty meal for dinner. Joyful at the prospect of more good food, Libercia accepts and smiles radiantly, while Irene walks away to pass the request to the chef. Elsewhere, we hear footsteps on the floor. Yes, it's him, the big boss. Daniel. He reflects on the name Libercia Ramtrial. The man concludes that he should kill her before it's too late, as he sensed a strangely familiar scent coming from her. All while showing off his physique for us, right cheeky guy. However, he decides that it wouldn't hurt to observe her a little longer before delivering the final blow, sealing a new and terrible threat over the princess's fate. Taking advantage of the fact that Kyne and Eugene seem completely occupied with their own duties, Libercia decides to sneak out of the palace and goes alone to a local bar. Upon arriving there, she tries to maintain her sobriety by ordering a non-alcoholic drink, but the attendant, confused, confesses that the establishment only serves the options on the menu. Cursing the limited imagination of that universe's author, she asks for a recommendation for something weak and ends up choosing an option with a sweet-sounding name, ignoring the nervousness of the bartender, who hesitates to serve her before disappearing into the back to prepare the order. The effect of the drink is immediate and devastating. With just one sip, Libercia feels her head spinning like a Beyblade, not knowing if the drink was incredibly strong, if her current body is alcohol intolerant, or if her mysterious illness is taking its toll. Relieved to know that the spirit Jen is nearby to guarantee her safety if something goes wrong, she falters at the counter when an unknown man approaches. Possessing a deeply seductive and addictive voice, the hooded young man asks to sit next to her due to the supposed lack of space in the place, receiving a warm and tipsy reception from the princess, who does not hide her enthusiasm in front of handsome men. She's already a bit cheeky when sober, imagine her drunk now. Oh my God. The stranger, well known to us, starts a conversation by pointing out that the drink in the young woman's glass is frighteningly strong, making Libercia finally understand the bartender's hesitation. Although the taste seems bland, the alcohol content is high. The stranger orders a portion of chicken skewers and pushes them in her direction, causing the princess to eat in silence while trying to peek under the mysterious man's hood. Upon being caught trying to decipher his face, she quickly apologizes and looks away. The atmosphere of mystery is suddenly broken by a mental warning shout from Jen, commanding his mistress to be careful. The spirit warns of an overwhelming killing intent coming from the hooded man. Upon focusing on his eyes, she instantly recognizes the characteristic glow of an artificial spirit hybrid. Jen reveals that the man is Daniel Robin, a figure he learned about in the royal archives of Robin. Shocked to realize that the feared Daniel from the original story was right there by her side so early on. Libercia decides to simply ignore the fear and is thus very happy to finally meet Daniel. Demonstrating a rapid improvement from her drunkenness due to the adrenaline, Libercia interacts with the young man, who introduces himself under the name of Dan. Utterly enchanted and smiling, she assumes the name Lisha and begins showering praises upon the young man's voice and aura, comparing him to the melancholy and welcoming beauty of a late autumn afternoon sky. 2. Daniel is amused by the princess's eccentric behavior. Lisha, however, stands up and turns around, advising him to look at her while he can and warning him that a friend had already seen him before he revealed himself. Left behind by Princess Libercia, finding her infinitely more interesting than he had supposed, Daniel recalls the young woman's enigmatic advice to look at her while he still could, unsure if she was referring to her own terminal illness. However, what truly intrigues him is the fact that she called an artificial spirit a friend. He questions whether the girl even understands the magnitude and the danger of what that means. Back at the palace, despite her nervousness, Libercia tries to focus her thoughts on her next plan, putting the image of Daniel aside. And holy crap, she is having tea with Lavrov. He observes her coldly, asking if the flavor of the rare and sophisticated drink served by Madame Lind is to her liking. Somewhat hesitantly, the princess replies that she is enjoying the beverage. Lavrov goes straight to the point and reveals the true reason for the audience, an order from the emperor to suppress the malicious rumors about Libercia. To achieve this, the heir announces that he has recruited and taken under his direct command the princess's closest advisors, Eugene de Volton and Kyne de Eyrick. With the two knights under his orders, the crown prince relishes the victory of having isolated Libercia from her greatest allies, sadistically awaiting his sister's desperate reaction. Libercia does not yield to the provocation. She argues that the prince should not put in so much effort, as the rumors, originating from her mother's past, would never disappear. She reasons that if Kyne and Eugene step away to fulfill this mission, they will be safe and far from danger. Lavrov stands up and threatens to severely punish anyone who insults her, leaving the princess secretly terrified by his murderous coldness. Taking advantage of the opening, Libersha plays her main card and proposes a business deal to the heir. Lavrov reacts with an arrogant smile, questioning if she has lost her mind or forgotten who he is. She fires back, saying she knows exactly what he values most in the world. Ariel Langton. The heroine's name makes the prince hesitate, and Libersha points out that she knows Ariel will finally make her debut in high society, a moment he has been desperately waiting for. Before her brother's obsessed and dangerous eyes, Libersha maintains her focus. She reveals she knows that he used to visit Lady Ariel's family village when he was just a boy, a secret that many in the nobility already whisper about, and which caused Ariel herself to discover his royal identity ahead of time. Holding back tears of relief upon seeing that her reader knowledge had an impact, the princess moves forward with the negotiation. The princess delivers her final argument. As a good sister and someone who understands social isolation, she knows that Lavrov, having never been in a romantic relationship, will fatally mess things up with his intense and awkward approach. Recalling the past where young Ariel tried to interact with the prince by calling him Mr. Fairy without getting an answer, Libersha offers her relationship, consulting to guide the heir's steps and guarantee the couple's happiness. In exchange for this detailed advice to ensure he doesn't ruin the romance, she demands that the crown prince seal the pact and guarantee her definitive peace. Libersha proposes an audacious deal to Lavrov. She promises to use all her knowledge to ensure that he and his beloved, Lady Ariel, end up together. In exchange, she demands only one thing: her total freedom. The prince grows suspicious and questions the drastic change in her behavior since the birthday party, demanding to know what her true intentions are. She responds with a calm smile, saying it is better to change than to continue hating each other, while also subtly mentioning she knew he planned to kill her in the past. Lavrov is shocked and even smiles sadistically upon hearing that. After some thought, Lavrov ends up accepting the agreement. To guarantee it, Libersha pulls a special magical contract from her garments, although the prince feels insulted by the lack of trust. Oh, Lavrov, of all people, seriously. He takes a look at the document and, despite everything, ends up signing it, leaving Libersha extremely happy. With the pact sealed, she suggests the immediate first step, which is to write a letter to Lady Ariel. The prince asks if Libersha has lost her mind, but she knows what she is doing. Right guys, Lavrov reveals with millimetric precision that there are exactly 25 days left until Ariel returns to the capital, and that she will arrive in a carriage on the morning of the designated day. The princess thinks he behaves like a true, obsessed stalker. When she asks what his biggest problem is, the prince confesses that he hid his true identity from Ariel. But before proceeding, Lavrov issues a terrifying death threat, warning that if any detail of that conversation leaks, he will make sure to kill her in the most painful way possible and do the same to everyone important to her. Despite her internal panic at his psychopathic behavior, the princess maintains her composure and promises to help him win Ariel's heart and reveal his identity naturally over the next 25 days. Lavrov then pulls a sheet of paper from his pocket and tells her to proceed. The prince begins to draft the letter, but writes in a harsh manner, sounding like he is issuing orders to a subordinate or writing in an official gazette. Libersha takes on the role of romance tutor, reminding him that Ariel spent a long time isolated in a village, and therefore likely learned everything about love from reading romance novels. She guides him to adopt a much more affectionate and gentle tone. Being the male protagonist of the original story, he learns everything frighteningly fast and rewrites the letter in a surprisingly sweet way. Incredible how a lunatic psychopath like Lavrov can pull that off, she thinks. Satisfied, Libersha tells him to save the rest of the content for future correspondence and says goodbye, asking to be called as soon as Ariel replies. 3 days pass and Libersha celebrates the fact that she is still alive. After coughing up blood for the 18th time due to her supposedly fragile condition in the story, she summons Kine and Eugene for a meeting. Knowing she must prevent the two knights from meeting Ariel so they do not interfere with the main romance, she tasks them with a long-term mission: to thoroughly investigate the rumors spreading about her outside the palace. Although the young men protest, worried about leaving her unprotected, Libuscha now has her magic spirit by her side. She shows it to her knights, stating she can now protect herself. Therefore, they must go and defend her honor. What a woman. This diva is only missing her crown and throne. Though the young men's expressions carry a subtle melancholy. Aware that everyone's safety depended on finding Daniel as soon as possible, the princess heads toward the bustling Blanchette Square. Fascinated by the place's vibrant energy and the aroma of chicken skewers being sold, she laments being without hard cash at the moment, promising herself that she will return to buy some another time. Walking through the square, Libuscha is enchanted by some handcrafted jewelry on display and praises the vendor's work. Without her coin purse, and knowing that paying with her imperial gold coins would put the humble lady in grave danger due to their exorbitant value, the princess decides to decline the purchase. Noticing the paleness on Libuscha's face, the merchant shows kindness and gifts her a handcrafted gem that promises to bring health. Touched by the generous gesture, and knowing that the stone is an imitation, the princess thanks her deeply, having a sudden stroke of genius on how to solve her financial problem. Libuscha runs back to the lady with her allowance money in hand and announces that she will buy the counter's entire stock. Given the merchant's shock at the exaggerated amount of gold, the princess gently closes the woman's hands, explaining that the remaining change is her way of saying thank you for the valuable gift she received earlier. While the lady weeps with gratitude, Libuscha internally celebrates her cleverness for finding a way to convert her imperial gold into smaller coins and common change through that purchase. The princess's euphoria is short-lived. Suddenly, a strong dizziness hits her, and just as she is about to faint in the middle of the square, she is firmly caught by strong arms. She recognizes Dan's voice, who on that day displays black eyes instead of his usual reddish tone. The young man gently reprimands her for her lack of care, warning that walking around alone is dangerous even when possessing an artificial spirit as a bodyguard. Concerned about the young woman's obvious exhaustion, Daniel offers to escort her back. Desiring to spend more time by his side, Libuscha insists that she has already recovered and can return alone so as not to bother him. But the expression of extreme concern on Dan's face makes her hesitate. The dialogue is brutally interrupted by a scream. They see a group of hoodlums forcefully pulling a girl away in a flash kidnapping. Libuscha begins to channel her mana and calls for Jen. The spirit quickly obeys her and grabs one of the men, carrying him far away while he screams for help. Libuscha tells the girl to get out of there and save herself, and so she does while shouting her thanks. Daniel praises her preparation, noting it was excellent timing. They were just small-time troublemakers, but it was satisfying. Despite this, Daniel's eyes seem incredibly distant. Libuscha remembers that her country was responsible for the fall of Dan's homeland. Conquering it would be no easy task. But why does she feel so disappointed? I think I smell a romance brewing here. As the princess of the empire responsible for the ruin of Daniel's homeland, Lisha knows very well that winning his trust is an almost impossible task. When he offers to accompany her back to the palace with a gentle tone of voice, but with visibly cold eyes, Lisha feels the weight of rejection. He even suggests calling her personal knight or the duke, proving he knows exactly who she is and what she is doing there. Determined to find Daniel in the midst of the National Foundation Day celebrations, Lisha plans to make an escape from the palace. Her plans to slip away secretly are thwarted when Linny and Irene catch her on the way, forcing her to take the young guard Sir Dunn as an escort. To try and lose him, she even attempts the "what is that over there" trick, but the knight is much quicker than she expected. The princess then spots a clothing store and appeals to a peculiar strategy. She feigns shyness and tells Dunn that she needs to enter a shop alone to buy some extremely personal items. Upon realizing what she means, Sir Dunn turns completely red with embarrassment and promises to wait outside, allowing Lisha to escape through the back of the lingerie store, while poor Dunn attracts suspicious glances from people on the street, since he is just standing right in front of a lingerie shop. Haha. Free of her escort, Leisha dives headfirst into the vibrant atmosphere of the capital's festival, which has already been going on for a month. While walking, determined to buy a kebab skewer to restore her energy, she spots a small white dog on the street. The sudden encounter with the animal sparks a brief and painful glimpse of Libercia's original memories, bringing a moment of melancholy. The melancholy of the moment is quickly interrupted by a striking and sarcastic voice she would recognize anywhere. Daniel appears before her, teasing her by asking if her rendezvous with the gentleman from earlier had already ended. Leisha stammers and tries to explain, insisting that Dunn is just a friend. To her surprise, Daniel flashes a genuinely stunning smile and admits he was looking forward to this day, especially to meet her again. Daniel said he was excited for it. Libercia understood that he was eager to see her, but in reality, Daniel was talking about the festival. Poor thing. She even pouted, "Daniel, do something." Daniel freezes at Leisha's response because, unlike him, she was excited to meet him again. She also mentions that this is her first time at the festival, which makes Daniel think she doesn't have many friends. Leisha, however, says that is ridiculous since Daniel is her friend. He calls her dear and says she cannot fall in love with him now. He approaches and pulls off her hood, telling her she should make the absolute best of the festival. Daniel uses his magical ability to cast an illusion spell over Leisha. With the spell active, no one on the streets will be able to recognize her face, finally allowing her to lower her suffocating hood and enjoy the party in her beautiful dress. Which makes Leisha turn completely red with her heart racing. She covers herself again, burning with embarrassment as she mentions that besides being handsome, he is also highly skilled with magic. At this, Daniel questions whether she really isn't going to fall in love with him. She says she doesn't need that spell, since nobody knows her there anyway. But what about him? She demands that he pull down his hood just as she did. Daniel agrees, but before he can move, Leisha hears a familiar voice calling out her name. Realizing their moment alone is about to end, Daniel firmly wraps his arm around the princess's waist. With a mischievous smile, he tells her to wave goodbye to her friends, because that would be the last time she would see them before they depart to a place reserved just for the two of them. Whoa, WHOA, he actually grabbed her waist, oh my goodness. Things are getting real good. Without giving any time for arguments, Daniel simply takes flight with Libercia in his arms, leaving the frustrated knights and Harris behind as they soar high into the sky. Libercia tries to apologize to her knights. As for Daniel, he teases her about it, telling her once again not to fall in love with him, right? Without a single doubt, my love, I'm going to fall completely and utterly head over heels for you. Love this. The journey through the skies finally ends when Daniel's feet touch the ground. Still trying to catch her breath, Libercia thanks Daniel somewhat clumsily for the ride, and secretly for the strength of those arms. Ooh la la Leisha. Looking around, she realizes they are in the Moonlight Garden, the exact location of their very first meeting. Daniel chose the perfect spot, knowing the palace guards would never think to look for them there. While Leisha wonders if she isn't disrupting his routine with her problems, the young man surprises her with a direct answer. His only plan for that night was precisely to meet his new friend again. Relieved and excited by the welcome, she pushes her exhaustion aside and suggests they go inside to have a drink and celebrate this partnership. The moment they settle in, the adrenaline of the escape vanishes and physical exhaustion finally catches up with Leisha. Looking at her fruit cocktail, she feels a pang of empathy for the original owner of that body, realizing just how draining her routine must have been. Daniel looks almost like he stepped out of a painting. He is so handsome, but Leisha notices something different about him. In the original romance, he was described as someone mysterious and mischievous. Up close, however, she can perceive a slight hint of loneliness. Caught lost in her thoughts, she ends up confessing that she was thinking about him. Daniel takes the opportunity, with his usual charm, to warn her not to fall in love. She laughs it off, knowing the young man's reputation as a smooth talker, but her curiosity about who he really is behind that pose only grows. The relaxed atmosphere gains a more interesting tone when Daniel notices Leisha's bracelet. He quickly identifies the accessory as an artificial spirit and explains an intriguing detail. Normally, these creatures are modeled after real spirits that exist in nature. However, Leisha's guardian has no corresponding mold in the world, which means it is a highly rare memory spirit. Daniel congratulates her, explaining that having the backing of such a unique entity means she has gained an extremely powerful and protective ally. Leisha is radiant over the discovery and proudly shares that his name is Jen, which means to sleep, completely unaware of just how valuable that jewel truly is to the world of magic. Inside Leisha's mind, Jen immediately manifests jealously, demanding that she stop giving the young man attention. Daniel notices the distraction and comments on how fascinating it is to see an artificial spirit with so much willpower of its own, calling it a true masterpiece. But Leisha's concern goes beyond magical power. She asks Daniel if the creature is trapped inside there against its own will, questioning whether keeping it confined wouldn't be an injustice. Daniel observes that demonstration of genuine concern, something so unusual to see among the high nobility, and ends up bursting into laughter. Faced with her indignation, he approaches with a soft gaze and confesses that, given so much spontaneity and kindness, it is simply impossible not to be charmed by her. There's just no way around it. They are already my favorite couple. After dropping that unexpected declaration, Daniel quickly breaks the tension with a practical explanation. He reveals that Jen likely shared his true name because he wished to seal a pact with Leisha, which proves the spirit is neither suffering nor imprisoned against his will. Even though she is relieved, the princess insists on finding out how to free him in the future, as the idea of someone living confined for an eternity deeply bothers her. Daniel brushes it off in the face of her stubbornness, but the atmosphere changes drastically when he asks an enigmatic question. If a spirit revealed that her best friend would die if they fell in love with someone, what would she do without hesitating? Leisha replies that she would try to prevent that love at all costs. At that exact instant, blood spills from her mouth. A memory of Libercia had just returned. Upon opening her eyes, Leisha finds herself back in the safety of her own room at the palace. Linny appears in a state of desperation, explaining that she was in great danger and was only saved because the knight Eugene found her in time, wandering alone. Leisha promises not to repeat her escape, but silently laments knowing that her surveillance will be redoubled, making future meetings with Daniel difficult. As soon as Linny leaves to fetch breakfast, Leisha takes advantage of the privacy and summons Jen. The spirit manifests in a floating form and answers her question sincerely. For now, he does not wish to be freed. He admits he prefers to remain by her side in the diary, curious to understand why Leisha's heart races so much whenever she sees the brown-haired man, and why she writes with so many hearts in her notes, leaving the princess completely embarrassed. Trying to steer away from the awkward topic concerning her privacy, Leisha questions why Jen chose to manifest as a talking eagle instead of a more discreet animal, like an owl. The spirit simply replies that he likes eagles. The conversation is interrupted by Linny's return, bringing a generous tray with a special vegetable soup. Leisha holds the tray, but her hands tremble and the tray slips from her fingers, crashing against the floor. Linny immediately says she will call Rox, but Leisha stops her, saying everything is fine. She laments having wasted that food. Linny offers to fetch more and Leisha thanks her for it, offering to help clean up, which Linny completely disagrees with. While picking up the shards, Linny realizes with a heavy heart that Leisha sustained a deep cut on her hand, yet she acts as if she feels absolutely nothing. In the corridors, concern over the princess's failing health spreads among the palace staff, who comment in whispers about how little she has eaten and how she avoids painkillers, suspecting she has already become immune to physical pain due to the advanced stage of her illness. The knight Eugene listens to the conversation silently and feels the weight of guilt, questioning whether she views him as one of those bad nobles who surrounded her in the past. He recalls the steps he took when searching for Leisha earlier, finding her unconscious in Daniel's arms in one of the city's alleyways. Immediately, he fiercely demands that the hooded man let go of her, because Leisha is not someone he is allowed to touch. The mysterious man before him does not show the slightest sign of fear. With a cynical smile, Daniel questions if the knight truly believes he was taking advantage of the princess. He counters smoothly, stating it would have been much more problematic to leave an unconscious young woman thrown in the middle of the street. Upon realizing that Leisha's protector knows exactly who she is, Daniel decides to hand her over without resistance. Leisha is taken into her knight's arms, visibly weakened and drained of strength. Daniel says goodbye with a whispered piece of advice to take good care of her. As Eugene moves away, Daniel's thoughts reveal a terrifying truth. His initial plan for that night was to assassinate Princess Leisha. However, finding her far too fascinating, he decides it is worth letting her live a little longer. Aha, Daniel, sure, you are totally falling for her, and we all know it. The next day, the tense atmosphere of the previous night gives way to a suspicious calm in the palace. Leisha prepares to face another lecture from her maid, but she is caught off guard by a completely different attitude. The servants and guards, deeply moved by the princess's fragility, beg her to eat better, serving her a morning banquet under the pretext of taking care of her well-being. The routine is interrupted by a summons from the dreaded crown prince. Upon presenting herself before him, Leisha discovers that Lady Ariel's long-awaited reply has finally arrived. As she runs her eyes over the paper, she has to fight with all her strength to hold back her laughter. Young Ariel refers to the ruthless and terrifying heir to the throne as Mr. Fairy, playfully asking him to fly to her with his wings. The contrast between the prince's bloodthirsty reputation and the innocence of the letter creates an almost unbelievable atmosphere for the princess. Taking advantage of the prince's good mood, Leisha advises him to reveal his true identity as soon as possible to prevent Ariel from feeling betrayed in the future. She suggests that, in the next letter, he send a delicate flower along with an official invitation to the National Foundation Day Ball. The prince, somewhat oblivious to courting rituals, questions the need for the flower and the invitation, since the girl's father has already been summoned. With patience, Leisha explains that small romantic gestures are what truly matter to win a young woman's heart. She takes on the role of mentor, dictating the golden rules. Be gentle, courteous, romantic in just the right amount, and above all, avoid any trace of obsession. Guys, are Leisha completely transformed Lavrov? Look at that. Is the guy actually blushing? Am I seeing this right? Upon seeing him accept the tips and call her sister, Leisha realizes just how malleable he has become because of Ariel. Feeling that it is the perfect opportunity, she decides it is time to present the contract for her freedom. Before Leisha can hand over the document, Marquis Gile appears in the hall, interrupting the moment. Even with the presence of an unwanted witness, the princess decides to take a risk and places the magical contract into the prince's hands. To her absolute surprise, upon reading the clauses that would guarantee her freedom, the crown prince begins to laugh genuinely and loudly, leaving both Leisha and the Marquis completely perplexed. He questions her if she is sure that is the document she wishes to sign, and upon her confirmation, orders her to leave. Leisha leaves the room confident that her plan worked, and that she will soon be able to live without any strings attached. Alone with his advisor, the prince displays the paper with an intriguing smile, commenting that never in his life had he seen such a fascinating contract. Little does the princess know that the fine print of that agreement is about to chart a completely new course for her destiny. I did not like that smile one bit. Man, the royal advisor almost fell backward upon seeing what was written on that paper. But the most bizarre thing of all was the crown prince's own reaction, as he simply burst out laughing and signed the document without a second thought. A short time later, the signed contract was already back in Leisha's hands. She threw herself onto her bed, smiling from ear to ear with the paper in hand, slightly suspicious of such an easy signature, but completely over the moon. Like she knew the prince wouldn't resist the deal, and now, finally, she had a free pass to go after Daniel without anyone breathing down her neck. But damn, what was so interesting about this contract? Despite the massive racket of the city, Leisha could only focus on one thing: finding Daniel. There were only a few hours left until the grand ball that evening, and she knew that if anyone saw her leaving the palace like that, the whole plan would flop instantly. She pulled off her classic escape. While walking thoughtfully, a flower petal fell right in front of her, and when she looked ahead, she saw a glowing woman who seemed to float. Is she dreaming? But when she least expected it, Daniel appeared right by her side out of thin air, which startled her. He, however, apologizes and asks if another festival was going on. Upon realizing she had absolutely no idea what the famous Beatrice parade was, He said it would be much better for her to see it with her own eyes. Before she could process this, Daniel warned that they needed to do something about her look, specifically her hair. While performing magic to change the color of Leisha's hair, Daniel begins to tell the tragic story of the notorious Beatrice Lindia. She was considered the most beautiful woman in the world, the pride of her family, but her beauty ended up becoming a curse. Her suitors became so obsessed that they destroyed everything she had. They stole her wealth, her family, and her friends until she was eventually sold off to a wealthy old man. In the end, people stopped admiring her beauty and started calling her a manipulative viper. Leisha was shocked by the story, but what was truly bothering her was her new hair tone, since it was the exact same hair color as her old body. Leisha was somewhat at a loss for words, but Daniel cut the tension by saying, with the greatest sincerity in the world, that she looked beautiful. Hearing that coming from a man with a perfect face like his was a powerful blow to Leisha's heart. To try and hide her embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject and asked if there was any real benefit to winning the contest and becoming the Beatrice of the year. Daniel explained that the winner becomes the lady of a night for a day and wins 500 gold coins. Instantly, Leisha focused on the money and said that this was the real prize, which made the youth let out a discreet chuckle. But then the conversation turned serious and rather sinister. Daniel shared that the real world is no fairy tale, and that, out of every 10 ordinary girls who won this contest in the past, 7 simply vanished from the map without a trace. Horrified by the reality of the event, Leisha suggested that they should create a protective magical contract with strict rules to guarantee that no one got hurt or was forced into anything. Daniel found the idea highly interesting and looked at her with that dangerously beautiful gaze that almost made the girl forget how to breathe. Daniel was there without the slightest intention of competing or exposing himself. Leisha didn't care about the Beatrice title either, especially because, in her mind, no one in the world could ever surpass the beauty of her precious Libertia. In the middle of that conversation, a little boy approached, and she, with all the friendliness in the world, handed a rose to him, smiling happily at the child's cute reaction. Daniel thought it strange that she would give away the flowers that guaranteed victory in the parade, but Leisha just wanted to truly have fun. Soon the carriage stops and Daniel, like a gentleman, helps Leisha step down, showing that their current stop is something that makes Leisha tremble with nerves. A talent show. Are we about to get a staged kiss from Leisha and Daniel? Despair strikes hard when Leisha realizes she is supposed to participate in that. It made absolutely no sense. In the original romance, a talent show never existed. She looks at Daniel, demanding to know why he didn't warn her that she would face such a situation. With the utmost calm in the world, Daniel says all she has to do is go up, give a smile, and come back down. Leisha thinks he overestimates her too much, but he doesn't think so. After all, that hair color truly suits her. This, in fact, leaves the young woman completely flustered. The moment Leisha steps onto the stage, the crowd bursts into whispers. She walks beneath the murmurs of people who seem to be staring at a living painting. Some children in the audience recognize her as the girl who was handing out flowers on the street, pointing at her with enthusiasm. The host takes advantage of the mood and announces her as the candidate who won over the public with her generosity. When questioned about her name, she hesitates for a moment and replies simply, "Lise." But the real test comes when they ask what her performance will be. Unrehearsed and cornered, Leisha takes a deep breath and decides to be honest. She announces that her talent will just be standing right there since she didn't have time to prepare anything. The audience reacts with laughter, enchanted by the honesty of that mysterious girl. Daniel is full of admiration, saying she was the best of the night. Leisha tries to maintain her composure and agrees, but time is ticking. She remembers the royal ball happening in just a few hours and warns that she needs to leave as soon as possible. It is at that moment that the host's voice echoes through the festival, announcing the grand winner of the Beatrice title. And to Leisha's surprise, the name announced is her own. Before she can take her first step to flee, Daniel takes a step forward, gives an impeccable bow, and extends his hand, asking if he would have the honor of escorting that night's Beatrice. It takes Leisha a few seconds to process what just happened, while Daniel stands there waiting with his hand extended. Daniel's playful tone vanishes, giving way to a serious gaze. He asks her to be his partner at the official ball. Lisha hesitates, unable to comprehend how a wanted man like him would manage to enter the royal palace. But the real impact comes when he addresses her as Your Highness. That simple title coming from his mouth changes everything. Lisha realizes that from the very beginning, he knew exactly who she was. The disguise she thought she had didn't work on Daniel for even a single moment. She bursts into laughter, amused by Daniel's attitude. He really is amazing, isn't he? She happily accepts the invitation. The two gaze at each other for a moment, and then Daniel kisses her hand, sealing a contract as ball partners, or perhaps even more than that. Daniel calculates that there are still 5 hours left until the event and insists she spend at least 2 resting to recover her strength, all while undoing the spell on Lisha's hair, causing it to return to blonde. Lisha thanks him for the care, surprised by such consideration. However, the plan to rest vanishes the instant her beloved maids pop up out of nowhere right in front of her. Linny and Irene await her impatiently, worried about her disappearance. Before Lisha can explain herself, she is swept away directly to a flower bath, followed by a quick massage and the choosing of her dress. The two prepare a dark and elegant gown for the night. Lisha realizes that with her maid's excessive dedication, she won't even have a single hour of peace before the party begins. Oh my God, poor thing. When she finally looks in the mirror, Lisha can barely recognize her own reflection. And wow, guys, I think I'm in love. Libersha's natural beauty, combined with the flawless makeup and the breathtaking dress, created a stunning look. The maids celebrate the result, guaranteeing that no one will be able to take their eyes off her in the main hall. Lisha thanks them both for their effort, knowing she wouldn't have achieved that result alone. The relaxed moment is interrupted by firm knocks on the door. With her heart racing for what is to come, Lisha takes a deep breath and grants permission to enter, ready to begin the true spectacle of the night right by his side. Daniel. The guy, visibly tense, tries to assert himself by saying he is the 5th Prince of Barshan. Lisha digs through her memory and recalls that Barshan is that backward kingdom where women are basically treated as property. Check out the audacity of this fellow, thinking his culture would fly here. The girl flees into Libersha's arms. Decided to resolve the situation without creating a massive diplomatic incident involving boring reports and lectures, Lisha simply activates Jen, her memory spirit. With a quick command, Jen's magic kicks in, enveloping the aggressive prince and instantly trapping him in a nightmare, forcing him to relive his worst memories. It is the perfect checkmate to teach him to keep to his own corner. Lisha helps the frightened girl, calming her down and advising the young woman to always carry magical protection scrolls so she doesn't have to rely on luck next time. But man, what the princess didn't expect was the girl's reaction after the scare. Staring intently at Lisha, the youth's eyes light up, and she blurs out from nowhere that she recognized the voice. Lisha is the Beatrice from the festival earlier that day. The girl's panic completely vanishes, switching to full fangirl mode in seconds. Laughing at the situation, Lisha asks for absolute secrecy regarding her identity and what just happened there. But the peace is short-lived. As soon as she leaves the spot, she runs right into Daniel leaning against the wall. He asks if she has a habit of putting herself in danger so easily. His tone seems somewhat serious, like a worried boyfriend, leaving Lisha wondering if he is actually mad at her. Trying to break that heavy atmosphere, Daniel takes a step forward. His gaze softens and he warns her that the time for their first dance has come. Lisha is slightly startled by the sudden intimacy, but he gently guides her to the center of the room anyway. In the middle of the dance floor, with all the eyes of the ball locked onto them, she comments that they have become the center of attention. Daniel, with his signature smirk, says it would be impossible not to be, considering who they are. Lisha jokes again that he really is a demon for acting with such natural ease under all that pressure, and he elegantly accepts the compliment as the two glide perfectly across the floor. Oh my God, these two, I am loving this. Outside, Daniel and Lisha stand together, and their Daniel reveals that he was present on the day Libersha wore the veil before the crown prince. Daniel begins to explain his own nature. He shares that half-spirits possess the characteristics of demons. They have no heart and seek out the hearts of others. They grant wishes in exchange for human tears, which are their greatest source of power. It was because of this pursuit of power that his kingdom ended up destroyed, leaving him as the sole survivor. Daniel confesses he is telling her all of this because, deep down, he doesn't want Lisha's tears, yet he fears he might make her cry one day. Lisha looks straight into his eyes and, without hesitating, replies that he can have her tears. In exchange, she only wants one thing, to be his true best friend. Like friends with benefits, Lisha just kidding. Lisha's proposal takes Daniel completely by surprise. Man, asking to be that close to a half-spirit is, like, the most unusual thing in that world. He even tries to give her a reality check, warning that she should keep her distance from guys like him since they are basically demons. Except Lisha doesn't flinch and throws the question right back. "But do you want to be a demon, Daniel?" The youth hesitates, confessing that, at least toward her, he doesn't want to be that monster. Lisha notices that he contradicts himself all the time. He wants to pose as a villain, but he doesn't want to hurt her at all. She decides to get straight to the point and asks if he isn't making such a mystery out of everything because he wants something from her. Daniel finally plays clean and reveals that the friend from the death prophecy is none other than Harris, and his biggest fear was that his friend would fall in love with her. Lisha connects the dots instantly. "So you were going to kill me, but you changed your mind." With that enigmatic manner of his, he merely says he doesn't want to see her cry. Lisha finds amusement in all of Daniel's worrying. She even defends Harris, saying that if his friend has him around, and now has her too, he definitely isn't going to die. She is absolutely determined not to let her favorite characters meet a tragic end in this world. She insists on the idea of becoming Daniel's best friend and promises that if they seal this partnership, she will cry exclusively for him in exchange for the pact. Daniel, somewhat shocked by her boldness, asks if she is in love with him. Before the princess can answer, Jen manifests in the physical plane, highly irritated, and steps in front of his master, stating he won't let a dangerous half-breed seal a contract with her. Daniel only finds amusement in the little spirit's jealousy, and with a light touch of mockery, teases by asking when they are finally going to sign the agreement. Daniel says that Jen is right, that becoming so close to a half-demon like him is ridiculous. Libersha, however, interrupts him. Lisha decides to follow her intuition. She confesses to Daniel that she doesn't care if he is a demon or anything else. What truly matters is that she feels free when she is with him. She proposes a different deal. Every time she hands him a tear, he will have to send her a flower. Daniel stares at her with a look that mixes sadness and disbelief, murmuring that she knows absolutely nothing about the danger she is running. Before she can decipher that sad expression of his, Daniel approaches much too quickly. He leans in and whispers a dark warning right into her ear, saying that at their next meeting, she will die. The next day, Lisha is back in her room, coughing up a lot of blood due to the physical and mental exhaustion caused by those intense memories of the original Libersha. With her mind completely scrambled, she tries to process everything that happened. Why does she feel so drawn to Daniel, and why didn't that death threat scare her in the slightest, leaving only the memory of his voice echoing in her head? She tries to give herself a shake to focus on the present. After all, that was the day to visit Ivian. And in the meantime, Ivian herself runs into something totally unexpected that leaves her completely speechless. Lisha handed over a mountain of documents for Ivian to prepare for the upcoming contracts. The secretary put on a show of organization with the material, and the princess didn't think twice. She left the whole burden of the negotiations in her hands. At first, Lisha was even a bit apprehensive about being too heavy-handed, but Ivian thrilled with excitement at the trust. She felt deeply honored and tackled the challenge head-on to make things happen. The girl put on a show in the meetings, and Lisha did great by backing the decision when Eugene questioned the young woman's inexperience. To her, that was the perfect chance for Ivian to get the hang of things in practice with the major merchants. Meanwhile, in the palace corridors, the people showed no mercy. Whispers came from the doorway, spreading malicious comments about the princess's life and relationships. Ivian flew into a rage over it. But suddenly, Lady Sophia's voice echoed right there. She couldn't stand the venom and clashed head-on to defend Lisha. The princess was pleased with the girl's defense since Lisha herself had saved her before. Thus, Eugene told them to leave. Later, Lisha found a way to slip away nice and easy, escorted by Jen. Lisha's companions were a bit hesitant because of the risk of her going out in plain sight, but the Guardian's presence ensured that the journey proceeded without any trouble. Jen questioned whether Lisha was truly sure she wanted to meet that man again, and she confirmed there was nothing to worry about. Jen fell silent and then told her to take care of herself. Upon meeting Daniel again, Lisha immediately told him not to stay away from her. She said she didn't care about what he was. Daniel shot back, saying he would kill her if he ever saw her again. Lisha insisted that the two of them could indeed be close. She wanted it very much. The princess opened her heart and confessed that she only felt truly free when she was with him. Touched by her sincerity, Daniel yielded and agreed to make a contract with Lisha, provided the deal was sealed with her tears. He warned that the ritual wouldn't hurt and would even give her energy a boost. Trusting him without hesitation, Lisha raised her hand to him and let him do the rest. He then wrapped his arms around her and said that first he would take her tears, and only then would he offer his flowers. Gazing deep into Daniel's eyes during the pact, she instantly caught the whirlwind of emotions he was feeling. Reassured by what she saw, Lisha surrendered completely to the moment, becoming intensely attracted to him. Until finally, as the sealing of the contract. They brought their faces close and finally kissed. What she didn't know was that Eugene was right there watching. Unbeknownst to Lisha, an alliance was formed to investigate and eliminate the slanders harming her image. Led by the Crown Prince, motivated by orders from the Emperor, and a newly discovered affection for his sister. The group composed of Eugene, Kine, and Varys joined forces out of concern for the princess. As they deepened their investigations, they confirmed that the rumors were not originating from her palace, but from an ancient, orchestrated scheme operated on a gigantic scale that few in the Empire could execute. In the palace, Lisha's absence caused immediate panic among her allies. Upon realizing that the princess had not returned and was not accompanied by Sir Varys, the knight recognized his own negligence and sprinted through the palace. Even aware that she had the protection of an artificial spirit, he raced against time, consumed by remorse. During the desperate search, Volton was caught off guard by a frighteningly dense concentration of mana emanating from nearby. The shock at that overwhelming display of power slowed the knight's pace, making him hesitate as he tried to reach the source of that energy. 4 days had passed since the pact was sealed with Daniel. Lisha stewed in impatience, grumbling over the fact that the boy had tasted her tears, performed the ritual, and yet had still not shown up to hand her the promised flower. All this while she recalled how they touched and kissed, turning as red as a pepper. The princess's routine continued to be disrupted by Marquis Giles' constant visits. Irritated by the noble's frequent appearances over those 4 days, Lisha confronted him directly about the reason for his presence, receiving the reply that he was only there to observe how far she could manage to fool everyone around her. Lacking any patience for the Marquis's attitudes, Lisha taunted him, asking if that surveillance without proof was a sign of personal interest or if he was doing it because he liked her. Faced with the noble's evasiveness, the princess stated that, although she understood her death would bring benefits to the crown prince, the constant spying was extremely unpleasant and that she herself would ask her brother to change her guard. In the palace, upon being backed into a corner by Lisha's words, Marquis Giles bit his lips and ended up visibly blushing, thoroughly shaken. Attempting to disguise his reaction, he blustered that it did not lessen his suspicions and swore he would continue watching her with his own eyes, leaving the princess even more annoyed by his insistence. Knocks echoed at the door, revealing Lavrov in person. As he entered, Lisha curtsied, but was corrected by her brother, who insisted she call him affectionately brother instead of using formal titles. Being way too nice for my taste, but all right. Turning to the main subject, Lisha asked her brother to recall Marquis Giles immediately, complaining about being watched for 4 straight days under harsh glares. The crown prince was surprised by the revelation, clarifying that he had never given such an order to his subordinate, and apologized for the misunderstanding, promising it would not happen again. Before dismissing her, the crown prince reinforced that she should focus on responding to the next letter instead of wasting time on nonsense. Leaving the meeting relieved and planning to resume her search for Daniel the following day, Lisha was suddenly approached by an unexpected visitor at the palace, revealing herself to be the adorable, sweet pink-haired girl Lisha had saved. Lady Sophia appeared unexpectedly at the palace to visit Lisha, excited and thrilled to meet her again. The young lady asked to be called affectionately Sophie, and, upon learning that Marquis Gile was not around, celebrated the fact that she had finally secured some time alone with the princess. During the visit, Sophie commented on the rumors circulating regarding the legendary Lise, mentioning that many considered her the very reincarnation of Beatrice. After a while, Lisha ended up walking her visitor to the palace exit, and, upon being left alone, sighed in impatience over Daniel's disappearance. While waiting, Lisha found a mysterious document on the table, bearing enigmatic sentences, the characteristic scent of peace, lily flowers, and Daniel's signature. Upon touching the paper, the contract activated immediately, sealing a blood pact with a drop of her own blood, causing Daniel to appear right afterward. He reveals that he spent the past few days preparing the official contract document. Emotional and relieved to see him again, Lisha ended up crying as she complained about the delay and about not having received the promised flower. Teasing her lightly for crying, Daniel handed Lisha a peace lily and explained the terms of the blood pact. The contract guaranteed that she would no longer need to force herself to cry, as he would now absorb the emotions and energy contained within her tears. Daniel questioned whether Lisha was afraid of him, but the princess shot back saying he was unpredictable and confessed she had missed him over the past few days. She admitted she would gaze out at the garden thinking of him, bringing about a closer, more relaxed tone between the two. The pair then went for a stroll by the edge of a lake. Lisha humorously commented that she found the term of the contract romantic, as it meant he would be by her side whenever she was sad, leaving Daniel visibly surprised by her reasoning. Enthusiastic, Lisha asked Daniel to close his eyes and placed a flower crown upon his head. Daniel praised the beauty of the gesture and commented that he could feel the princess's heart beating fast, leaving her embarrassed by the remark. The moment alone was interrupted by the arrival of the Crown Prince and Marquis Gile. To protect Daniel's disguise, who was introduced there as Baron Roham, the group maintained formal composure. Lavrov suggested that Lisha return to her quarters to rest as the tension between him and Daniel mounted. Later, Lisha and Daniel met in her quarters. Daniel promised to leave a small gift for Lisha and assured her he would return the following day. The princess expressed her gratitude for the affection and retired, relieved to have her companion back. Lisha received Daniel's gift, a rare book titled On Diseases of the Soul and Their Transmutations. As she flipped through the work, the princess realized that a large portion of the pages detailed the origin of the illness that afflicted her. Night falls and Daniel appears in Lisha's room once again, and he notices that she is crying. Daniel approaches her and then absorbs her tears. Doing so, he notes that those were tears of joy. The princess confirmed the reaction and declared how much she liked him. When the young man pointed out that she had promised not to fall in love, Lisha explained that it wasn't love, but a sincere affection for his presence. "Oh my, Lisha, you two kissed, and you really expect us to believe that it definitely is love." Daniel questioned whether Lisha would fall into despair upon discovering that her illness stemmed from the malice of others. The princess noticed that the book had undergone edits and deduced that Daniel had removed the harsher pages to spare her. Unbothered by the kept secret, Lisha felt at peace and invited the young man to accompany her on a trip in a month's time. Over the following days, Lisha recalled Daniel's surprised reaction to the invitation and the constant bickering between him and Jen, who had made a point of joining the outing to protect her. The guardian picked on the young man at every moment, resulting in comical arguments before Daniel departed and left a new flower on the princess's table. Back to her routine, Lisha met with Evian to discuss business. The secretary presented reports regarding the imminent shortage of medicinal herbs in a certain region. Knowing from the plot of the original novel that terrorist mages would spread a plague, the princess approved the immediate purchase of Listia herb stocks. Lisha instructed the secretary to focus on acquiring the stem and roots of the plant, which together served as a potent mana tranquilizer. Evian accepted the orders without question, impressed by the princess's wisdom and convinced that Lisha was a genius who deserved recognition. Relying on her own street-smart knowledge, Evian deduced Lisha's plan regarding the mage's illegal experiments and the utility of the herb. The secretary decided to organize meetings and pull strings in court to clear the princess's name and ensure that everyone treated her with proper nobility. Lisha decided to visit Jane's siblings accompanied by Daniel, who had assumed the role of her official bodyguard under the identity of Baron Rome. The young man's new position had warded off Marquis Giles' annoying surveillance, allowing the two of them to stroll around with more freedom. Upon arriving at the house, Lisha was charmed by little Nell, Colin, and Pell. She offered to read a children's story, but Jane explained that the family only possessed old, difficult books. Upon consulting Daniel, the princess discovered that adapted children's books did not exist in that world. How cruel. Indignant over the lack of children's literature, Lisha decided to write a fairy tale herself for Jane's siblings. What she didn't expect was that, besides pleasing Jane's siblings, the story would gain vast notoriety throughout the region and spread rapidly to neighboring cities, becoming a resounding success that caused part of the story to be altered. And that is how Ariel finally arrives at court. Ariel revealed in a letter that she was heading to the capital earlier than expected to fulfill her dream of meeting Emil, the mind behind her favorite children's books. What no one imagined was that the pseudonym belonged to Lisha herself. Amidst the revelations, Lisha ended up coughing blood in front of the crown prince, prompting Lavrov to call for the palace doctors immediately before heading off to a meeting with the emperor. Upon speaking with the monarch, the crown prince discovered the true severity of Lisha's illness. She suffered from Raffles, realizing that his sister's condition was far worse than the court rumors suggested. Meanwhile, the emperor looked over the work the princess had written for his orphans and lamented deeply, recognizing that he didn't feel worthy of being called a father by her. Honestly, with a father like that, who needs enemies, right? Lisha went to the publishing house, accompanied by Daniel, to close a business deal on Evian's behalf. Using the name Emil, the princess required that a percentage of sales be allocated to the partner company in exchange for the exclusivity of her manuscripts. The editor accepted enthusiastically, revealing himself to be a massive fan of her stories and eagerly asking for a sequel. Despite the old rumors tarnishing the princess's reputation, the editor made a point of showing his sincere admiration for her work. Relieved and pleased with the agreed partnership, Lisha left the place, promising to write the book's continuation as soon as she had free time. Later, Lisha met with the crown prince and was startled to discover that her brother already knew she was the author Emil. He showed the princess a letter from Ariel, in which the young woman expressed her fascination with the author and romantically declared that Emil would be the great love of her life. Noticing her brother's apprehension, Lisha suggested a plan to help him get closer to Ariel. The princess advised the heir to take the young woman out on a date under the pretext of searching for Emil together, using the opportunity to read and demonstrate empathy for her tastes. After leaving the heir's quarters, Lisha met Daniel again in the hallway, surprised to see that he was not alone. The young man was waiting in the company of Sir Volton, Duke Eirik, and Harris. Overjoyed to see her precious allies gathered once more, the princess celebrated the moment, while Ariel finally set foot in the capital to meet her fairy lord. Damn, Ariel is really gorgeous too, huh? Ariel finally landed in the capital, filled with great enthusiasm. However, her lady-in-waiting quickly warned her about the danger and crime in the region. Ariel, nevertheless, found the city completely normal and happy. Despite everything, Ariel said she would be careful. The young lady lamented her father's absence, who would miss her tea party due to commitments. To console the girl and distract her until the nobles' return, the lady-in-waiting suggested a stroll, and Ariel demanded to be taken immediately to meet the fairy lord. Upon catching sight of the crown prince, Ariel ran in his direction, calling him affectionately by his nickname. Lisha observed the scene from afar and was surprised to note her brother's sweet countenance as he treated the young woman with gentle, knightly courtesy, a complete contrast to his usual coldness. Appearing unexpectedly beside Lisha, Daniel agreed with the princess's observations regarding the heir's behavior. Their close proximity irked Harris, sparking a verbal spat between the young men that Lisha had to step in and stop before drawing unwanted attention to the spot. The mild atmosphere shattered when Ariel burst into tears, holding the crown prince to his promise of taking her to see the author Emil. Faced with the heir's despair and the scene being created, Lisha and her allies deemed it wise to withdraw, while Harris dissolved into laughter as he mocked Lavrov's situation. The group began chatting, and Kine questioned Lisha's romantic experience for meddling in that relationship. Changing the subject, Lisha asked about the medicine being produced by Rox and Ripley. Daniel intervened and demanded to accompany the party to inspect the remedy, asserting that he knew how to keep a proper secret. Upon testing the new medication, Lisha felt severe dizziness, vomited blood, and felt an intense urge to sleep, suddenly fainting right in front of everyone. Deeply concerned, the group gathered with Rox, who reported the frequent episodes of the princess coughing blood. The physician presented the theory that the affliction might be an innate condition resulting from a soul-devouring curse. The specialist laid out the second hypothesis. Raphaelis, the disease of the soul, fed on human malice and had been triggered in Lisha by the accumulation of slanders and cruel rumors. Her allies lamented the severity of the situation, as eliminating the malice of others in time seemed an almost impossible task. Gazing at the sleeping Lisha, Daniel reflected on his original plan to obtain the princess's tears to strengthen his powers. Feeling the weight of her impending loss, he admitted the genuine affection he had developed since the day she offered him her friendship in the garden. He is terrified of what might happen. Daniel then addresses the group. He reveals that Lisha told him she intends to leave the palace in 3 months. Lisha's allies spoke in shock about the princess's departure, scheduled for 3 months from then. Gradually, they realized the painful truth. She was not seeking a simple getaway, but rather a place for her final rest. As they reflected on the noblewoman's detached behavior, they understood that Lisha had spent all her time comforting those around her to leave behind only cheerful memories before passing away. The group lamented their own helplessness, recognizing that while they thought they were protecting her, they were actually being shielded by the princess's composure and generosity. Eugene and the others understood her hesitation to ask for help regarding the rumors, noting the unusual strength and serenity with which Lisha accepted her own fate. Meanwhile, Daniel confronted the complexity of his own feelings. He knew that the princess's final journey would be the perfect opportunity to kill her and advance his plans against the Empire, but he found himself unable to harm her, surprised to realize that her presence had awakened a genuine affection in him. In the royal quarters, Lisha prepared for Ariel's grand debutante ball in high society. As the maid Linny went all out with the princess's styling to make her look stunning, Lisha tried to hold back the servants' enthusiasm, worried about not stealing the spotlight that should belong entirely to the story's protagonist. Ready for the event, Lisha found Daniel waiting in the hallway. The young man was visibly struck by the princess's beauty and praised her directly and sincerely, triggering embarrassed reactions from Lisha, who had to disguise her nervousness in the face of his compliments. Arriving at the ballroom, Lisha felt excitement take over as she witnessed the beginning of the events described in the original book. Meanwhile, the hall buzzed with the presence of nobles, marking the official start of Ariel's debut in imperial society. Watching Daniel from afar, Eugene and the group analyzed the danger the guild leader represented. Despite their desire to distance him from Lisha, they admitted that the young man was the only one who didn't treat her with pity or as someone on the brink of death, bringing a genuine, comfortable lightness to the princess's final days. Using disguise and concealment spells provided by Daniel thanks to the blood pact, the couple moved through the ball without being disturbed. Together, they observed the triumphant and romantic entrance of the crown prince accompanying Ariel, fulfilling the exact trajectory of the original plot. Despite the triumphant entrance, the crown prince ended up getting distracted and neglecting Ariel, causing the young woman to walk away irritated and sulking. Lisha noticed the movement and grew thrilled upon realizing that the famous confrontation scene with her rivals was about to take place. Eager to witness the drama up close, Lisha asked Daniel to undo the concealment spell. However, upon revealing her presence in the hall, the princess ended up sensing a powerful, murderous aura. Lavrov went wild and ordered her to go after Ariel. Otherwise, he didn't know what he would be capable of doing. She recalled that, in the original plot, the young protagonist would be humiliated by a group of malicious noblewomen after committing a minor slip-up. Decided to prevent the girl from going through that embarrassment, Lisha approached to resolve the situation. The group of noblewomen continued to surround Ariel, patronizingly warning her that the crown prince treated everyone equally and that she shouldn't feel special. Lisha stepped into the conversation to interrupt the intimidation. However, even as she tried to defend her, Lisha was met with Ariel shrinking back, as the girl asked to be left alone because of the frightening rumors she had heard about the princess. Undeterred by the initial rejection, Lisha remained on the spot and ended up becoming the target of the noblewomen, who fired direct taunts about her possible exile from the palace and rumors surrounding her closeness with Baron Rohan. Maintaining her composure in the face of the insults and viewing the noblewomen as mere side characters, the princess took Ariel by the hand to remove her from that hostile environment. By intervening, Lisha prevented the confrontation from escalating into a public humiliation that would destroy those families' reputations before the crown prince's fury. However, despite being saved from humiliation, Ariel panicked at the princess's demeanor and ran off crying through the ballroom, leaving Lisha confused and frustrated, unable to understand the reason for such a reaction. My goodness, Ariel is completely unhinged, haha. Crying in the garden, Ariel brooded over her frustration at having her attention stolen by Lisha and at being helped by the very villain she had intended to keep her distance from. Seeing the young woman desolate, the crown prince approached with concern to console her and asked who was responsible for making her cry. Upon seeing the crown prince's serious and protective reaction, Ariel was alarmed by his intention to severely punish those at fault. In a moment of weakness, and trying to shift the focus away from her own frustration, the young woman decided to accuse Lisha, claiming through tears that the princess had been mean and cruel to her in the ballroom. No freaking way, man. Is Ariel actually a shrew with an angel face? To Ariel's surprise, the crown prince did not react with fury against Lisha, questioning the truth behind the accusation and arguing that his sister would never act that way. The heir's focused stance and doubt left the young woman bewildered as she noticed a clear shift in his protective behavior toward the princess. Damn, I genuinely did not see that coming. Is Lavrov actually on Lisha's side? Are we about to see Ariel get kicked out of the palace? I'm so curious. Trying to change the subject and cover up the lie, Ariel made up that she had hurt herself on a rose thorn. The crown prince resumed his gentle tone, but suddenly drew his sword and ordered Ariel to take a step back. With a single strike, Lavrov sliced down the rose responsible for scratching Ariel. All right then. After the scare in the garden, the crown prince tended to Ariel's injuries and tried to calm her down. While watching the couple from afar, Harris mockingly commented on the heir's peculiar taste, dividing opinions with Daniel. Ariel, for her part, took advantage of the fairy lord's attention to accuse the noblewomen with brown hair, blonde hair, and intimidating glares who had taunted her in the ballroom. Observing the scene, Daniel and Harris noted that Ariel chose not to mention Lisha's name this time, aware that her previous lie hadn't stuck. Lying snake, that angel face isn't fooling me for a second. Next, Harris approached to question the young woman's dramatic reaction over a simple rose thorn, sparking an argument between the two. Seeing that Harris could handle the situation, Daniel decided to step away to find Lisha again. Ariel falls into Lavrov's arms, whining all over again. My goodness, is crying the only thing this girl knows how to do? Harris then shows and hands the crown prince a confidential document containing the list of nobles responsible for spreading slanderous rumors about Princess Libersha. As he flips through the paper in front of Ariel, her expression changes completely. The crown prince transformed entirely, assuming a cold, dark, and menacing expression that terrified the young woman deeply. Noticing Ariel's horror, the crown prince disguised his icy glare and dismissively justified that the list was merely to deal with a few pests. Although shocked by the noble's ruthless stance, Ariel was relieved to see him regain his usual composure as he told her she didn't need to worry about a thing. She thinks he looked like a psychopathic mage on the verge of casting forbidden magic. Despite everything, Ariel just can't get Princess Lisha out of her mind. Meanwhile, Harris asks if Lavrov is actually in love with that girl. God, I love Harris, haha. Determined to clear the air regarding the attention her rival had drawn during the event, the young woman announced she would return to the ballroom to confront Lisha once and for all. Meanwhile, back in the ballroom, Daniel reunited with Lisha, and the princess awkwardly explained that Ariel had run off in tears following her attempt to help. The moment alone was cut short by the arrival of Marquis Gile, who immediately began scolding Lisha for isolating herself and failing to socialize with the party guests. Gile advised Lisha to mingle around the room to prevent new malicious rumors, questioning Baron Roham's stance. Daniel firmly intervened to defend his role as the princess's bodyguard and companion, leaving the Marquis speechless. Before walking off sulking, Gile actually blushed subtly at Lisha's thanks, leaving the princess stunned by the noble's reaction. Gile is actually kind of cute. Still shocked by Gile's blush, Lisha tried to focus on the ball. Recognizing that she wasn't used to imperial high society, the princess decided to act with caution, keeping a low profile and trying not to draw unwanted attention as she moved through the ballroom. The discretion plan failed when a young lady tripped over the hem of her own dress, and Lisha gently caught her. The princess's affectionate attitude caught everyone present by surprise, triggering a wave of whispers and comments among the aristocracy, who debated the new direction and positive rumors surrounding Lisha's demeanor. The nobles in the ballroom commented in astonishment that Lisha had changed radically, helping people from all walks of life with a constant smile on her face. This drastic shift transformed the princess's reputation, as she came to be seen no longer as a feared villain, but as a graceful and empathetic figure. Daniel approached to reapply the illusion and disguise spell on the princess. While protecting her, the young man expressed concern over the excessive trust Lisha placed in those around her, reinforcing his role as an attentive bodyguard in the face of the young woman's vulnerability. The atmosphere of calm shattered when Lisha spotted Ariel marching purposefully in her direction. In a panic, the princess feared the protagonist would cause a scene or burst into tears accusing her of being the villain, desperately wishing the young woman would go bother the crown prince instead of her. When Ariel finally approaches, she confesses at last that Lisha saved her. The princess expected another dramatic outburst, but saw Ariel stutter and falter nervously before answering. Lisha then asks if she really means to thank her. After all, Ariel had run off crying when she tried to help her. And then, assuming a cold stance, Lisha asks what Ariel wants from her. Ariel shudders and tries to say that wasn't the reaction she wanted. Lisha begins to think she is going to cry all over again. It is then, to Lisha's utter surprise, that Ariel confesses at the top of her lungs that she had only run off earlier because she was dazzled by the princess's radiant beauty. The girl praised Lisha's courage for being the only one to defend her from the noblewomen's insults, spreading a wave of admiration among those present in the ballroom. Despite her relief at not being falsely accused, Lisha remembered she couldn't get close to Ariel so as not to cause jealousy in the crown prince or alter the course of the original novel. Maintaining her villain mask, the princess cut the moment short with coldness, saying Ariel's behavior was uncomfortable and telling her to stop crying like a pathetic person. Gorgeous, magnificent, my Libersha, though I think that's only going to make Ariel like her even more, haha. Upon realizing that she had just recited an exact line from her own book, The Frog Prince and the Snow Princess, Libersha panicked in utter embarrassment. She lamented the humiliating situation as she noticed that her listener had recognized the quote. The girl tried to play off the awkwardness as she heard muffled laughs around her. To her surprise, Ariel stared at her with genuine admiration, declaring that she could see right through to her true essence by recognizing the story's character. Failing to understand Ariel's exaggerated enthusiasm, the young woman tried to explain that travel fatigue was making the girl delirious. Determined to end the embarrassing conversation, she called Daniel and hurried to take her leave. During the trip back, the young woman's companion seized the opportunity to tease her about the authorship of said story. Flustered by the teasing, the young woman admitted to having written the work. She explained that she had tried to break away from traditional story clichés by questioning Snow White's passivity in the face of her stepmother's cruelty. Leisha explained her decision to transform the protagonist into a strong, independent figure, far removed from the helpless victim stereotype. She confessed that she had gotten carried away while revamping the character's personality to make the plot more dynamic. Leisha revealed that she had drawn inspiration from the Snow Queen to create the protagonist, using the striking figure of Libercia as the ideal model. In developing the story, she ended up shaping the Snow Princess's personality to match the original Libercia's profile. She recalled adding an imperfect prince to foster the character's growth throughout the narrative. In the plot, the prince had risked his humanity to save the princess from poisoning, while she risked her own life to rescue him. Leisha reflected on the magical kiss that would save them both in the story and was taken aback by the overwhelming obsession Ariel had developed for the book. While her companion laughed over the work's success among fans, the young woman tried to cope with her exhaustion. Tired and frustrated, Libercia vented to her servant, Jen, about the possibility of having ruined her brother's romantic chances. She reported in annoyance how Ariel kept following her around and calling her by the lead character's name. Jen cautiously suggested that Ariel had actually fallen in love with the young woman's personality. Shocked by the hypothesis, the girl refused to accept that the original story's protagonist had turned into her fan, claiming she had merely acted exactly as Libercia would act. Desperate and unable to understand where she had gone wrong, the young woman hoped that Ariel's interest would fade over time. She vented about her accumulated stress and how much she missed her quiet moments. The next morning, Leisha woke up exhausted and coughing up more blood after losing sleep worrying over the issue. She tried to reassure herself, assuming Ariel would be busy taking a tour of the palace and out of her sight. Confident that keeping her distance would eventually cause the girl's obsession to fade, Leisha was cut short by her servant's announcement. She was left completely in shock upon learning that Lady Ariel Langton had just arrived to visit her. LOL. Outraged by the surprise visit, Libercia confronted Ariel for turning up without prior notice. The girl tried to justify herself timidly, revealing she only wished to invite her to breakfast, but was scolded for her lack of courtesy. Given the close proximity, the girl grew visibly flustered and spellbound, ignoring Leisha's cold demeanor. Recalling her maid's warning about the visitor's feelings, the young woman panicked and tried to cut her off before she could blurt out a declaration of friendship. Ariel continued to speak enthusiastically, confessing that she hadn't stopped thinking about Libercia since the ball and that she was in love. Desperate over the unexpected confession, the young woman cried out for help in her mind until the visitor suddenly vanished right before her eyes. Daniel appeared, revealing he made Ariel disappear. Man, I need a power like that too. Leisha took responsibility for the girl's sudden disappearance. Seeing the young woman's astonishment, Daniel offered to send the visitor far away from the capital if that was her wish. Concerned for the girl's safety, Leisha breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Daniel had merely teleported Ariel to the Crown Prince's palace. Afterward, she instructed her servant Emma to block any further visits and thanked Daniel for helping her escape the awkward situation. Daniel made himself available to step in again in the future if needed. Right after settling the dilemma with Ariel, Leisha decided it was the right time to go meet her brother at the palace. Upon finding her, the prince praised his sister and excused her attendance at future balls. He showed deep irritation when mentioning the fairy tale book the girl kept quoting, leaving the young woman apprehensive about his mood. To the young woman's surprise, the prince blushed and vented that he no longer knew how to act, since Ariel spoke of nothing but that story. The girl reflected on how much her brother had changed, putting aside the toxic obsession of the past to ask for genuine advice. Well, look at that. Noticing that the prince's hostile, threatening attitude had given way to genuine doubts, Leisha realized that people truly could change. She felt encouraged seeing the growth in the very relationship of affection and trust she had built with him. Libersha praised Prince Lavrov's efforts with Ariel, leaving him visibly relieved. He then changed the subject to inform her that the malicious rumors regarding his sister had finally been contained by the palace. Overjoyed by the good news, the young woman celebrated in silence, relieved that she no longer had to worry about the rumors. She excitedly envisioned the return of her peaceful days and free time to enjoy alongside her companions. Despite the optimism regarding the improved situation, Lisha remained cautious about the crown prince's behavior. She reminded herself that he could still be unpredictable and dangerous when it came to Ariel. Determined not to leave any loose ends and to face her problems head-on, Lisha gathered her courage to speak openly with her brother, ready to resolve any remaining misunderstandings. Never thought Libersha and Lavrov would end up in an alliance like this. What a plot twist. Libersha gathered her courage and asked the prince directly if he still intended to kill her. To her relief, he answered no, confirming that he had changed his mind regarding her execution. Feeling that the situation had been settled, Lisha suggested stepping back so as not to interfere with his romance with Ariel. When questioned about why she cared so much about the couple's success, she explained with complete sincerity that she did it because she trusted him. Surprised by her answer, the prince scoffed, calling her a weird girl for risking her own life based on trust alone. Right after, he decided to change the subject to handle urgent palace business. Lavrov revealed that Sir Voltan, Duke Eirik, and Harris had joined forces with him to resolve the issue. The young woman panicked in silence, lamenting that she had failed in her mission to keep her companions away from the prince and Ariel's circle. Recalling the previous encounters between her knights and Ariel, the young woman noticed that not a single one of them had fallen in love or shown any romantic interest in the girl. On the contrary, they had all reacted with nothing more than laughs or discomfort. Libersha grew puzzled by everyone's complete lack of interest in Ariel, realizing that the course of the original story had shifted drastically. Prince Lavrov noticed his sister's distraction and snapped her out of her thoughts by calling her back to reality. The prince asked directly if the young woman suffered from a serious illness and if the diagnosis was Raffles. Caught completely off guard, she confirmed the condition, attempting in vain to assure him that she was fine and that there was no cause for concern. Puzzled by the prince's atypical concern, the girl remembered that he didn't usually care about anyone other than Ariel. The young man then questioned what she truly wanted, noting that none of her actions aimed for power, wealth, or personal gain. The prince proposed a new deal to the young woman, arguing that the definition of freedom in their old contract was far too vague and open to interpretation given the gravity of her health condition. The prince stated that his demands were straightforward and concluded that he no longer saw any need to fulfill the terms of their previous contract. Libersha gathered her courage and asked the prince directly if he still intended to kill her. To her relief, he answered no, confirming that he had changed his mind regarding her execution. Feeling that the situation had been settled, Lisha suggested stepping back so as not to interfere with his romance with Ariel. When questioned about why she cared so much about the couple's success, she explained with complete sincerity that she did it because she trusted him. Surprised by her answer, the prince scoffed, calling her a weird girl for risking her own life based on trust alone. Right after, he decided to change the subject to handle urgent palace business. Lavrov revealed that Sir Voltan, Duke Eirik, and Harris had joined forces with him to resolve the issue. The young woman panicked in silence, lamenting that she had failed in her mission to keep her companions away from the prince and Ariel's circle. Recalling the previous encounters between her knights and Ariel, the young woman noticed that not a single one of them had fallen in love or shown any romantic interest in the girl. On the contrary, they had all reacted with nothing more than laughs or discomfort. Libersha grew puzzled by everyone's complete lack of interest in Ariel, realizing that the course of the original story had shifted drastically. Prince Lavrov noticed his sister's distraction and snapped her out of her thoughts by calling her back to reality. The prince asked directly if the young woman suffered from a serious illness and if the diagnosis was Raffles. Caught completely off guard, she confirmed the condition, attempting in vain to assure him that she was fine and that there was no cause for concern. Puzzled by the prince's atypical concern, the girl remembered that he didn't usually care about anyone other than Ariel. The young man then questioned what she truly wanted, noting that none of her actions aimed for power, wealth, or personal gain. The prince proposed a new deal to the young woman, arguing that the definition of freedom in their old contract was far too vague and open to interpretation given the gravity of her health condition. The prince stated that his demands were straightforward and concluded that he no longer saw any need to fulfill the terms of their previous contract. Upon hearing the crown prince, Lisha went into total shock. The young man confronted her, stating that since she knew of his relationship with Ariel, she must also know the story of his mother and the temple, while the girl struggled to maintain her composure as if she understood the whole situation. The prince argued that if the young woman truly only wanted freedom, she would have left long ago instead of staying by his side. Pressed to reveal her true intentions, the girl felt months of careful planning crumble before her, hesitating on how to respond. Deciding to be completely honest to preserve the trust she had earned, the young woman confessed in a serene voice that her sole objective was to see his heart at peace and prevent him from killing her. The prince listened in surprise, questioning if that was truly her only desire. Despite the breach of contract, the young woman took comfort in noticing that the prince had no intention of hurting her or her friends. Realizing he no longer dismissed her so harshly as before, she took her leave, relieved by the progress in their relationship. As Lisha withdrew, the prince reflected in silence on her declaration that she merely wished for his peace of mind. Afterward, the girl rushed off to find Emma and inquire about the memory recording device she had ordered. Emma hesitated with a worried expression, asking to deliver the object the following day. Though anxious to use the artifact, the young woman kindly agreed while noticing her servant's atypical behavior. Daniel appeared in the room and questioned her regarding the artifact request. The young woman explained that she wanted to record precious moments with her companions to prevent time and her memories from being lost forever. The young woman reflected on the scarce time she had left and her plan to escape with the priests during the impending mage's attack. She knew she would need to hide in a distant sanctuary to vanish safely from the capital. As she vented about her imminent departure, the young woman noticed Daniel's eyes shift to a gleaming golden hue. The young man looked at her in anguish, confessing his constant fear of watching the girl disappear at any moment. Daniel stepped closer and expressed the profound shift in his emotions, stating he could no longer stand to see the young woman's tears. He declared that his only wish was to see her smile radiantly forever, sealing a moment of intense connection between them both. While the young woman slept soundly in her room, Daniel watched over her in silence alongside Jen. He reflected on how enigmatic her behavior was, as she showed none of the desperation expected of someone on the brink of death. Daniel recalled the severe symptoms of the girl's illness and marveled at the genuine, welcoming smile she maintained in the face of life. He inwardly confessed that her compassion and warmth had shaken him to his core, causing his nature as a human weapon to waver. Continuing his reflections, Daniel recognized his own sincere wish to see the young woman remain alive. He remembered her gentle actions, writing to children, caring about trapped spirits, and trying to open the crown prince's heart regardless of anyone's social class. Daniel pondered that despite the cruelty of the world, the girl insisted on spreading hope to everyone around her. He understood that the young woman would never give up on that dream, remaining faithful to her ideals until her very last breath. Mindful of his own history, stained with blood, Daniel lamented his own helplessness at being unable to prevent her imminent departure. He relived the young woman's striking words about her wish to record precious memories before time ran out. Gazing at the sleeping girl, Daniel chose to put his faith in the hope she imparted. He silently vowed that his sole purpose for the future and for eternity would be to behold Lisha's beaming smile. The following morning, Lisha woke up feeling renewed and decided to focus her attention on those who truly mattered. She recalled the worried expressions on Emma's and Daniel's faces from the night before and resolved to use the camera to capture photos of everyone. Emma entered the room carrying a tray and handed over the requested object meant for recording memories. Upon seeing it, Libercia was left utterly bewildered to find a simple ancient stone, wondering if her servant was playing a joke on her. Emma tearfully explained that the object was a precious relic from the past. Noticing her servant's emotional reaction, the young woman immediately tried to comfort her. Emma turned down medical help and asked for a special favor from her mistress before the artifact was used. Overcome with emotion, Emma begged the princess to promise to remember her forever whenever she used the artifact, sealing a moment of profound emotional connection between the two. While the young woman slept soundly in her room, Daniel watched over her in silence alongside Jen. He reflected on how enigmatic her behavior was, as she showed none of the desperation expected of someone on the brink of death. Daniel recalled the severe symptoms of the girl's illness and marveled at the genuine, welcoming smile she maintained in the face of life. He inwardly confessed that her compassion and warmth had shaken him to his core, causing his nature as a human weapon to waver. Continuing his reflections, Daniel recognized his own sincere wish to see the young woman remain alive. He remembered her gentle actions, writing to children, caring about trapped spirits, and trying to open the crown prince's heart regardless of anyone's social class. Daniel pondered that despite the cruelty of the world, the girl insisted on spreading hope to everyone around her. He understood that the young woman would never give up on that dream, remaining faithful to her ideals until her very last breath. Mindful of his own history, stained with blood, Daniel lamented his own helplessness at being unable to prevent her imminent departure. He relived the young woman's striking words about her wish to record precious memories before time ran out. Gazing at the sleeping girl, Daniel chose to put his faith in the hope she imparted. He silently vowed that his sole purpose for the future and for eternity would be to behold Leisha's beaming smile. The following morning, Leisha woke up feeling renewed and decided to focus her attention on those who truly mattered. She recalled the worried expressions on Emma's and Daniel's faces from the night before and resolved to use the camera to capture photos of everyone. Emma entered the room carrying a tray and handed over the requested object meant for recording memories. Upon seeing it, Libercia was left utterly bewildered to find a simple ancient stone, wondering if her servant was playing a joke on her. Emma tearfully explained that the object was a precious relic from the past. Noticing her servant's emotional reaction, the young woman immediately tried to comfort her. Emma turned down medical help and asked for a special favor from her mistress before the artifact was used. Overcome with emotion, Emma begged the princess to promise to remember her forever whenever she used the artifact, sealing a moment of profound emotional connection between the two. Startled by Daniel's possessive attitude and demanding tone, Leisha used the arrival of a new guest as an excuse to slip away and greet them at the entrance of the event. Opening the door, Leisha cheerfully welcomed the noble guests, who seemed thrilled by the invitation. However, Leisha found it strange that Ariel was not present. Daniel sneaked up to Leisha again to demand fulfillment of the promise regarding the mention of the cookies. Shortly after, one of the guests timidly approached the young woman to ask about her true relationship with all those gentlemen gathered at the palace. With a radiant smile, Leisha proudly declared to everyone that those men were her closest friends and the most precious people in her life. The party continued in a lively atmosphere as more guests arrived. Leisha felt relieved to be able to contain her illness's symptoms with medicine, noting that even Lavrov and Marquis Gile seemed more relaxed than usual. Despite the joy in the hall, Lady Sophia expressed irritation, believing that Leisha deserved far better treatment. Leisha brushed off the comments and silently celebrated having worked so hard over the past few months to free all her favorite characters from their tragic roles. Feeling a slight dizziness as the medicine's effect wore off, Leisha disguised her exhaustion in front of the guests and enthusiastically announced the true reason she had gathered everyone that day. Leisha displayed the magic relic to the hall, while Daniel confirmed the object's usefulness. The young woman excitedly explained that the artifact would serve to record and store their most precious memories as images. Lisha explained that she intended to distribute copies of the images so they could remember each other forever. However, looking at her guests, she was met with deeply sad and crestfallen faces. Flustered by the silence and the melancholy expressions of the people around her, Lisha apologized in embarrassment, thinking she had displeased them, and regretted having insisted on presenting the object. Breaking the silence, Lady Sophia stepped forward and readily offered to be photographed first. Following her, Lavrov expressed annoyance over how his sister had obtained such an artifact, but in the end, he agreed to do what she wanted. Lisha expressed tearful gratitude for everyone's support as they settled in and smiled by her side. She ended up letting tears fall down her face during the overwhelming emotional moment. Standing away from the main group, Daniel observed the event from afar with a thoughtful look, wondering what he was doing in that environment outside his guild. He pondered on how Lisha sought to record beautiful memories without realizing that those images would remain for those left behind after her departure. Right after, Harris appeared and approached Daniel to pass along an urgent message sent by the Information Guild regarding Lisha. Daniel inwardly recalled the sense of peace he felt when absorbing Lisha's tears and emotions. He concluded that he would face any threat immediately to ensure the young woman lived a long life, allowing him to continue experiencing happiness by her side. Lisha celebrated with immense joy and emotion upon realizing that she was taking photos alongside her favorite characters, feeling completely fulfilled. Lisha recalled the beauty of Libercia's body and decided to take several photos of herself. Shortly after, she asked about the arrival of Jane and the brothers, at which point she was informed that something serious had happened to Colin. Underworld men observed young Colin in the dark, commenting that the boy didn't know what he had got himself into and that his young age made him a perfect target for the slave market. Without ceremony, Daniel appeared like a shadow and brutally struck down the slavers. Daniel called out to Lisha, allowing her to step out of hiding. The young man marveled at Lisha's boldness for accompanying him to the dangerous location known as the Black Cave, while she apologized for putting him in that situation. Daniel joked about Lisha's worries regarding the safety of an assassin guild leader. He then explained that Colin and the brothers had ended up involved with Marquis Pahid while trying to help suppress the false rumors about the princess. Earlier, Harris had revealed that the Marquis commanded a clandestine slave market in the Black Cave and led the rival faction against the prince. Lisha recalled Colin's tragic fate in the original story and decided to step in to save him in time. Upon learning that the kidnapping had occurred earlier, while the children were looking for a gift for her, Lisha immediately went to the crown prince and proposed that he take control of his rival's lair. Lisha offered the exact location of the Black Cave so that the crown prince could dismantle Marquis Pahid's headquarters once and for all. The prince found his sister's courageous stance intriguing and agreed to hear what she knew. Following Colin's successful rescue and the weakening of her brother's rival, Lisha deeply thanked Daniel for his essential help in the operation. Daniel questioned whether she thought he had acted out of kindness, reminding her that he was part of the underworld and only acted out of self-interest. He revealed his fascination with the precision of the secret information the princess possessed. Daniel pondered that Lisha was both an asset and a danger to his business, asking if she wasn't afraid of being hurt by him. Lisha responded naturally that she fully trusted the pact of friendship and exchange of tears sealed between them. Lisha stated that hurting her would only bring losses to Daniel and declared that she was exercising her own freedom by choosing to trust him, assuring that she wouldn't blame him if he decided to betray her in the future. Lisha's sincere declaration disarmed Daniel, who called her an uncontrollable mystery, while the young woman grew flustered by his beauty and compliments. Noticing that the local guards were about to wake up, Daniel hurried their exit to meet Kine at the exit, all while reflecting on the princess's curious concept of freedom. Daniel reflected on Lisha's contradictions, pointing out that even though she was aware of her short remaining lifespan, she wrote books for children, tried to free spirits, and acted with the grandeur worthy of the title Monarch of Freedom. Daniel realized with anguish that upon completing his vengeance against the Trial Empire, The only person who treated him as a true friend would no longer be alive in the world, feeling his inside crumble in the face of Lisha's concern over his sudden paleness. Daniel inwardly recognized that his emotions and his newly awakened heart were just as contradictory as Libisha's actions. Jane expressed her immense gratitude to the young woman for having rescued her brother Colin from the clutches of Marquis Pahid in the Black Cave. The young woman warmly embraced the servant, reassuring her that it was her duty to protect everyone under her care. The young woman presented Jane with the image record from the relic and invited her, along with the siblings, to pose together for a new keepsake, a gesture that moved the servant deeply. Upon seeing the photograph, Jane was overcome with emotion and held back tears right then and there. Thus, she happily agreed to her mistress's request. The young woman enthusiastically celebrated the organization of her photo album filled with records of her favorite characters. However, physical exhaustion and the emotional toll of the recent missions suddenly struck her once more. Lisha recalled the moment Kine had approached her before the raid on the Black Cave to make a special request. Kine deferentially asked that the young woman go back to addressing him simply by his name. He confessed that upon seeing her negotiate with the Crown Prince during Colin's rescue, he realized she possessed all the qualities of a leader to whom he would swear eternal loyalty. Kine offered his allegiance to the young woman should she accept him as her servant. Although flattered by his devotion, the girl felt her heart overwhelmed by the intensity of these emotions. Back in her quarters, Lisha faced a severe relapse, coughing up blood and suffering from intense dizziness. Finding the princess in such a weakened state, the servants panicked and rushed to lay her down and call for rocks. Her assistant tried to comfort her while they awaited medical care, suggesting that accumulated fatigue was the cause of that sudden worsening. To cheer up the young woman, Ivian brought up the showing of the play The Sun Fairy at the Grand Theatre. Lisha asked if the performance would be by the De Mary troupe, only to discover that the original group had canceled the show. Lisha analyzed the facts and remembered that the play had been funded by Marquis Pahid to launch a veiled attack on the imperial family. She recalled that in the original story, the theater had been the stage for an attack against Ariel and the prince. With the Marquis weakened and Daniel by her side, the young woman deduced that the new theater troupe might be planning a large-scale terrorist attack against the entire empire. Ivian revealed that the new troupe was called Nuva and that the ticket bore the enigmatic phrase, "The party continues." The young woman interpreted the message as a warning targeted at her attempts to change the characters' fates. The princess realized that the worsening pain and the recovery of Libisha's memories were happening because the original soul was trying to hold her within the body. Despite the excruciating suffering, the young woman refused to ignore the danger threatening those she loved. Jen appeared in the room visibly worried, asking why his mistress's soul was growing so weak. The young woman apologized for the scare and tried to reassure him, staying steadfast in her determination. Even while enduring the suffocating pain of her illness, the young woman resolved to take action to protect the empire, asking Jen if it would be possible to cast a magic barrier large enough to cover the entire theater. Jen severely scolded his mistress for the risky plan of raising a magic barrier of that scale, warning that the continuous mana drain would make her pass out and put her life at risk. Unwavering, the young woman celebrated upon learning that the magic would remain active even if she lost consciousness, convincing Jen to help her with the endeavor. Jen lamented being unable to make his mistress change her mind, but reaffirmed his unconditional loyalty to remain by her side. The young woman thanked him warmly, explaining that that was her way of keeping the people she loved safe and happy until the end. Jen let out a resigned sigh, accepting to accompany the young woman on yet another risky mission. Standing before the facade of the Grand Theatre, Lisha observed the venue of the performance and tried to manage her apprehension over the unprecedented outcome of the story. The princess felt intense physical pain as Libisha's soul tried to restrain her. Afraid of failing and being unable to protect her friends, she began to be consumed by doubts about her own ability. Daniel appeared unexpectedly and gently took the young woman's cold hands to comfort her. The girl expressed immense gratitude for having his company and support in such an uncertain moment. Earlier, the crown prince had met his sister and advised her to rest and avoid exposing herself to public danger, emphasizing that Marquis Gile had recommended the same caution for her and Ariel in light of recent threats. The prince warned that she was at serious risk due to belonging to the imperial family. However, Daniel stepped in firmly before the prince, guaranteeing that he would personally accompany and protect the young woman. Following the permission, the young woman expressed profound relief and told Daniel that she felt completely safe and protected with the presence of both him and Jen by her side. Daniel looked at the young woman and asked enigmatically if he could remain by her side forever. The girl cheerfully replied that their contract required him to stay with her for all her life, promising to return alive from that mission. Daniel informed her that Harris and Duke Eirik went to interrogate Marquis Pahid, who ended up confessing to the existence of a plot to assassinate the crown prince. Reassured about Eugene's safety, the young woman asked about Eugene and learned that he was already seated inside the theater to watch the performance. In the hall, Leisha commented to Daniel that this version of the show seemed quite different from the original story. Leisha praised the actor's charm, but playfully pointed out that no one there was as fascinating or attractive as Daniel himself. Flushed from the compliments, Daniel questioned how she viewed him beyond just a friend, whereupon the young woman reaffirmed the immense affection she felt for him. Daniel gazed intently at Leisha and declared that the depth of his feelings was not the same as hers, passionately revealing his desire for her to belong entirely to him. Well, we've reached the end of the chapters. For now. And there, do you want the continuation? So leave a like and a comment with a cookie. Until next time, my dears.